The noise came from the bedroom on the right. I didn't know if that was the Carters' room or their guest room, not from this distance. My palm was sweaty from holding the knife too tightly. I knew better. A sweaty knife would be difficult to control. It might slip, miss its mark. I wiped my hand on my jeans and took a deep breath, willing my pulse to slow, calming my body. I surrendered to my instincts. I surrendered to the hunt. I began down the hall with my knife hand pressed against my chest, the blade facing forward. Father taught me this particular grip. If necessary, I would launch the knife forward with the full strength of my arm muscles and the accuracy of a loaded gun. Unlike an overhand thrust, a jab would be difficult to block. This hold also allowed me to go directly for the heart or the stomach, with either an upward or downward motion, respectively. With an upper hand grip, coming from above, you could only strike down. Such an attack was more likely to glance off your victim than penetrate deeply. Father was very skilled. I pressed tightly against the wall, melding with the plaster as I moved, inching closer to the open door. More rustling, then a hushed curse. I saw a shadow moving within the room, a glimpse in the early light as the intruder shuffled about. I reached the edge of the doorframe. Father once told me if you sneak up on someone, you have a second or more to attack before they are able to react. The human brain processes this activity slowly. Your victim freezes for a moment as they try to comprehend the fact that you're standing there, particularly in a room where they believe they are alone. He said some victims will continue to freeze, just watching you, as if they were watching a television program. They stand there, waiting to see what happens next. Sometimes, not knowing what comes next is better. The sound of one drawer closing and another yanked open. With a deep breath, I tightened my grip on the knife and swung through the open doorway, rushing toward the intruder. Mother sidestepped me, her right hand crashing down on my arm, while her left snagged the knife from my hand. I tried to stop moving, but my momentum was too strong. I slammed into the bed and tumbled over the side, finally coming to a stop against the far wall. "Always best to sneak up slow and steady," Mother said, "particularly when you have surprise working for you. Slow and steady, and you may have gotten me. As it stands, I heard you huffing and puffing long before you started your little gallop at me. Sure, some might not have time to react, but anyone with a bit of reflex in their step wouldn't find it much of a bother." I had banged my head on the floor, and my earlier headache came back with a vengeance. I gathered myself and stood, wiping my hands on my jeans. "I didn't know it was you. I didn't expect anyone to be over here." She tilted her head. "And what exactly did you expect to find? A house empty for the pilfering?" "Father asked me to pack a bag, make things look like the Carters went away. I'm supposed to put some stuff in their car. He's going to move it somewhere when he gets home tonight." Her eyes narrowed. "That's all, huh?" "Honest Injun." "Well, get to it then. Don't let me stand in your way." I rubbed the back of my head. A nice-sized lump was making an appearance. "Can I have my ranger back?" "You need to earn your knife back. Maybe next time you won't part with something precious so easily." "Yes, Mother." There was a closet to my left. I pulled open the bifold door and found a battered suitcase tucked into the corner. "Perfect." I heaved the bag onto the bed. Mother had returned to the dresser drawers. She carefully sorted through the contents of the third one, of 5, in a large, dark oak bureau. It contained sweaters. "What are you looking for?" She closed the drawer and opened the fourth. "Never you mind." She glanced at the suitcase on the bed. "Be sure to throw some shoes in there. Women travel with shoes, at least 2 pairs, sometimes more, unlike men who are comfortable with only the ones on their feet, regardless of their destination. Perhaps a jacket, too." "A jacket? But it's summer. It's too hot for a jacket." Mother grinned. "That's the beauty of packing one. If you find a suitcase with a jacket packed inside during the middle of summer, you gotta wonder where the owner is running off to, don't you think? Keep it random and you keep people guessing. If I found a suitcase like that, I would think they were off to someplace exotic, like Greenland. Or Antarctica. She nodded. Or Antarctica. I should throw in a bathing suit, too. That would really be confusing. Well, that would be silly. Nobody goes to a place where you need a jacket and bathing suit. What if the hotel in Antarctica has an indoor pool? I countered. She thought about this for a moment. I don't think you'd find a hotel like that in Antarctica. Maybe in Greenland, though. I started pulling random articles of clothing from the closet and adding them to the suitcase. Shirts from Mr. Carter, some dresses from Mrs. Carter's side, a few pairs of slacks, a tie. Don't forget the unmentionables, and socks. Lots of socks. People always overpack socks. Which drawer? She nodded to a small dresser beside the closet. Second and third in that one. I walked over and tugged at the drawers. Both were stuffed full, one his, one hers. I grabbed an armload from each and dumped them in the suitcase. I was nearly out of room. Leave a couple of drawers open. Disorganization will give the impression they left in a hurry, Mother suggested. Bathroom stuff? Mother nodded and pulled open another drawer. Toothbrushes, razors, deodorant. I found a small travel bag in the closet, then made my way back down the hall to their bathroom. Mrs. Carter kept a tidy house, not a speck of toothpaste on the sink, and the mirror was spotless. Everything was neatly arranged on the vanity. I plucked both toothbrushes and a tube of paste from a green ceramic cup and dropped them into the bag. Then I added an electric razor, a can of Right Guard deodorant, a pink roll-on that smelled slightly of lilacs, a jar of Noxzema face wash, dental floss, and a women's razor I found on the bathtub's edge. From inside the medicine cabinet, I also pilfered some aspirin, 2 bottles of multivitamins, and 3 prescription bottles, lisinopril, Imitrex, and a blister pack of birth control. I left the medicine cabinet open and carried the smaller bag back to the bedroom, dropping it next to the suitcase. I can help you search, Mother. You just need to tell me what you're trying to find. She waved an impatient hand in the air without looking at me, and continued shuffling through the clothing stacked neatly on cedar shelves. A copy of A Collar's Game by Thad McAllister lay on the nightstand. People read on vacation, don't they? I was sure they did. I tossed the book into the suitcase and noticed the edge of a photograph sticking out from the pages. It was a picture of Mrs. Carter and Mother. Both were naked, their limbs twisted together in an embrace while they held each other in a passionate kiss. It was taken in the Carter's bed, Mother and Mrs. Carter lying atop the same comforter that covered the bed now. I stared down at the photo in disbelief, my mind flashing back to what I'd seen yesterday. I thought that had been the first time something had happened between the two of them. Clearly I was wrong. When had this been taken? Nothing in the image offered a clue. It must have been recent, though. Then my mind offered a question of its own. Forget when it was taken. I was more curious to determine who had taken it. I didn't hear Mother come up behind me until she snatched the photo from my fingers. I didn't know she stood there at all. I don't believe that belongs to you, she said before tucking the picture into her pocket. She pointed at the bags on the bed. Get those into their car. My mouth hung open. What would Father think? Don't even think about telling your father, she breathed.
Chapter 42. Porter. Day 2. 4:58 a.m. Porter found a parking space 3 blocks from his apartment and started toward his building. He had sat outside Talbot's house for the better part of the night, and aside from Carnegie stumbling in at a little past 2, there was no movement. No sign of Talbot at all. Both Claire and Nash had checked in with him. Neither search party found any sign of Emery at the Multifax building or the moorings construction site. dead ends. From his vantage point at Talbot's house, he had read more of the diary. That yielded nothing either, just more childhood ramblings. He was beginning to think it was nothing more than a fiction crafted solely to waste his time. Another dead end. Emery was lost out there, and they had nothing. As Porter came upon his secure building, he found the door wide open and flapping in the wind. There was also a rather large pile of dog excrement steaming at the base of the steps, no doubt from the pit bull in 2C. He didn't blame the dog, but he'd have no problem rubbing the owner's chubby face in it if he were to find him alone outside. The entire building knew the guy let his dog do his business right outside in this very spot. They also knew the man never picked up after his dog. Carmine Lupo. The 53-year-old former bathtub salesman sat around all day playing video games and only left the building long enough to cash his disability check, replenish his beef jerky stock, and coax his lovely dog to shit on the stoop. Last month, 6 of his neighbors took shifts to try to catch him in the act, and yet he somehow slipped past all of them. He looked as if he weighed 400 pounds, not exactly like a man who could move stealthily, but somehow that magic pile of dog shit appeared out of nowhere. There was talk of installing a camera. Porter suggested they buy the domain www.poopertv.com and stream the feed, maybe charge for advertising. He slipped his key into his mailbox, pulled out the stack of envelopes, and quickly sifted through them. 3 bills, a mailer for a dry cleaning service, and the TV guide. Porter threw away everything but the TV guide. He loved TV guide. He never watched television, didn't need to. He got everything he needed from the magazine. As far as he was concerned, television had lost its luster when they canceled The Incredible Hulk in May of 1982. The 3 flights of stairs proved a little more difficult to ascend than they were to descend, and he found himself nearly out of breath when he finally reached his floor. Heather was vegan, and swore if he changed his diet, he'd drop some weight and gain some energy. He figured she was right, but when he watched her eating a bean burger and sprouts while he put away good old-fashioned red meat, he knew the vegan road was not one he'd meander down any time soon. He'd sooner tote his growing gut than give up cow flesh. He'd come to terms with his decision, accepted the consequences, hence the bag in his hand containing 2 cold Big Macs and a large order of fries. Through a feat of digital dexterity, he unlocked the apartment door and managed to get inside without dropping a single item. He set the McDonald's bag down on the counter, peeled off his coat, and went into the bedroom. The note from Heather sat on the side of the bed where he'd left it the previous morning. Went to get milk. Porter lowered himself beside it and took a deep breath, then picked up his phone and dialed Heather. Her voicemail message played, followed by a beep. "Hey, Button." The words came out in a voice much weaker than he hoped. A lump grew in his throat. "It's been a crazy day. I doubt I'll get much sleep, but I'm going to try anyway. There's this girl, Emery Connors. She needs me to find her. She's only 15, Button. The monkey killer took her. Fucking bastard. That's what Nash called me about this morning. That's why I left, so..." The air left him. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he wiped them away with his shirt sleeve. When the first sob hit, he tried to choke it down, but the next one was more insistent. Grown men weren't supposed to cry. He wanted to stop, but a rush of emotion surged through his tired body. His stomach rolled, and the tears came, soft at first, then louder still as he finally gave in, collapsing into his hands, the phone falling to his side.
Chapter 43. Diary. Father was pleased with my packing skills. When he arrived home, about an hour earlier, I was waiting outside, a baseball in my hand. I didn't particularly like baseball. I wasn't really a fan of sports in general, But Father had taught me the importance of appearances, and I fully intended to keep them up. Mother had me on lookout duty, and I couldn't stand outside staring at the ground, now could I? So baseball it was. I tossed the ball in the air and caught it with my left hand, then my right, then my left again. An old pro having a grand old time. I tried hard not to think of the picture. The image remained, though, every time I closed my eyes. Mother and Mrs. Carter all naked and twisted together. I tossed the ball back up and began to count each catch. A little something to tie up my thoughts so they couldn't linger on that image, the elephant in the room, or Mother's pocket, unless she'd found a good hiding place. When Father drove up, he gave me an appreciative nod and held up his hand. I threw the ball to him. His arm shot up and snatched it from the air with the skill of a major leaguer. He spun the ball between his fingers and walked over to me. "Busy day today?" Father often spoke in code, another trick he and I were practicing. We could conduct a complete conversation on one topic while knowing full well we were talking about something completely different. "You know, a little of this and a little of that," I said, trying not to smile. Between blinks, my eyes darted to the Carter's car and back again so quickly as to be practically imperceptible. But Father caught it. I could tell by the slight smirk edging his lips. He turned to the sky. The sun was setting, preparing for the night's slumber. "I think we've got the makings of a fine night, champ. I think I'll ask if your mother wants to go for a little drive, a date night in the big city. Think you can keep an eye on the house while we're gone?" The words hiding between the lines were quite clear. Father was going to drive the Carter's car somewhere and dispose of it. He needed Mother to follow him so he could get back home. He was going to trust me to monitor Mrs. Carter while they were gone. "Sure thing, Father. You can count on me." He tossed the baseball back to me and ruffled my hair. "Ain't that the truth?" I watched him disappear into the house and emerged 10 minutes later with Mother on his heels. She gave me a worried glance as she walked past and got into the Carter's car. The door slammed with a squeak. She adjusted the rear-view mirror, her eyes peering back at me. Father was standing at his Porsche, twirling the key between his fingers. "Shouldn't be gone too long, champ. Couple hours at the most. I'm afraid I grabbed your mother before she could get dinner going. Think you can rustle up a little something on your own?" I nodded. Mother had baked a nice peach pie earlier in the day and set the tin out on the windowsill to cool. We also had peanut butter and jelly in the cupboard. I would be fine. "You two have fun," I told him in my best adult voice. He smiled, donned his favorite hat, and dropped down behind the wheel. The engine roared to life, and he eased out of the driveway and down the street, disappearing over the hill at Baker Street. Mother didn't follow at first. When I turned back to the Carter's house, she hadn't even started the car. She sat in the driver's seat, her eyes fixed on me. She glared at me something fierce. It almost hurt. I'm not lying. It was as if tiny little laser beams shot from her eyes and burned at my skin. I tried to hold eye contact. Father had always told me it was important to hold eye contact, no matter how uncomfortable a situation might be. But I couldn't. I had to turn away. When I did, she started the Carter's car, shifted into first with a grinding of gears, and rushed out down the road after Father. The dust lingered in the air above the Carter's driveway. The setting sun seemed to catch it just right, a shimmer above the gravel. I dropped the baseball and went inside. I could hear the banging before I passed through the kitchen doorway, a loud metal-on-metal clanging coming from the basement. I reached for the knob, part of me expecting the basement door to be locked. It wasn't, though. The brass knob turned, and the door popped open. A steady clang, clang, clang echoed up from below. I descended the steps. Mrs. Carter was standing beside the bloodstain on the floor. Somehow she had wrapped her arm around the metal frame of the cot and was busy swinging it like a bat against the water pipe. Each swing was followed by a grunt. Then she lowered the cot, swung it back to her side, and twisted back around, using her body weight to help propel the cot back again. Considering one wrist was still handcuffed to the water pipe and the other fastened to the side of the cot, it was a wonder she didn't break her arm. As the cot slammed into the pipe, I saw the jolt rumble through her body. The vibration alone had to be painful. If she saw me, she didn't say anything. Her hair was askew, and sweat dripped down her forehead. "The basement would flood, you know," I pointed out. "If you were somehow able to break a pipe like that, the water would probably fill up this basement inside of an hour, and there you'd be, chained to the pipe and the cot, bobbing along below the surface." She inhaled deeply and repositioned the cot, preparing to take another swing. "If I break the pipe, I'll be able to slip the cuff off the end and get upstairs. The pipe would rupture long before it would break clear through. Then all the water would come rushing out. It's hard enough to swing the cot like that now. Can you imagine the difficulty gallons upon gallons of icy cold water rushing out at you would create? I'm not saying you've devised a bad plan. I just think it's a little flawed is all. Perhaps it needs a little more thinking through before you continue. You seem like you need to take a break anyway." She dropped the cot at her side. The handcuffs tugged at her wrist, threatening to pull her down, but she held firm. "You're not going to try and stop me?" I shrugged. "I kind of want to see what happens." She glared at me, her eyes red and glistening with tears. She was breathing hard. I couldn't help but wonder how long she had been working at this little project. Mother had probably ignored her. I bet she'd been beating on that pipe for hours. "So you don't care if I die down here?" I said nothing. "If I drown, or your parents kill me, it doesn't matter to you? What did I do to deserve this? I didn't hurt anyone. My husband beat me, remember?" She plopped down on the edge of the cot, sulking. It was funny. Although she was older than I, sometimes I caught glimpses of a much younger girl in her expressions and movements. Sometimes I spotted a girl much younger than I, one who was afraid and unsure, one who expected an adult, or a boy, to sweep in and save the day. As an adult, looking back on this moment, I now realize I've seen that expression countless times. When someone is in trouble, they wait for someone of authority to help them. I think it's because that is how these things play out in the movies and on television. The hero always arrives at the last minute, foils the crime, and rescues those in distress from certain death, as all other options are exhausted. The tears come after that, possibly a hug, followed by a commercial break before they wrap up the program. Real life doesn't work that way. I've seen more lives end than I can count, and they all seem to hold that same expectation at the end, their eyes glancing at the door, waiting for their savior to arrive. He doesn't, though. In real life, the only true savior is oneself. She had succeeded in chipping away the paint on the pipe, nothing more, not even a dent. She had tried, though, and that's what I found to be important. The game got boring when they eventually gave up. And she would give up, eventually. They always do. "If you let me go, I won't say anything," she said. "I promise I won't. Simon was a bad man. He had it coming to him. Your parents did me a favor. They set me free. I owe them. They don't have to worry about me, I promise. We can all walk away from this." "You broke the rules," I said softly. "Unfortunately, there are consequences." "How did I do that? By letting my husband beat me?" "Better to consider why your husband beat you, don't you think?" Another tear fell from her eye and started down her cheek. She tried to wipe at it, but the cuffs held both her hands. She couldn't reach her face. Sitting on the edge of the cot, I pulled the handkerchief from my back pocket and blotted it away. She stared at me but said nothing. "I found the picture." "What picture?" "Oh, I think you know what picture." With that, the color left her face. "You've got to hide it." Mother was with me. She has it now. I don't know what she did with it. Your father hasn't seen it? Not yet, I told her. But that doesn't mean he won't. But you won't tell him, right? I didn't answer, which, I guess, gave her an answer. If he sees that picture, not only will he hurt me, he'll go after your mother, too. Is that what you want? Again, I said nothing.
Chapter 44. Porter. Day 2, 6:53 a.m. When Porter arrived in the war room, Nash, Claire, and Watson were standing around one of the desks, staring at a laptop screen. Nash looked up and beckoned him over. "Get any sleep?" "Couldn't. You?" He knew by the red, puffy eyes that none of them had. Porter dropped his coat at his own desk and walked over. "We get something?" "Oh, we got something. We got a few somethings. Isley's girlfriend came through for starters. Check this out." He turned the laptop so it was facing Porter. "Is that a head from Madame Tussauds Wax Museum?" Watson pointed at the image. She boiled the skull, then applied spacers to simulate muscle and tissue depth, 21 specific places, then used clay to fill in the mass. I've heard of forensic anthropologists reconstructing facial renders like this, but I've never seen it. It's quite impressive. To do it so quickly. Isley said she didn't even start until last night. Porter frowned. "Wait. This is 4MK?" Watson went on, oblivious. She already had his hair. That wasn't damaged nearly as bad as the face. Even his dental held up, so she had that too. Eye color was already known. I can't imagine this is far off. I checked out her website, and she usually works with Native American skulls found at archaeological dig sites. Many more unknowns with those, a lot of guesswork. With this, she may be dead on. "I think Watson has a hard-on for Isley's girlfriend," Nash said. Watson shot him a sideways glance. "I'm merely pointing out I believe this is an accurate representation of the monkey killer, one she created in record time, that's all. The artistry and skill are amazing. You couldn't get this kind of detail with a computer rendering. This kind of accuracy takes a special hand." "It skeeves me the fuck out," Nash replied. "Looks like it's watching you, like one of those paintings where the eyes follow you around the room. Creepy. Claire, I want you to get some pictures of this and hit all the cancer treatment centers we talked about yesterday. Between the drugs and this image, we may be able to ID him," Porter said. "Oh, we got more, big guy," Claire told him. "While you slept in until all hours, the rest of us have been working." Porter glanced at his watch. "It's not even 7. You damn near wasted half the day." He rolled his eyes. "What else did you find?" "Our Vic from the Mullifex building? He was Gunther Herbert, CFO for Talbot Enterprises, which includes the Talbot Estates development, the moorings, and about a dozen other ventures. His wife reported him missing 5 days ago, left for work and never arrived. Isley identified him about an hour ago. He also put the time of death around 5 days, too, so he was most likely snatched on his way to the office." "Did you tell the captain yet?" "There's more, Sam," Nash said. "Tell him, Claire. Claire beamed. "The shoes dead guy number 1 was wearing when he kissed the bus? The prints Nash lifted came back from the lab with a match." "Who?" Nash drummed his fingers on the edge of the desk. "Arthur Talbot." "Did you call me Claire Bear?" Porter silenced Nash before he could respond. "The shoes belong to Talbot? He seems like the kind of guy to buy $1,500 shoes, right? Why would 4MK be wearing Talbot's shoes?" "Same reason he took Talbot's daughter. The man did something bad, and 4MK wants us to know. This is his last hurrah, his swan song. He doesn't want us to drop the ball, so he's lining everything up nice and neat for us," Nash said. "Somehow he snagged Talbot's shoes, stuffed some newspaper in them so they'd fit on his wee little feet, and put them on before stepping out into traffic. Claire, try and get Hosman on the phone. Find out where he is on the financials. We need to speed this up," Porter instructed. Claire grabbed her cell phone off the desk and walked toward the corner of the room, dialing. Porter turned to Watson. "Anything on the watch?" Watson shook his head. "I showed my uncle a photo, but he said he needs to see the real thing to provide any real help. I tried to sign the watch out of evidence, but I was told they would only release it to you or Nash." Porter rolled his eyes. He really didn't need department policy slowing him down right now. "When we're done here, I'll walk up there with you." "One other thing," Nash said. "The feds want in on this case. The local field office has been calling all night. Emery is over 12, and there's no proof of interstate transport, so it's our call." "Well, let's see where Hosman is. They may be able to help with Talbot's books. Anything else on the moorings or Mullifex after I talk to you?" Nash shook his head. "They walked every house, found evidence of a couple squatters, but nothing else. If 4MK had her there, she's gone now. They're still combing the tunnels, but those things go on for miles all over the city. We're not going to find her down there by wandering around in the dark. We need a breadcrumb. Aside from the body, Mullifex was a bust. 4MK led us there. There's a reason. It's probably—" "In the financials, I got it," Nash interrupted. "Feds, Hosman, financials. I'm all over it." "Porter? Can I speak to you for a second?" Captain Henry Dalton was standing in the doorway. Nobody had seen him come in. His thinning hair was slicked back, still damp from a shower, his suit clean and pressed. Porter gave Nash and Watson a quick glance. "Excuse me." The captain put a hand on his shoulder and steered him out into the hallway. He glanced in both directions, then spoke quietly after confirming that they were alone. "Listen, the guys down at the 51st picked up a kid last night on an attempted burglary. He tried to hold up a 7-Eleven on the east side with a .38. An off-duty uniform happened to be in the store and got the better of him. Took him down without a single shot fired. They processed the gun, and it's a match to the one from— well, the gun from Heather." Porter's stomach twisted into an ache so powerful he thought he might double over. He drew in a deep breath and tried to fight it back. He felt the weight of his own gun under his shoulder, the gun he wasn't supposed to be carrying right now. Technically, he was still on leave. They wouldn't allow him a gun until he completed an evaluation and the shrink signed off, until they thought he was ready. If the 4MK case hadn't broken, he'd still be home, waiting for news, any news, something to help carry him through the day. But the case had broken, and they'd called him in. He had welcomed the distraction. Anything was better than all the waiting and the solitude. He slipped his hand into his pocket and wrapped his fingers around his cell phone. He wanted to call her. He wanted to hear her voice. "You've reached the phone of Heather Porter. Since this is voicemail, I most likely saw your name on caller ID and decided I most certainly did not wish to—" "I need to go down there," Porter said. His voice sounded like a little boy's. The voice he'd had when he was a child. The voice he'd had when there was no bad, only life and good things ahead. "I know," said Captain Dalton. "I already told them to expect you." A tear welled up in Porter's eye, and he quickly snatched it away before shoving his shaky hand back into his pocket. Dalton had noticed and offered a concerned smile. "Maybe someone should drive you." Porter opened his mouth to argue with him, then thought better of it. He didn't want to pull Nash or Claire off the case, not now. "I'll get Watson to take me over." Captain Dalton glanced into the room and nodded. "They got him dead to rights in the attempted burglary last night, but nobody's told the perp they matched the gun. I explained your situation, and they agreed to hold off until you got there to observe. I promise that is all you're going to do. Observe. Stay on the right side of the one-way and let them do their job. They'll get a confession out of this kid." "Yes, sir." Dalton put a hand on his shoulder. "I'm sorry you're going through this. I truly am." "Thank you, sir." Dalton pulled in a breath, nodded, and started for the door of the war room. "Nash! Where the fuck is your latest report? I got a dozen reporters camped outside my office. I gotta feed those dogs some scraps." Nash shrugged his shoulders. "You told us to go home and rest. No time for paperwork. You're welcome to sit in while we hand out assignments." Dalton paused at the door and turned back. "Oh, and Porter?" "Yeah. Leave your spare piece in the car. I don't want a record of you carrying right now. They try and log it at the lineup." Porter nodded. "Yes, sir." Claire hung up and walked over. "Hosman may be on to something. He wants us upstairs." "Go with Nash. I need to take care of something down at the 51st. I'm commandeering Watson, too." "You're going to leave me alone with that Neanderthal?" Porter's eyes watered up. He turned away. Claire glanced back at the captain. "Oh," she said quietly. "Okay, just call me if you need anything." Porter forced a smile and nodded. "Thanks, Claire Bear." She punched him in the arm. "Don't you start two assholes, the both of you." Porter winked at her and stuck his head back in the war room. "Watson, let's go see about that watch." Evidence Board. Victims. 1. Callie Tremmel, 20, March 15, 2009. 2. L. Borton, 23, April 2, 2010. 3. Missy Lumax, 18, June 24, 2011. 4. Susan Devoro, 26, May 3, 2012. 5. Barbara McKinley, 17, April 18, 2013, only blonde. 6. Allison Kramer, 19, November 9, 2013. 7. Jody Bloomington, 22, May 13, 2014. Emery Connors, 15, November 3, 2014. Left for a jog, 6:03 p.m. yesterday. Tyler Mathers, Emery's boyfriend. Arthur Talbot, finances? Body found in Mulifax Publications building, owned by Talbot, identified as Gunther Herbert, CFO, Talbot Enterprises. Something fishy with the Moorings Development, owned by Talbot. N. Burrow, housekeeper, nanny, a little of both. Tutor. Items found on 4MK. Expensive shoes. John Lobb, $1,500 a pair. Size 11. Unsub wears size 9. Have Talbot's prints on them. Cheap suit. Fedora. 75 cents in change. 2 quarters, 2 dimes, and a nickel. Pocket watch. Dry cleaner receipt. Ticket 54873. Clauses narrowing down stores. Dying of stomach cancer. Meds. Octreotide, trastuzumab, oxycodone, lorazepam. Tattoo right inner wrist, fresh. Figure 8. Infinity. Calc book. Left by 4MK. Leads to Mulifax Publications warehouse. Partial print found on rail car at tunnel mouth. Probably used to transport the body. Ear, eyes, and tongue left in boxes, Gunther Herbert. Brochure on body and boxes lead to the Moorings Lakeside Development. Extensive search, nothing found. Video footage. Appears 4MK committed suicide. No clear visual on face. Info needed. Background on Emery's mother. Facial reconstruction, done. Assignments. Nash and Claire going to see Hosman. Claire, organize canvass of cancer centers with image of unsub. Clause, research dry cleaner's ticket. Watson, visit uncle regarding the watch with Porter.
Chapter 45. Diary. I was asleep when Mother and Father returned. Well, truth be told, I was pretending to be asleep. Otherwise, I wouldn't have heard them. At first there was shouting, but I couldn't make out the words. Mother and Father never ever fought, and I couldn't imagine them arguing outside where a neighbor might listen. But there they were, yelling in the driveway. I couldn't help but think about Mr. Carter yelling at Mrs. Carter and Mother yesterday. They must have caught themselves because all went suddenly silent. The door opened and closed, and angry steps pounded through the living room. I think Father tossed the car keys. They clattered across the counter and fell to the floor. Mother simply said, "Do what you want. I won't be party to it." Then stomped past my door and down the hallway to their room, the door slamming behind her. Silence. The loudest silence I have ever heard. I could picture Father standing in the kitchen, his face aflame, his fists clenched tight, opened, and clenched again. I peeled back the sheets and climbed out of bed. I walked on the tips of my toes and pressed my ear to the door. "Champ!" Father's voice bellowed from the other side. I nearly tripped over my own feet as I jumped back, my heart pounding as I considered diving from my bed and the safety of the sheets. I'd never make it. "Champ, you up?" I reached for the doorknob, twisted, and pulled the door open, sure and swift. Father's frame filled the opening, his features dark and shadowed with the kitchen light burning at his back. His hand was still positioned where the doorknob had been a moment earlier, the other holding something behind his back. "Burning the midnight oil, buddy?" The anger I had heard in his voice with Mother was either gone or cleverly masked, because now there was no trace. His face held nothing but a smile, his eyes twinkling. Father once taught me the importance of projecting emotion. He told me I should always determine the emotion expected of me under a given circumstance, and ensure it stood tall and true at the forefront, regardless of what I really felt on the inside. We practiced numerous times. Once, our dog, Ridley, had puppies of her own, and he snapped the neck of one right in front of me, then forced me to laugh. When I wasn't able to do what he asked, he picked up another puppy, and I let the laughter flow rather than watch another die. That wasn't enough, though. He said I didn't sound sincere. By the fourth puppy, I learned control. I was able to go from happy to sad, angry to somber, solemn to giddy with the snap of his fingers. Ridley went away soon after that. To where, I did not know. I was only 5 at the time, and my memory of that age is spotty at best. Father grinned like the Cheshire Cat, and I had no way of knowing how he really felt, nor did I want to. If he suspected I thought he was anything but happy, the evening wouldn't go well for Mother or me. "I didn't want to go to sleep until you got home, in case you needed help with anything." He reached out and ruffled my hair. "You are my little soldier, man, aren't you?" I nodded. "As a matter of fact, I'd love you to help me out with a little something, if you think you're up for it. Feel like having a little fun?" Again I nodded. "Grab your mother's big plastic salad bowl from the kitchen cupboard and meet me down in the basement. I've got a little surprise for our guest." He pulled a paper sack out from behind his back and held it up, then gave the bag a little shake. From inside, something scratched. "This is going to be great." He smiled. This time, I knew he really was happy.
Chapter 46. Claire. Day 2, 7:18 a.m. "Did he say why I had to go down there?" Nash asked, staring at the elevator floor number display. Claire rolled her eyes. "I told you 3 times already. He just said he had something he had to take care of down at the 51st, nothing else. No secret handshake, no passing of notes, no nothing. It's got to be something about Heather, though, right? If he wanted us to know, he would tell us." The elevator doors opened on the 5th floor. They stepped out into a mess of cluttered cubicles and rickety metal desks topped with computers old enough to still house floppy drives. Nash took a quick glance around before negotiating the narrow pathway cluttered with file boxes and stacks of folders. "And what's up with him taking Watson? Why wouldn't he take one of us? We don't even know if it's about Heather. It's got to be about Heather." Claire knew he was right. The captain never came down to the basement. "Yeah, probably. So why Watson? According to the hunk of metal they let you carry around, you're a detective. Why do you think he didn't want to take one of us? I'm his best friend." Christ, was this man going to cry? Maybe he wanted to be around someone who doesn't know. less pressure. I mean, I haven't brought it up, but he knows we know, and that creates all kinds of tension. It's got to be hard for him to be back on the job, surrounded by all this, knowing he can't do anything. I think he's handling everything the best he can. Sure as shit better than I would. I'd be a fucking mess. They found Hosman's office, 2 doors down from the end on the left side. His door was open, and he waved them in. "Who's ready to do some math?" Claire pointed at Nash. "Here's your guy. Nash won the state math championship in high school 3 years in a row." Hosman looked up at Nash with raised eyebrows. "You did?" "Sure did, right after I won the gold in pole vaulting," Nash replied, rubbing his head. "I also bake a mean cherry pie. You should see all the ribbons I've received." "So, no math fans then?" "Nope." "Do you know what a Ponzi scheme is?" Claire raised her hand. "It's when a person or business pays returns to its investors from the capital raised from new investors rather than profits earned." Nash whistled. "You're hot when you know stuff." Claire punched him in the shoulder. Hosman tapped a stack of papers on his desk. "I think that's what we've got going on here. Not only with the moorings, but across all of Talbot's holdings." Claire frowned. "How's that possible? He's one of the richest men in the city, possibly the country." "He's rich on paper, crazy rich on paper. But he's got some serious problems. Things started going south with the moorings about 2 years ago. He bought all that land, and a week before his company was supposed to start bulldozing buildings, the Chicago Planning and Development's Historical Preservation Division won an injunction and blocked the project. They felt the neighborhood should be preserved. During the heyday of Prohibition, at least a dozen speakeasies popped up in that area. Planning and Development felt the city would be better served if they rejuvenated the neighborhood with everything intact, turned the waterfront into a tourist mecca. One of them used to be frequented by Al Capone. The gangsters are always a good draw." Claire tilted her head. "He had to see that coming, right? Running down shitholes or not, Planning and Development has been preserving pockets like that all around the city. I imagine a savvy real estate developer pads his budget and timeline to deal with those groups." Hosman tapped at one of his spreadsheets. "You're right. He put $20 million aside in an escrow account specifically to fight these guys. Not only did he see it coming, his attorneys were waiting at the courthouse the day the injunction was filed with a claim of their own." "He planned to sue Planning and Development?" Nash asked. Hosman grinned. "Better than that. He filed a suit against the city. His attorney claimed the speakeasies were built without permits, and not only was it illegal to preserve them, the city was obligated to either bring them up to code or tear them down." Claire whistled. "Wow, how did that fly down at City Hall?" "Well, they weren't pleased, and the county filed a counterstrike. The next day, they halted construction on 2 skyscrapers he had going up downtown. One office building, the other residential. Apparently, a whistleblower came forward and claimed his company was using substandard concrete. When they tested the mix, it turned out to be true. Too much sand or something. I'm still trying to get the details. The office building is 43 stories and is estimated to cost $688 million, and the residential tower is 64 floors, with a price tag hovering around $1 billion. "So what does that mean? He's got to demo and start over?" Nash asked. Claire was studying a picture Hosman had printed of the office building. "Do you think the city knew about the bad concrete all along and only brought the infraction up to retaliate?" Hosman raised both his hands. "Dunno on both counts. We saw houses at the moorings, so they must have worked out some kind of resolution, right?" Nash pointed out. "I mean, the buildings are gone, replaced with plush single-family homes, so somebody blinked." Hosman was pointing at another spreadsheet. "Well, that's the mystery of the hour. I found nearly $4 million leaving his accounts last May, and I've had zero luck tracking the recipient. Shortly after, though, construction started back up at the moorings, and the city allowed him to move forward with the 2 skyscrapers by approving a very costly reinforcement retrofit." "So he bribed a city official?" "That would be my guess. The lawsuits were dropped all around, too." Nash frowned. I'm not a financial analyst, but none of this sounds like a Ponzi scheme to me. Sounds more like a rich guy using his riches to get richer. Not exactly getting richer, Hosman replied, shuffling through various stacks of paper. When he found the sheet he wanted, he handed it to Nash. Nash took a quick glance and handed it back to him. Not a financial analyst, remember? Hosman rolled his eyes. Talbot has 16 large-scale projects going on right now, everything from residential construction to retail, to condos and luxury office space. All of them are months away from completion, and they're bleeding money. The towers with the structural problems in particular. As soon as his backers got wind of the problem, they started pulling out. He's paid back more than $300 million in the past month. He owes another $180 million in the next 2 weeks, and from what I can tell, he doesn't have it. It appears he's been using the money coming in from new investors to pay out the old while attempting to float loans to cover the construction. Okay, so Ponzi scheme, Nash said. No, that's not a Ponzi scheme, Hosman replied. Then what is a... Claire placed her hand over Nash's mouth. In order for this to be a Ponzi scheme, he'd have to solicit funds for a bogus project and use the proceeds to pay off the investors of the other projects. That brings us back to the moorings. Hosman produced a copy of the brochure found in the body of Gunther Herbert, Talbot's CFO. This place is a sham. But he's building out there, Nash pointed out. You saw houses in Phase 1, 6 in total, none of which have sold yet. The real problem is in Phase 2. He's been selling lots, future homes, even stakes in an upscale golf and country club with an estimated completion date of fall of next year. I called Terry Henshaw at FBI White Collar, and he said they've been monitoring Talbot for a few months now. He's been routing the money from Phase 2 through a series of sub-accounts overseas, then bringing it back in under the Talbot Enterprises umbrella in order to pay back investors from other projects. Claire was shaking her finger. That's still not a Ponzi scheme. It may be unethical, but if his corporation owns all these projects and they're legit, he probably covered his ass with some fine print in the paperwork. Hosman spun his chair in a slow circle, a grin playing at his lips. You'd be right, but I found one other thing. What? The land where they plan to build Phase 2. He doesn't own it. He's selling a development on somebody else's land. If he doesn't own it, then who does? A grin spread across Hosman's face, and his eyes darted back and forth between the two detectives. Wait for it. Nash's face grew red. Spit it out, math boy. Emery Connors. Hosman slapped his hand on the desk. Her mother left it to her in her will. That little girl is worth some serious coin. Since she owns the land, not Talbot, we've got something worse than a Ponzi scheme. There's more. Look at this. He pointed to a highlighted paragraph in a legal document. Nash read it and whistled. Think the captain will let us bring him in now?
Chapter 47. Diary. The steps creaked as I descended with Mother's large salad bowl in one hand and a glass of water in the other. Mother had watched me intently as I went about the business of collecting these items. At one point she even mouthed the words, "Don't let him do it." Of course, I paid her no mind because I didn't let Father do anything, and I wasn't about to ruin his good mood by passing on such a message from Mother. He had asked me to bring the bowl, and I knew Mrs. Carter hadn't drunk anything in hours. I imagined she must be parched, so I brought water too. If Mother took pause at anything that was about to happen, she was perfectly capable of communicating her position. Father was already downstairs, kneeling next to the cot. As I drew closer, I realized he was tying Mrs. Carter's feet to the frame with a length of 3-strand nylon rope. He had already secured her free hand. She yanked at the bindings to no avail. Father knew how to tie a strong knot. A rag was stuffed in her mouth, held in place by a gag made from a piece of Mr. Carter's shirt. Little crimson specks were caught up in the cloth. Father tugged at the last knot and patted Mrs. Carter's leg. "Snug as a bug." He turned to me, his eyes shining like a child's at Christmas. "Do you have your knife on you?" Mother still had my knife. I had searched the house high and low, but found no sign of it. I shook my head. Father frowned. "You should always carry your knife." He reached into his back pocket, retrieved his own, and handed it to me. "Are we gonna kill her?" "You should say going to, not gonna. Smart boys don't use language like that." "Sorry, Father." "The only time you should talk like that is when you want those around you to think you're less intelligent than you are. Sometimes it's best not to be the smartest guy in the room. Some people are scared of those with a higher intellect. If you dumb yourself down to their level, they'll accept you. Makes it easier to blend with the crowd. No need for false pretenses when it's just your old man and our lovely neighbor, though. If you can't be yourself around friends and family, what's the point, right?" I couldn't help but agree. "Are we going to kill her, Father?" Father took the knife from my hand and held the blade up to the light. "That's an excellent question, champ. But it's not mine to answer. You see, Mrs. Carter holds the cards of that particular game of chance, and she's playing them close to the vest. Personally, I'd rather not kill her. I'd prefer to keep her around for a little while. I hear Mrs. Carter is quite the party girl, and I have yet to experience her virtue firsthand." He tapped her leg again. "Isn't that right, Lisa? You're a little burst of pleasure." Her eyes were locked on the knife blade. It shimmered nicely under the glow of the 60-watt hanging from the ceiling. Father's paper bag sat on the floor at his side, skittering softly against the concrete. He handed the knife back to me. "You're a big boy now. How about you take the honors?" Mrs. Carter squirmed, her feet kicking and eyes bulging. She shouted something behind the gag, but it was impossible to make it out. I wasn't sure why Father had gagged her. Wasn't half the fun in hearing the reaction? Father tugged Mrs. Carter's white blouse out from her jeans. "I want you to cut this off her. It's a shame to ruin such a pristine garment, but unfortunately there's no other way to get the job done with her secured to the cot like this. Too bad she didn't wear a nice button-down." Mrs. Carter was shaking her head furiously, but she didn't get a vote where Father was concerned. I gave her my most reassuring smile, then slipped the blade into the thin fabric of her blouse and gave it a little tug. The sharp edge cut through the cotton with little effort, and I pulled it along. My knuckles brushed against the smooth skin of her belly, and I felt my face flush. I couldn't look at Father or Mrs. Carter for fear of revealing the flood of emotion surging through me. I'm sure I was warm to the touch. My temperature rose by the second. When the back of my hand rubbed against her brassiere, I thought I might explode. I forced the knife past and sliced until the blade came out at her collar. The blouse split in two. Mrs. Carter was crying now. "Cut off the arms and shoulders, too. Get that pesky thing out of the way," Father instructed. I did as I was told, and soon the blouse was lying in a tattered pile at my side. Mrs. Carter grew increasingly anxious, her breathing labored by the gag. Her chest rose and fell with increased urgency. Would she pass out? "Should we take the gag off?" Father glanced down at Mrs. Carter for a brief second before shaking his head. "A person screaming in fear is one thing, but someone screaming in pain? That's a whole other animal. And this is going to hurt. I'm quite certain of that." He took another length of rope and wrapped it around her stomach, just below her breasts, then circled the cot and tied a tight knot. He repeated this 4 more times until he ran out of rope. This did nothing to calm Mrs. Carter. She kicked at her restraints and bucked at the cot with renewed vigor. Father placed his large hand on her knees and forced them down before tying them to the cot as well, with another length of rope. When he was through, Mrs. Carter could no longer move. "Best to get on with it. Can you hand me that bag and the salad bowl?" I nodded and reached for the paper sack. It was heavy. Whatever was inside weighed at least 1/2 pound. I felt it sliding around inside. It had peed, too. The bottom of the bag was soaked in urine and stank of warm ammonia. Father took the bag from me and set it on Mrs. Carter's stomach. She drew in a deep breath and tried to sit up as the soaked sack touched her skin. But the rope held her firm. She craned her neck enough to see the bag, but she couldn't hold the awkward position for long before falling back. Father peeled back the top of the sack and let in some air, then quickly placed the salad bowl on top, sealing the bag between the dome of the bowl and Mrs. Carter's stomach. He produced a roll of duct tape, tore off a few strips, and taped the bowl to her chest. It was clear glass, so he could see the happenings inside very nicely. He tapped at the top of the bowl. "This little guy is your typical field rat. I scooped him up right outside without much trouble after feeding him a piece of cheese laced with methyl trichloride. It's starting to wear off, though, and when he wakes up, he's going to be angry and battling an epic headache. Rats aren't fond of confined spaces, so I'm fairly certain he's going to want out of this bowl. He may try clawing at the plastic, but the surface is too smooth to get any kind of worthwhile purchase. Once he gives up on that route, I think he's going to turn his attention to what lies beneath, and that's when the real fun will start. Unlike plastic, his sharp, pointy nails will have little trouble tearing through your tender torso, and if he gets his mouth into the game and starts chewing," Father smiled broadly, "well, let's just say teeth like those were made to devour much more difficult substances." Mrs. Carter was squirming again, and breathing had become a battle. She tried to suck in air but couldn't get enough through her nose. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Her eyes were red and puffy. I leaned closer. The rat was curled up in the bag, barely moving, but it was clear the drug was wearing off. When the black little rat poked its head out of the top of the sack, I nearly jumped out of my shorts. Father laughed. "Don't worry, champ. He's not coming after you. If he gets out of there, his belly will be so full, another meal will be the last thought on his little mind." "She's going to pass out." I'm sure Father already thought about that possibility, but his expression said otherwise. He appeared puzzled at first, then frustrated. "You might be right, champ. I guess this may be a little overwhelming. We're almost done, though." He ran his hand through Mrs. Carter's hair. "You can hold it together for a few more minutes, can't you, Lisa? You're tough enough to do that, right?" Her head bobbed, and I couldn't tell if she nodded in agreement or shook out a vigorous no. The rat climbed from the bag and fell over the side before scrambling to its pink feet. Its balance was off, and it was clearly groggy, but slowly finding its way back to the land of the living. It sniffed first at the bag, then the bowl, then Mrs. Carter's belly button, its little snout disappearing before poking back up. "There's our little friend." The rat scuttled around the edge of the bowl. "I think my son may be right. That gag is making it difficult to breathe, so I'm going to remove it to give you a chance to catch your breath. I'd also like you to answer a simple question, one that could put an end to all of this, if you're honest with me. Would you like that?" This time Mrs. Carter most definitely nodded. Father considered this, then leaned in close, his lips pressed against her ear. "Was your husband sleeping with my wife?" The words came out in a hush, barely audible from where I stood. Mrs. Carter's eyes went wide, staring back at him. Father reached for the gag and pulled the cloth from her mouth. She spat out the wadded-up piece of cloth lodged in her mouth and gasped up the air, as if she had been submerged for hours. "Get that thing off me!" she shouted. She bucked again, but it did little good. Her torso moved no more than an inch before the binding snapped her back. She craned her neck but couldn't raise her head enough to see what was going on. I could see, though. I could see plenty. The rat was coming around fast, shaking off the sleepy time and finding its sea legs. If rats were capable of suffering a panic attack, I was fairly confident this furry wonder had one in its immediate future. It circled the edge of the bowl, its twitchy little nose pressed to the space where the plastic met Mrs. Carter's skin, pausing every few steps to inspect the plastic before returning to the perimeter search. The rat circled the bowl again, then again, each pass more frantic than the last. Oh boy, I think he may be claustrophobic. What do you think, Champ? I nodded. He sure is, Father. Look at him go. He's getting angry. None of God's creatures enjoy captivity. Doesn't matter if it's a worm, a rodent, or the strongest of men. You lock up a living creature, even if you fill its cage with the most delectable of treats and a comfy place to rest its head, it'll want to get out. This little bugger will tunnel right on through our dear neighbor for a shot at freedom. Can you imagine that? A hole running right through the middle of her? I bet it wouldn't even kill her, at least not for a little while. I once witnessed a man live 3 days with a gunshot wound through his gut. I swear, if the light caught it right, you could see clear through. Of course, this hole will be much bigger, so I don't expect her to live on for days, but I bet 20 or 30 minutes wouldn't be out of the question. He shivered. Can you imagine the pain of something like that? A hole as big as a man's fist? He raised his own fist and held it above her. Mrs. Carter pulled at her bonds and kicked her feet with what little play in the rope she had, though this only made the rat more agitated. Please, get it away from me. Please. I'll tell you whatever you want. Father leaned back in close. The question I asked you was simple enough, but maybe in all the excitement you forgot or didn't quite hear me, so I'll repeat it. Was your husband sleeping with my wife? Mrs. Carter shook her head. No, 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 no. Father gave me a wink. What do you think, Champ? Is she being honest with us, or spinning a little untruth? Ah! Mrs. Carter screamed, her eyes bulging and her face going flush. I looked down at the rat. It had taken the tiniest of bites at the corner of Mrs. Carter's belly button. Not enough to draw blood, but certainly enough to bring on the red and puffy. His head was raised and his little mouth twitched as he sampled his findings, the way one might assess a fine wine. Father clapped his hands, and the creature turned up to him, forgetting about his meal for a moment or two. The little bugger is getting hungry, and he's got a hankering for flesh. That sure is a good sign. I bet you must taste sweet, just the right amount of tender and tang. You're fucking nuts, Mrs. Carter blurted out. She was gasping for breath again. Removing the gag was a good call. She surely would have passed out by now if Father left it in place. Please, get it off me, she said, tears streaming down her face. I answered your fucking question. Now, get it off. Language, my dear, language. I'll do whatever you want. I'll tell you anything, just please. The rat bit down on her an instant before she howled the ugliest of screams. This time the rodent didn't hesitate. Unlike the first bite, which had simply been exploratory, this one was driven purely by hunger. Father was right. The little critter had developed a taste for flesh. He took a 1/4-inch chunk out of her abdomen. I stared in awe as the spot first turned pink, then red, then filled with blood. Ooh, Father crooned. Now we've got a ball game. Mrs. Carter gripped the sides of the cot, her fingers white as she tugged at the frame. She sucked in a gulp of air. I had heard the expression bulging eyes before, but until this instant I had never witnessed such a thing. Her eyes were bulging, though. They really did look as if they might pop right out of her head. Then Father noticed the glass of water. Champ, watch this. He tipped the glass and spilled the littlest of water drops on the bowl. It dripped down the side and pooled where the plastic met her skin. Not even a second passed before the rat sensed the water. It jumped from the opposite side of the little cage and shoved its snout at the edge of the bowl. It couldn't reach the water, though. Father had taped the makeshift dome thoroughly in place. This seemed to frustrate the rat, and it began to dig. tiny claws slicing at Mrs. Carter's belly with little concern for the woman's screams. And scream she did. I thought the bite was bad, but... Father ruffled my hair. "How's that for fun?" Turning back to Mrs. Carter. "You see, Lisa, I know she's been going over to your house, sometimes for hours at a time, and she comes home stinking of sex. She comes home stinking with the filth of sex, and she smiles at me as if nothing were wrong, as if she did nothing wrong. Well, we both know that's not true, don't we? I think we both know what's going on here. When she killed him, she wasn't trying to protect you. She was trying to protect herself. Am I right?" I don't think Mrs. Carter heard him. She drew breath in long, lingering gasps. Each one made wet, slurping noises as the air mixed with the tears and snot clogging her throat. Her eyes were fixed on the ceiling. She didn't see me or Father at all anymore. "I think she's going into shock," I said. The rat had stopped digging, but it had made a bit of a mess. Aside from the last bite, the wounds weren't deep, but they were plentiful. Scratches covered the area surrounding the water, little marks as if someone took the edge of a razor blade to her abdomen with thin slices. Father tugged off the tape and batted the bowl aside, sending it and the rat flying across the basement. "Damn rodent! Too far," he muttered, snatching up the water glass and dumping the contents on Mrs. Carter's face. The gasps stopped. She glared at both of us and shrieked. Father slapped her, his open palm leaving a bright red mark on her face. She fell silent, her body shivering in violent spasms. "Oh, come now. That wasn't so bad." He dabbed at the wound with the paper sack. "See? Just a little scratch. Nothing to write home about." He leaned over her again, his lips at her ear. "If I wanted to hurt you, I mean really hurt you, I could do much worse. I once took a knife to a man's fingers and cut off the skin clear to the bone. First I sliced down the center. Then I began cutting away thin little strips. I took nearly an hour to finish with the first one. He almost went into shock only a few minutes in, so I gave him a shot of adrenaline. Not only did that wake him right back up, but it amplified the pain." He reached down and caressed the back of Mrs. Carter's hand. She jerked away, tugging at the handcuff. "Do you know there are 27 bones in the human hand? Some big, some small. They all break, though. I'm not sure if he was able to feel much at that point, since I cut away most of the skin, tissue, and tendons, but he sure did squeal. I bet if I did that to you, if I skinned your fingers one at a time, you'd tell me the truth fast, don't you think?" He traced the back of her hand and circled her wrist before grabbing her tight. "I bet if I sliced just right, if I started here and worked my way around to here, circled the dorsal branch right here at the ulnar nerve, I bet I could peel your skin off like a wet glove. I'd need to be careful not to nick the vein, but I think I could do it." He turned back to me. "What do you think, champ? Should we give it a try?" The picture popped into my head. Father pressed his palm against the wound in Mrs. Carter's abdomen, and this time she didn't scream. Her eyes rolled so far back into her head they went white. Then her head fell to the side. "Is she dead?" Father touched the side of her neck. "No, she passed out. I suppose it was bound to happen." He rose and started for the stairs. "You can untie her, but leave the cuffs on. Then get upstairs and get some shut-eye. This has been a long night. I need to have a talk with your mother." "What about the rat?" I called after him. He was gone, though, and I was alone with our guest.
Chapter 48. Emory. Day 2, 8:06 a.m. "Sweetie, You really need to get up. All this napping isn't healthy, not in the least." Emery swatted absently at the air around her, at the thick fog that had settled over her thoughts. When her eyes blinked open, they saw nothing. She was only able to tell they were open because of how dry they were. The cool air on her pupils felt so gritty she had to pinch them shut again. She tried to roll over but couldn't. Somebody was holding her down. Somebody pressed down on her back and shoved her into the concrete floor. "God, don't let him take my eyes! Don't let him take my tongue!" She braced herself, waiting for the pain of a blade to dip into her cornea and pluck out her eyes, or a hand to grasp at her throat and apply enough pressure to force her mouth open and, "Relax, sweetie. It's just the gurney. Don't you remember? That metal monstrosity fell down on you when you tried to lap up a little gutter water like a stray dog." Everything came back in one quick flash, which was followed by an ache in her temples so great she thought she might pass out again. Emery touched her forehead. Her fingers came away sticky with drying blood. "Did you at least get a drink of water before all hell crashed down on you, dear? I don't know about you, but I'm parched." Judging by the state of her throat, she had not. At first her wrist didn't hurt. She felt nothing until she shifted her weight and tried to climb out from under the gurney. But when the pain did come, it came quickly. It felt as if her hand were separating from the rest of her arm at the wrist, seeming to cut through skin and bone like angry teeth. She tried to scream, but all that came out of her dry throat was a soft grunt. Between the wrist and her battered head, dark semi-consciousness threatened to take her again. She fought it, though. Emery told herself that as long as she felt pain, she was still alive, and as long as she lived, she would recover regardless of what her current situation threw at her. "Oh, you go, girl. Girl power and all that. Nothing will play out on national television better than a girl missing her ear with a stump for a hand, telling the world how she's a survivor. Matt Lauer will eat that up. How did you keep it together when your hand came off and all the blood started spurting out? I guess it felt good to be free, but hell, I bet it hurt something fierce, right?" Was she bleeding? With her good hand, Emery reached back and touched the extremely swollen muscle and tissue at the handcuff. There was blood, but not a lot. The cuffs had peeled back the skin nearly all the way around, but that wasn't the part that bothered her most. She reserved that particular panic for the wrist bone protruding at such an odd angle under her touch. It hadn't pierced the skin, but not for lack of trying. When she tried to move her wrist, it howled back at her and she went limp, sucking in a deep breath between her teeth. Her wrist was broken for sure. For once, she was glad she couldn't see. Something told her she needed to stand up, and before another something talked her out of this course of action, she did just that, dragging the gurney up by her shattered wrist with a weak grasp until it was firmly balanced on 4 wheels. Then Emery stood, waiting in perfect silence, bracing her shaking frame against the gurney for the pain that was bound to follow. The pain washed over her in a wave, not only at her wrist, but at her legs and arms as well. She wasn't sure how long she'd been out, but clearly it leaned more towards hours than minutes. Every inch of her body burned with numbness, then with pins and needles, finally with a deep throb that settled in, determined to stay a while. This time she didn't scream. She was too shocked to realize she'd wet herself, the first time since waking here. The warmth trickled down her leg and puddled at her toes. Emery stood there as Rod Stewart's voice suddenly began to shout from above, the chorus of Maggie May. She stood there and wondered how much longer it would take for her to die.
Chapter 49. Diary. I applied a cold, damp cloth to Mrs. Carter's wounds. They didn't look quite as bad as I expected. Nothing a little Neosporin and a Band-Aid couldn't handle. Unfortunately, I had neither, so the damp cloth would have to do. I thought she would wake up, but after 20 minutes she was still sound asleep. I was convinced that's all this was, sleep. Shock is nothing more than a defense mechanism orchestrated by the body. Things get a little hairy, and the body flips the off switch to compensate. Combine that with the enormous amounts of adrenaline released by the medulla just before, which caused her metabolism to go into overdrive, and you've got a recipe for an epic crash. She would rest, then she would wake. I found a blanket atop the washing machine and draped it over her small frame, then went upstairs. I found Father passed out on the couch, a bourbon bottle lying empty on the floor beside him. I crept past without as much as a squeak on the floorboards, ducked into my room, and closed the door. I stood there, my forehead resting against the door, eyes closed. I had never felt so tired. "Did you tell him about the picture?" I spun around and found Mother standing in the corner, her features obscured by shadows, her body a mere outline in the dark. "Did you tell him about the picture?" she asked, her voice low, full of gravel. "No," I said, my voice sounding far more timid than I intended. "Not yet," I added, attempting to sound tougher than I felt. She stepped toward me, and I realized she carried a knife, one of the large ones from the butcher block in the kitchen. I wasn't allowed to play with those. "What did she tell your father?" The blade caught the moonlight and glistened as she twisted it in her hand. "Does he know?" I shook my head. "He thinks you were sleeping with Mr. Carter." I'm not sure where I learned the term sleeping used in this manner, and even though I was certain I used the word properly, it felt funny coming out of my mouth. "He was persuasive, but she didn't tell." "What did he do?" I told her, leaving out the fact that a rat was still running around the basement. Can rats climb stairs? "And you won't tell him, will you? It will be our little secret?" To this I said nothing. Mother raised the blade and stepped into the moonlight. Her eyes were red and puffy. Had she been crying? "If you don't tell him, I'll let you do things to Mrs. Carter. Private things. Things boys your age only dream about. Would you like that?" Again I said nothing. My eyes were fixed on the blade. "You know what your father will do to me if he finds out, right? What he'll do to Mrs. Carter? You don't want to be responsible for that, do you?" "I cannot lie, Mother." The words came from my mouth before I realized I spoke them, before I realized my error. Mother lunged at me, the knife held high, stopping mere inches from my face. "You will keep this from him, or I will gut you like a fucking pig while you sleep. Do you understand me? I will carve out your eyes with a sugar spoon and shove them down your little throat until you swallow them whole, like 2 ripe grapes fresh off the vine." The knife was so close to the tip of my nose, I saw 2 of them. Mother had never touched me before, never hurt me, but I believed her now. I believed every word of it. She went on, her voice hushed, yet so loud. "If you tell anything, I'll tell him you were there too. Many times. I'll explain how you stood in the corner with your man parts out like a monkey at the zoo, drooling over your dear Mrs. Carter. How you watched your own mother through her bedroom window in the most secret of moments. You should be ashamed of your behavior, you despicable, deplorable child." I wasn't about to let her intimidate me, not this time. "Who took the picture, Mother?" "What?" "I think you heard me. Who took the picture? Was it Mr. Carter? Is Father right? Was there something going on between the 2 of you before yesterday? Is that why he followed you so easily?" The hand wielding the knife shook as her anger grew. I knew I was pushing her. I knew I should stop, but I couldn't. Somebody had to work the camera, and I'm willing to bet it was Mr. Carter. Is that why you killed him, Mother? You didn't lure him over here to protect Mrs. Carter. You just wanted to cover your own tracks. Father will find the truth. You'd best prepare for that. You know he won't stop until he has all the answers. You're supposed to be faithful, Mother. That's what married people do, not sneak around doing who knows what with who knows who. Her face was flushed. Speak no evil, my son. Do no evil, Mother, I retorted. We've all broken rules tonight. She flipped the knife over and dropped it. The blade missed my foot by less than an inch and buried itself in the floorboard. Then she pulled open my door and stormed out into the hallway toward her room. Father remained motionless on the couch, oblivious to all, snoring deeply. I plucked the knife from the floor, closed my door, and shoved my desk chair under the knob, securing it as best I could. The door had a lock, but Father had taught me to pick it when I was only 5. And I was sure a simple quick-set lock wouldn't slow Mother either, as she was no doubt a recipient of the same lessons. I closed and locked my windows as well. It was a sweltering night, but I had little choice. My mind's eye could picture Mother climbing in and crossing to my bed, a spoon in one hand and the knife in the other. "Good morning, champ. Ready for breakfast?" I heard her say before she thrust the spoon into my eye socket while plunging the large blade into my abdomen with a twist. "We're having your favorite." I shook away the thought, then pulled the blanket and pillow from my bed and carried them over to my closet, where I curled up on the floor amid the clutter of tennis shoes, soccer ball, and assorted odds and ends of a young boy. I didn't want to sleep, but knew I should. This was far from over, and I needed the rest. I couldn't sleep with my eyes open, but I sure did try. Dark dreams finding me as I stared blankly at my bedroom door, waiting for the monster to return, the butcher knife held firmly in my grasp.
Chapter 50. Porter. Day 2. 8:56 a.m. You can ask me, you know. Watson turned to Porter, then returned his gaze to the road ahead. I figured if you wanted to talk about it, you would. You don't have to. He paused for a long moment, then hesitantly went on. I heard bits and pieces, from Nash, mostly. I've been meaning to tell you how sorry I am, but the right opportunity hasn't come up. I'm sorry. You're sorry you didn't get to tell me? Or you're sorry my wife is dead? Watson turned pale. I'm just... Porter slumped, shaking his head. No, wait. That came out wrong. I'm on edge. They've been pushing me to see a shrink, and I know I should. I know I need to. But every bone in my body objects. It's like when you're a kid and your parents tell you to do something and you do the opposite, because you don't want to do whatever it is they asked you, even if it's the right thing. It's the stubborn ass in me. Watson gave him a slight nod. He fidgeted with the evidence bag in his hands, the pocket watch rattling around inside. Nash said she was shot. Porter nodded once. We always made coffee in the morning before we headed off to work. That night we ran out of milk, so she went to the store to get a carton so we'd have some the next day. I'd fallen asleep watching TV in the bedroom. I didn't hear her leave. She probably didn't want to wake me. I got up and found a note on her pillow telling me where she'd gone. It was only about 11:30, and since I'd been sleeping, I wasn't sure if she'd left 5 minutes earlier or 2 hours, but I'd been out for nearly 3 hours. This job will do that to you. You run and run. When you finally get a chance to breathe, it catches up to you and you collapse. Anyway, I got up and went out to the living room to read a book. Figured I'd wait up for her. Another 20 minutes went by and I started getting nervous. We usually go to this little corner market about a block away, 5 minutes each way, tops. Maybe another 5 or so inside the store. She should have been back. I tried her cell phone and got voicemail. 10 minutes later, I decided to walk down myself. He paused, his eyes fixed on the road. I saw the lights. As soon as I rounded the corner onto Windsor, I saw the lights, and I just knew. I knew it was my Heather. I started running. When I got to the store, the building was all taped off. 6 patrol cars were blocking the street. I ducked under the tape and started for the door, and one of the uniforms must have recognized me because I remember hearing my name. Then someone grabbed my arm, and someone else, and someone else. It seemed more like a bad dream than something that actually happened. You were probably in shock. Porter nodded. Probably. Robbery? Yeah. Just some kid. According to Tarek, the night cashier, Heather was in the back of the store when this banger came in and shoved a gun in his face. I've known Tarek for going on 4 years now. Good guy. Late 20s, wife and 2 kids at home. Anyway, Tarek said the kid pointed the gun at him, asked him to clear out the register. Tarek had been robbed before, and he knew better than to put up a fight, so he started bagging the cash in the till. Thinks he had around 300 and change. Tarek said the kid was shaking something awful. And you know that's the worst kind of robber. The calm ones treat it almost like a business transaction. Everybody plays their role and everybody walks away. The nervous ones, though, they're another story. Tarek said he could barely hold the gun straight, and he thought for sure it would go off. And that's exactly what it did. Only he didn't shoot Tarek. He shot the woman he glimpsed from the corner of his eye, the woman he didn't spot when he came into the store. She startled him. He spun around and clipped the trigger. The bullet caught Heather below the right breast, passed right through the subclavian artery, a through and through. Watson lowered his head and stared at his hands. She would have bled out fast. Nothing you can do for that. Porter sniffed and pulled a hard left onto Roosevelt. The shooter took off, didn't take the money. Tarek dialed 911 and tried to stop the bleeding, but, like you said, nothing you can do for that. I'm so sorry. You want to know the real kicker? When I was heading home that night, I remembered we were nearly out of milk. I was going to stop for some, but the market looked busy when I got close, so I let it go. Figured I'd head back out a little later. Do you believe that shit? I lost. Because I was too damn lazy to spend a few minutes in line. You can't think like that. I'm not sure what to think right now. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't think I could have sat around that apartment one more day. Neighbors all staring at me in the hallway, everybody treating me with kid gloves. Everything is off. Even this. He waved his hand between them. I figured bringing you along would be easier than Nash or Claire, but it's no different. Part of me wants to talk about this with someone who doesn't... He cleared his throat. Who didn't know her. Another part doesn't want to talk about it at all, and the rest of me has no idea what I should be doing. Working homicide, I've had to tell so many families about the death of a loved one. I became numb, detached. 23 years of telling people, breaking that news. That kind of hurt became systematic to me. Would you believe I've got 2 or 3 speeches down cold? One to fit each scenario. Nash and I used to flip a quarter. Loser had to give the death speech. I'd tell them what happened, explain how their loved one is in a better place, how they should move on and get past their personal tragedy, how time will heal. Now, though, all that seems like complete bullshit. When I lost Heather. Christ, I can't even say it out loud without getting choked up. She wouldn't want me to get choked up. She'd want me to focus on all the good memories and forget about these past few weeks, not let them define the relationship we had. But I can't do that. I want to do that, Every time I see something of hers, the book she was reading that she'll never finish, the toothbrush that'll never be used again, her dirty laundry, her mail. We played Scrabble once a week, and the last game is still set up on the board. I can't bring myself to put it away. I keep looking at her tiles, wondering what her next word would have been. I wake in the middle of the night and reach for her side of the bed and just find cold sheets. He downshifted again and swung around a taxicab, slowing for a right turn, then yanked the wheel hard to the left to avoid a minivan pulling out from a Burger King. "Maybe we should put the light on," Watson suggested. "Or I can drive if you want." Porter wiped his eye on his shirt sleeve. "No, I'm okay. I'll be fine. I guess I should have warned you before you got in the car. All of this should be coming out in therapy, not on a rookie CSI. You didn't sign on for this." "You need to talk to someone. That's how we heal. Keeping it bottled up isn't healthy. It'll grow in you like a cancer if you keep it all inside." Porter chuckled. "Now you sound like a shrink. That may be the longest spiel I've heard you string together since we met." "One of my degrees may be in psychology," Watson said sheepishly. "Are you serious? Wait, one of your degrees?" The kid nodded. "I'm working on my third right now." Porter blew through a very yellow light and swerved to avoid a Volkswagen Bug merging into traffic. Watson's knuckles were white as Porter dropped the Charger into third and made a right-hand turn from the far left lane, nearly clipping a red Buick. "I think I should drive. The captain wanted me to drive." "We're almost there." "I'm not even sure going there is the best thing for you." "Not going isn't an option. If it's him, I need to see." They turned onto 50th Avenue and skidded to a stop at the station. Porter negotiated the Charger into a handicapped spot and put his police placard on the dash. Reaching into his shoulder holster, he pulled his Beretta and slipped it under the seat. He eyed the watch in Watson's hand. "Where did you say your uncle's shop was?" "It's called Lost Time Antiques and Collectibles on West Belmont." "Let me hold it," Porter said. "I don't want to leave evidence unattended." Watson handed him the watch, and he dropped it into his pocket. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" Watson asked. "I think it's a horrible idea. But I need to see this kid."
Chapter 51. Diary. I woke to a loud knock. My neck and back ached from sleeping in a sitting position on the cold wood floor. I forced myself to stand and tried to stretch the pain from my limbs. My fingers still clutched the butcher knife. They were wrapped so tight around the handle, I practically had to pry them apart with my free hand. I set the knife on my nightstand. I still wore the clothing I had on the previous day. The sun was out, and I had no idea of the time. Another knock, heavier than the first. It came from the front door. I pulled the chair out from under my doorknob and pushed it aside, opened the door a crack. Father and the empty bourbon bottle were both gone. At the other end of the hall, Mother and Father's bedroom door stood open, the bed made. If anyone had slept there, they were gone now, too. The house felt oddly quiet. "Mother? Father?" My voice seemed louder than I intended against the stark silence. Was Father at work? I'd lost track of the days. Today felt like Monday, but I wasn't sure. The knock again. I went to the door and pulled the curtain aside at the side window. A heavy-set man of about 70 stood on the porch in a beige trench coat and rumpled suit. He looked down at me and raised a badge in his left hand, so I could clearly make out the shiny silver. I released the curtain, took a deep breath, and opened the door. "Morning, son. Are your parents home?" I shook my head. "Father's working, and Mother set off to the store to get fixings for dinner." "Mind if I wait for her to return?" Considering I had no idea where either of them went, it didn't seem wise to say yes. Mother could have been in the basement, doing who knew what with Mrs. Carter. How would she react if she came upstairs and found a stranger in the house? A stranger with a badge? "I don't know how long she will be," I told him. He sighed and wiped at his forehead with the sleeve of his coat. I found it strange he would wear not only a suit jacket, but a coat atop it, while he was clearly hot. Perhaps it was to hide his gun. I pictured a .44 Magnum tucked under his meaty arm in a shoulder holster, ready to be drawn and fired at the drop of a pin, like the one Dirty Harry carried in those old movies. Didn't all cops secretly want to be Dirty Harry? This particular cop didn't resemble Dirty Harry in the slightest. He was severely overweight, and his hair had deserted him some time ago, leaving nothing but a large head covered in wrinkles and age spots. His eyes had probably been blue at a younger age, but now appeared the color of diluted Windex. He had several chins, the skin rumpled like that of a Shar-Pei or an apple forgotten in the sun. "Maybe I can help you with something." I made the offer knowing full well he would turn me down. Adults rarely accepted help from kids. Many adults didn't notice kids at all. We were lost to the background of life, much like pets and old people. Father once told me there was a sweet spot to life between the age of 15 and 65 when you were fully visible to the world. Any older and you fade from sight, dimming to obscurity. And the young? Well, the young started out invisible and gradually took form, solidifying till those mid-teen years when we joined the rest of the world in the visible spectrum. Poof! One day you were there and people held you accountable. People saw you. I knew that day was coming for me, but it hadn't quite arrived yet. "Well, maybe you can," the man said, much to my chagrin. He raised his sleeve to the side of his head and blotted a trickle of sweat inching down his ear. He nodded toward the Carter's house. "When was the last time you saw your neighbors?" I turned toward the house with as much disinterest as I could muster. "Couple days ago. They said they were going on a trip, and I promised Mrs. Carter I'd water her plants." This was a good story, a plausible story. There was a flaw, though. As soon as the words left my mouth, I couldn't help but wonder, does Mrs. Carter own any plants? Although I hadn't been looking, Father taught me to capture my surroundings with my mind's eye, and I didn't recall any plants, not one. "Are you a budding botanist?" "A what?" "A botanist. It's someone who studies plants," he replied. More sweat dripped down the side of his head, and I tried not to stare. I tried not to look at all. "No, I don't study plants. I just water them. Not much science in that." "No, I suppose not." His eyes flitted past me into the small living room. Was Mother there? Had she been in the basement, after all, and come up? "Can I trouble you for a glass of water?" The sweat dripped from his jaw, rolled down all his chins, and fell to his shirt. I felt a sudden urge to reach up and wipe the salty trail of yuck from the side of his head before it dripped again, but I didn't. "Okay, but you should stay outside," I said. "I'm not allowed to allow strangers into the house." "That's very heedful of you. Your parents taught you well." I left the men standing at the door and went to the kitchen to fetch a glass of water. Before I reached the sink, I realized I hadn't closed the door. I should have closed and locked it tight. He could have walked right in if he wanted to. After such an egregious trespass, he would surely go down to the basement, where Mrs. Carter eagerly waited to tell him all about everything that had happened over the past few days. What if she screamed? Don't let her scream. Not now. He would hear her from the door for sure. I don't want to have to hurt him, but I would. If I had to, I knew I could. I fought the urge to turn and look back. If I did, he would surely read the worry in my eyes. Father taught me to hide such things, but I wasn't sure I could. Not well enough to fool a police officer, not even this one with the beady eyes and pudgy belly. I plucked a glass from the drying rack, filled it with cold tap water, and walked back toward the front door, doing my best to hide the relief I felt when I found him still standing on the porch, writing in a small notebook. "Here you go, sir," I said, handing him the glass. "So well-mannered," he replied, taking the glass. He pressed it against his forehead, rolling it gently against his rumpled skin. Then he lowered it to his mouth, took the slightest of drinks, and smacked his lips. "Ah, just what I needed," he said, handing the glass back to me. Did he really need a drink? Or had he taken the opportunity to get a better look at the inside of our house?
"Did they say where they were going?"
I frowned. "I told you, Father's at work and Mother went to the store."
"No, your neighbors. You said they went on a vacation. Did they say where?"
"I said they went on a trip. I don't know if they went on a vacation. I guess they might be on vacation." He nodded slightly.
"Right you are. I suppose I shouldn't jump to conclusions like that."
"That is right. I read a lot of Dick Tracy comics, and I knew a good investigator never jumps to conclusions. He follows the evidence. The evidence leads to facts, and facts lead to the truth."
"You see, we got a call from Mr. Carter's employer. He didn't make it to work and didn't call, and he's not answering his phone. They're worried about him, so I told them I'd come out here to check things out, make sure everyone was okay. Doesn't seem to be anyone home, though. I took a quick peek in a few of the windows and didn't see anything worthy of sounding the alarm. Nothing out of the ordinary, really."
"They went on a trip."
He nodded. "They went on a trip, yeah, you said that."
He peeled off the coat and folded it over his arm. There were large sweat stains under his arms. No gun, though.
"Thing is, seems a little odd to me they would ask you to water their plants, but not pick up their mail or their newspapers. I couldn't help but notice their mailbox is overflowing, and there are 2 papers in their driveway. When people go away, that's usually one of the first things they take care of. Find someone to pick up the mail and the paper. Nothing tips off thieves to an empty house faster than correspondence piling up."
"Their car is gone," I blurted out, not sure why. "They left in their car." He glanced back at their empty driveway.
"Did they now?"
This was not going well. This was not going well at all. I slipped my hand into the pocket of my jeans, searching for the familiar hilt of my buck knife. But it wasn't there. If I had it, I could slash this man across the neck. I'd cut right through all his chins and let his blood loose, as if from a faucet. I was fast. I knew I was fast. But was I fast enough? Surely I could kill him before this overweight waste of a man could react, right? Father would want me to kill him. Mother, too. They would. I knew they would. But I didn't have my knife. He leaned in close.
"Do you have a key?"
"To what?"
"The Carter place. You need to get inside, right? To water the plants."
I felt my stomach roll. "Yes, sir."
"Think you can let me in, just for a second, to poke around?"
I supposed I could. Wasn't that what Father wanted? Wasn't that the reason we'd staged the place? Only one problem. I told him I had a key, and I didn't. I was putting the cart before the horse, as Father would say. Talkin' without thinkin' is a surefire way to dig a hole waist deep.
"People are worried about them. What if something happened?"
"They went on a trip."
He nodded. "As you said."
"You're a cop. Why don't you bust the door down and go in?" I asked him. The man tilted his head.
Did I say I was a cop? Had he? Now that I thought about it, I didn't think he had.
"You look like a cop." He reached up and rubbed his chin.
"Do I now?"
"And you said someone called because Mr. Carter hadn't been to work. Who would somebody call if not the police?"
Looks like you're a budding botanist and detective.
So, why don't you bust the door down?
He shrugged. We cops, we need probable cause. Can't go in without probable cause. That is, of course, unless you let me in. If you let me in, through your own volition, we're all covered and nobody gets in trouble. I take a quick peek, and I'm on my way.
Just like that?
Just like that. He winked. The sweat had stopped, though his face was all blotchy red. I thought about it for a second. It was a sound offer, a prudent offer. If he was a cop, why wasn't he carrying a gun?
Can you show me your badge again?
Now that I reflected on it, the thing he'd produced looked like a badge, the right color and shape, but how could I know it was real? I had never seen a real-life police badge before, only the ones they used on television. Usually they're in a spiffy wallet with an identification card. His badge had not been in a wallet. His badge might have been real, or it might have been one of those toy badges you can pick up at the 5 and dime. He cocked his head, his lip curling up at the corner. He reached for his back pocket, hesitated, then dropped his arm to his side. You know, I think I'm going to come back a little later, when your parents are home, and have a little talk with them. Find out where the Carters went on their trip. Something changed in his expression. His face hardened. His eyes went a little darker. I fought the urge to step back.
That may be for the best.
He gave me a quick nod and started back toward his car. An old Plymouth Duster. Emerald green. Not a cop's car, my mind pointed out. A classic car, though, for sure. One of Detroit's finest. Halfway across the Carters' lawn, he stopped and called back over his shoulder. Best you pick up these newspapers and check their mailbox. Wouldn't want the wrong element to stumble upon this place and realize they're not home. Worst yet, they might realize you're home alone, right next door. There are some nasty people out there, my little friend. I closed the door and locked it tight.
Chapter 52. Claire. Day 2, 9:23 a.m. From behind the one-way mirror, Claire watched Talbot shuffle nervously in one of the interrogation room's aluminum chairs. He tried to pull closer to the table, but the chair was bolted to the floor. Claire had often wondered if the designer did that on purpose, placed the chairs a little farther back from the table than would be comfortable, to add to the unease of being locked in the small room. Louis Fishman, the attorney Nash and Porter had met the day before out at Wheaton, sat beside him. The golf clothes were gone, replaced with a crisp, dark gray suit that probably cost more than her Honda Civic on its best day. Talbot wore a white dress shirt and khakis, along with one of the shiniest Rolexes she had ever seen. "Porter should be here for this," Nash said beside her, his eyes fixed on Talbot. "Yeah." Fishman leaned over and whispered something to his client, then glanced up at the one-way with a wary eye. "Think he knows why he's here?" Nash asked. Claire shrugged. "Oh, the shit a man like that is probably guilty of. I bet he's running a laundry list through his head right now. His attorney is salivating over the future legal bills. He's probably already picked out a new summer house on Lake Geneva." At a table crammed into the small observation room, a tech gave them both a nod. "We're recording. Ready whenever you are." Nash nodded back and turned to Claire. "How do you want to play this?" "Same as usual. Good cop, crappy cop," she replied, pointing a thumb first at herself, then back at him. Before he could respond, she picked up a large file box and carried it through the doorway into the interrogation room. Talbot and his attorney both glanced up at her. "Gentlemen, I appreciate you coming in on such short notice," Claire said, setting the box down on the table before taking a seat across from them. Nash sat down beside her. "Did you find Emery?" Talbot blurted out. "Not yet, but we've got a lot of people searching for her." Fishman eyed the large box. Then why is Mr. Talbot here? When was the last time you saw Gunther Herbert? Talbot tilted his head. My CFO? I don't know. A few days ago? I haven't been in the office. Why? Nash dropped a manila folder onto the table and flipped it open. Glossy photos stared back at them. We've seen him recently, and he ain't looking too good. Oh, God! Talbot turned his head to the side to avoid looking down. Fishman glared at Nash. What the hell is wrong with you? Is that even Gunther, or is this some kind of sick joke? Oh, that's Gunther. What happened to him? Talbot turned back to them, eyes forward, unwilling to look down at the images. Claire shrugged. We're still waiting for the medical examiner to pinpoint cause of death, but I'm fairly confident he didn't kill himself. Are you familiar with the Mulifax building down by the waterfront, Mr. Talbot? Fishman raised his hand, silencing his client. Why? Nash leaned in close. Because your CFO was feeding the rats in the basement. Talbot looked pale. Is that what did that? Fishman shot him a look and turned back to Nash. Mr. Talbot's company purchased that building from the city. If he visited at all, and I'm not saying he did, it was simply to evaluate the building's worth. Is that true, Mr. Talbot? Claire asked. I told you it was, Fishman barked. I'd prefer to hear it from your client. Talbot turned to Fishman. The attorney considered this and nodded. I was there with Gunther a few months ago. Like Lewis said, we were thinking about buying it, along with a few other buildings on that block. The city had set it for demolition. We needed to determine if the structure could be salvaged and turned into loft apartments, or if we'd be better off letting the city tear it down and buying the land. He explained. Can you think of any reason he'd go back alone? Did the monkey killer do this? You didn't answer my question, Mr. Talbot. If he did, I didn't ask him to, said Talbot. If he went back, it was of his own accord. Was it the monkey killer? Fishman repeated his client's question. Claire shrugged. Maybe, maybe not. What's that supposed to mean? It means your client may have reasons of his own for wanting his CFO out of the picture. His daughter, too, for that matter, Nash said. Talbot's mouth dropped open. That's preposterous! Why would I— Claire cut him off. Why have you kept Emery hidden all this time, Mr. Talbot? Fishman raised his hand. Don't answer that, Arthur. Claire noted how he had dropped the less formal Artie Porter mentioned from yesterday. I didn't keep her hidden, Talbot replied, eyeing his attorney angrily. Emery had a hard time getting on after her mother died. I figured it would be best if she wasn't attached to me. I'm constantly in the press. Reporters would put her picture on the front of every tabloid. Billionaire child born out of wedlock and all that. They'd chase her all over town, harass her at every opportunity. Why subject her to such a sideshow? Bad enough Carnegie has to deal with that. I wanted to give Emery a chance at a normal life, get a good education, start a family, make something of herself without the added pressure of my shadow. He looked Claire directly in the eyes. Bottom line, though, if she wished to go public, I would have supported her in a heartbeat. Damn the consequences to me. Do you have children, Detective? I do not. Then I can't expect you to understand. When you have a child, life ceases being about you and becomes wholly about them. You'll do anything for them. I spoke to Ms. Burrow about it once, and she asked me a simple question. If Emery were standing in the middle of the street about to be hit by a car, would you sacrifice your own life to save hers? Without hesitation, I knew the answer was yes. When she asked me the same question about my wife, I found myself hesitating. This was very telling to me. You can never love someone as much as you love your own child, including yourself, and you will do absolutely anything to protect them. Why do you think someone would take her? Claire asked. Fishman narrowed his eyes. Don't you mean why would the monkey killer take her? Sure. Let's go with that. Claire shrugged. Why would the monkey killer take your illegitimate daughter? Talbot's face flushed, but he replied evenly. You're the detective. Why don't you tell me?" Claire rested her hand on the white box. "If there's one thing we've learned about the monkey killer over the years, it's that he doesn't do anything without purpose or a clear endgame in mind. He targeted you because he feels you did something wrong, something worthy of punishment. Rather than hurt you directly, he kidnaps your daughter. What I find odd is that he went with a daughter nobody has ever heard about, someone completely isolated from the Talbot empire, over the Talbot family heiress. Your other daughter, Carnegie, she's a bit of a socialite, a spoiled little rich brat who—" "Watch it, detective," Fishman said. "A spoiled little rich brat who gallivants around the city spending her daddy's money. Kidnap her, and you're guaranteed media sensationalism. He'd draw so much attention to this case you couldn't buy a paper in the Philippines without stumbling on an article or two. That's what he usually wants, right? If you examine any of the other cases, he went for big impact. Blood to feed the media machine. Here, though, he breaks MO and takes the unknown daughter, one you've locked away in an ivory tower and hidden from the world. Why do you think that is?" Talbot looked to his attorney, then back to Claire. "Maybe he thinks when the press finds out about Emery, who she is, the story will blow up bigger than if he had taken Carnegie." Claire tilted her head, considering this. "Sure, that would be my first guess, but I think he's smarter than that. I think he had a very specific reason for choosing Emery over Carnegie, one that may explain why he targeted you in the first place." She reached up and tapped the lid of the box. "Why don't you tell me what's going on with the moorings, Mr. Talbot?" Talbot shifted uncomfortably in his chair. He exchanged a look with Fishman, then glared at the box. "The moorings?" he said, his voice cracking. "Don't say a word, Arthur, not a single word," said Fishman. "Detective, we're here to help you find Emery. Mr. Talbot came down willingly. If this is going to turn into some kind of witch hunt, then I'll put an end to this interview right now." A mischievous grin found the edges of Claire's lips. "Oh, I think this has much more to do with Emery than your client initially told you, Mr. Fishman. Look at him. See how the gears are turning?" Standing, she walked around behind them and faced the mirror. She leaned down to whisper in Fishman's ear. "He's trying to figure out how he's going to convince you he still has the funds to pay your firm after you see his latest bank statements." Nash approached the table, his eyes falling to the box. Both Fishman and Talbot swiveled their head back at him. "Your buddy Artie couldn't finance a Snickers bar. Isn't that right, Artie?" "He's been shuffling assets between his various projects like a shell game," Claire said. "His accounts are tapped, loans are due, and the investors are starting to knock on his door. He probably has a packed bag in the car right now, ready to skip town. Then there's the little problem with Phase 2 down at the moorings." She tilted her head at Fishman. "Aren't you an investor in that project?" Fishman frowned. "How is that relevant?" "As an investor, wouldn't it bother you to learn Mr. Talbot doesn't actually own the land he's attempting to build on?" Claire asked. "What?" "I just want you to find my daughter," Talbot murmured. "I bet you do, Artie," said Nash. "What are they talking about, Arthur?" "Carnegie doesn't own any real estate, does she, Mr. Talbot? Not like Emery, anyway," Claire said. "Why don't you tell your friend here exactly why the monkey killer picked her over Carnegie?" Fishman glared at him. "Arthur?" Talbot waved a hand at him. "Emery's mother originally owned the waterfront development land from Belshire to Montgomery. When she died, she willed it to Emery." He turned back to Claire. "It's only a formality, though. Emery agreed to sell it to me. She completely supports this project." Fishman grew red. "She's a minor, Talbot. She can't sell you anything for another, 3 years? The development is supposed to be finished in 15 months. Talbot was shaking his head. "We can get around that. I've been working with her trust. The paperwork was drawn up months ago. As her legal guardian, I can sign for her at any time." Nash pulled the legal document Hosman had copied for him from his pocket and handed it to Talbot, pointing at the highlighted paragraph. "Your CFO is dead. That's his signature as witness on the lien transfer. The one man in your organization who could expose this problem is out of the picture. Doesn't that seem a little convenient? As Emery's father, if she dies, you take complete control of her assets. The trust becomes irrelevant. You take over the land and move forward with the moorings without missing a beat. I'm beginning to wonder if the monkey killer has anything to do with this. To me, it seems like everything that has happened benefits you. That's motive, Mr. Talbot, Claire pointed out. You clearly have the means. Talbot was shaking his head. No, you've got it all wrong. It's not like that. I think it's exactly like that. No, I mean, the trust doesn't work that way. Talbot took a deep breath, attempting to calm himself. If Emery dies, the land reverts to the city. Claire furrowed her brow. What? Talbot rolled his eyes. It was her mother. When she drafted the trust, she was very clear on this point. If something happens to Emery, if she dies before her 18th birthday, all real estate reverts to the city, and remaining assets will be distributed to various charities. The only way I can obtain the land is with Emery's consent. He smiled. You see, Detective, if anyone has a vested interest in seeing my daughter return safely, it's me. Claire turned to his attorney. Is that true, Mr. Fishman? Fishman raised both his hands and shrugged. My office doesn't handle the trust. I wouldn't know. We'll need to see a copy, Claire told Talbot. He nodded. I'll ask my secretary to email it to you. Glancing at both detectives, he added, If there is nothing else, I need to return to my office. Unless, of course, you plan to charge me with something. Then I imagine I'll need to post bail. You're broke, Talbot, Nash said. How do you plan to do that? Talbot only glowered, tight-lipped. Claire grunted, turned, and went into the small room next door, leaving Nash with Talbot and Fishman. The recording engineer glanced up at her. That went smoothly. Fuck off, she said. Scanning the counter, she picked up a photograph and stomped back to the interrogation room. She dropped the photograph on the table in front of Talbot. Do you recognize those? Should I? He frowned. They look like John Lobb's black leather. Do they belong to you? I don't know. I own many shoes. If you'd like a pair, I can recommend a nice store downtown. Smart-ass, Nash said. The monkey killer was wearing these shoes yesterday morning when he stepped in front of that bus. We lifted your fingerprints. How do you explain that? Fishman raised his hand again and leaned over to Talbot, whispering in his ear. I can't, Talbot said. Perhaps someone stole them from one of my residences. I own dozens of John Lobbs. They're quite comfortable. A condescending smirk had filled his face. Claire wanted to hit him. What size shoe do you wear? Talbot glanced at his attorney, who nodded, then looked back to Claire. 11. Same size as these. Talbot picked up the picture and tossed it aside. You're wasting your time chasing me on this, detectives. Whether you believe it or not, I love my daughter, and I would never do anything to put her in harm's way. If you'd prefer to think of me as some kind of heartless bastard, then rest easy in the fact I need her alive in order to complete the moorings project successfully. Either way, as long as you're in here with me, you're not out there trying to find her, and that is not acceptable. Fishman squeezed Talbot's shoulder. That's enough, Artie. Artie again. I think you've wasted enough of my client's time, Detective Nordstrom, said Fishman. It's Norton. Yes, well, forgive me, he replied. Are you filing charges? If not, we'll be leaving now. Claire let out a frustrated sigh and motioned for Nash to follow her into the adjoining room. He closed the door as he stepped in behind her. Not a fucking word out of you, she said to the engineer. He raised his hands and held back a smile. It wasn't a total loss, Nash said. At least he's going to hook us up with a good shoe store. Claire punched him in the chest. Christ, Claire Bear! He guffawed. I'm one of the good guys, remember? Waste of fucking time, Claire said. He's in on it. Has to be. Nash was shaking his head. You're getting too wrapped up in this. You've got to step back. I think 4MK is playing us. Talbot is his target. That doesn't necessarily mean he should be ours. If what he said about the trust pans out, I think he's off the hook. Do you think that guy killed his CFO? Like that? I don't. The boxes were the same ones 4MK has used from the beginning. How would somebody like Talbot even know what kind to get? If he wanted to kill his CFO to cover something up, he would hire someone to take him out, make it look like an accident. A drowning or a car wreck, maybe even a heart attack. I'm willing to bet Hosman will link the CFO to the financial crimes. That's reason enough for 4MK to move on him. We've seen him kill for less. She knew he was right, but she sure as shit wasn't about to admit it. We'll still get Talbot on the financial crimes, just not on this. We've got to stay on track, focus on finding Emery. We are no closer now than we were 12 hours ago. That girl is going to die of dehydration before we find her, Claire said quietly. We're running out of time. Nash nodded at the white box on the interrogation room table. What about that? Claire shrugged. It's empty. I figured it would put him on edge. He rolled his eyes. Let the feds book him on the financial crimes. We should head back downstairs and run the board. Claire's phone buzzed, and she glanced down at the display. It's Belkin. She hit the talk button and put the call on speaker. Detective? I'm down at University of Chicago's Medical Center. A nurse here ID'd 4MK from a photo of the reconstruction. Is she sure? Claire said. Positive. Said he always wears the fedora and mentioned he stares at an old-fashioned pocket watch for the duration of his treatment. It's our guy. His name is Jacob Kittner. I've got an address. I'm texting it to you now. Send it to Espinosa with SWAT and tell them to meet us there. We're on our way. She disconnected the call and smiled at Nash. I'd kiss you right now if you weren't such an ugly son of a bitch.
Chapter 53. Diary. Pass the potatoes, please, I asked of nobody in particular. Mother had returned home about 2 hours earlier and immediately started on dinner. Father walked in and sat at the table without so much as a hello to her. He rubbed my head with a, "How's my little man doing?" but I could tell it was forced. There was a tension in the air, and it was thick. When the potatoes didn't arrive at my plate, I reached across the table and grabbed the bowl myself, procuring a generous helping. Neither Mother nor Father said anything when I avoided the greens entirely this evening, leaving the broccoli for the adults while grabbing an extra slice of meatloaf. The unsteady clink of our forks against porcelain seemed so loud, I was fairly certain our neighbors would have heard them, if one wasn't dead and the other chained up in the basement. I reached for my milk, chugged it, and wiped my chin with the back of my hand. A man came by today. He was looking for the Carters. At first I thought he might be a cop, but now I'm not so sure. Father peeked up from his meal and glanced at Mother. When their eyes met, he turned to me. He was eating the broccoli, a piece of it stuck between his two front teeth. You shouldn't call him a cop. You should refer to him as a police officer. Calling him a cop is disrespectful. Yes, Father. Did he say he was a police officer? Earlier I had pondered this long and hard. He had a badge, but no, sir, he didn't. But he acted like one. At first, anyway. Then, not so much. What do you mean? I ran through the conversation as best as I could recall. A Plymouth duster? Mother said when I finished. Are you sure? Yes, ma'am. My friend Bo Ridley's father has one just like it, except his is yellow. I'd recognize that car anywhere. Father turned to her. Does that mean something to you? Do you know him? Mother hesitated for the briefest of seconds, then shook her head. No. She stood and started clearing the dishes. Father and I looked at each other. He saw too. She wasn't telling the truth.
Chapter 54. Porter. Day 2, 9:23 a.m. Porter and Watson followed the uniform through the halls of the 51st and paused outside a second-floor door. The investigating officer's name is Ronald Baumhart. He's waiting for you inside. He looked down at his shoes for a second, then back at Porter. "For what it's worth, I'm sorry about what happened." Porter gave him a nod and entered the small room. Baumhart was a stocky man in his mid-40s with graying hair and a goatee. He was sitting on the edge of a table reviewing a file. Porter offered him a hand. "Detective, thanks for allowing me access today." Baumhart shook his hand. "I can't imagine what you're going through. It's the least we can do." He eyed Watson. "You are?"
"Paul Watson. I'm with the crime lab downtown. I'm assisting Detective Porter on another case."
"The 4-monkey killer?" Baumhart whistled. "Ain't that the shit? You've been chasing him for what? 5 or 6 years? And he steps in front of a city bus. Saved the taxpayers all kinds of money. I hope the driver threw it in reverse and went back over that piece of shit."
"He was thrown clear, but quite dead," Watson said. "Not much more the driver could have done."
"Ah, right," Baumhart replied, giving him a funny glance.
Porter nodded at the file in his hand.
"So where do we stand?"
Baumhart motioned them back toward the table and spread the file across the top.
"His name is Harnell Campbell. He walks into a 7-Eleven about a block from here last night at 10:15 and shoves a .38 into the cashier's face. Demands the contents of the register and the safe. Same old bullshit. Only his selection of venue is piss poor. Half the force hits that store before and after their shift. It's practically kitty corner with the carpool lot. An off-duty officer was back at the beer cooler. He pulls a can of Coors Light from the 6-pack he was about to purchase, shakes it up real good, then beams it across the store at the door. Our would-be robber turns towards the mess and gets caught up watching the exploding can just long enough for the officer to sneak up behind him and press his piece into the guy's head. First takedown by beer I've ever heard of."
"Don't know if Coors Light is really considered beer."
"Yeah, my wife calls it training beer," said Baumhart. "But it's clearly got use as a tactical weapon. Anyway, we ran a slug from the .38, standard protocol, and got a match to the bullet that killed my wife," Porter said.
Baumhart nodded.
"I went to the academy with your captain, so I called Dalton straight away and told him what was going on. I appreciate the chance to sit in. Thank you for that."
A phone on the wall rang.
Baumhart picked up the headset and pressed it to his ear. "Baumhart! Okay, send him in."
A moment later, the door to the observation room opened and Tarek was let inside. His face tightened when he saw Porter. Then he thrust out his hand.
"I'm so sorry, Sammy. If I'd thought the kid was going to really shoot, I don't know, have done something differently. They never shoot, though. They're usually in and out. Christ, I'm so sorry."
Plenty of guilt to go around, it seemed.
Porter shook his hand and squeezed his shoulder. "I don't blame you, Tarek. They told me what you did. How you tried to help her. Thank you for being there for her. I take solace in the fact that the last face she saw was a friendly one. She didn't die alone."
Tarek nodded and wiped his eyes with the back of his sleeve.
Baumhart came over and introduced himself, then explained what was about to happen. "We're going to bring out 6 guys. They're going to line up right out there, and each will be holding a number." He glanced down at the paperwork on the table. "According to your statement, the guy who robbed you told you, 'All the cash in a bag now.' I'm going to ask each of them to step forward and repeat that phrase. I need you to check out each person very carefully. Keep in mind the man who robbed you may not even be here, so don't feel like you have to pick one. I want you to be 100% sure we've got the right guy. If you have any doubts, if none of them look right, that's okay. Just tell me. Got it?"
Tarek nodded.
"They can't see us, so don't worry about that either. Don't worry about anything but looking out for your guy," Baumhart instructed.
"Okay," said Tarek.
Baumhart pressed the intercom button on the wall. "Go ahead and bring them in."
Porter stood at the back of the room. His hands were cold and clammy. He rubbed them on his pants. He could feel his heart throbbing at the side of his neck, hear the pulse behind his ears.
Beside him, Watson stared into the white lineup room as a door swung open, and 6 men were ushered inside by 2 uniforms.
"Number 4, Tarek said. "That's him, I'm sure of it."
Baumhart glanced at Porter, then back to Tarek. "Do you need them to run the line? You've got to be certain for this to stand up."
Tarek nodded. "I'll never forget that kid's face. That's him."
Porter stepped forward to get a better look. A little shy of 6 feet tall, according to the height markers on the wall, he was a white kid, barely out of his teens, with a shaved head and multiple piercings lining both ears. His right arm was covered in a sleeve of tattoos, ranging from a dragon at his shoulder to Tweety Bird on his forearm. His left arm was oddly bare. He stared back at them with a firm jaw and fixed eyes. Baumhart was sifting through the folder again. "You didn't mention anything about tattoos in your statement."
"He was wearing a jacket. I couldn't see his arms,"
Tarek replied.
"He had a tattoo on his right ear, though. I remember that. I know I told the investigating officer."
"You said he was shaking so bad he could barely hold the gun straight. He doesn't seem very nervous now," Baumhart pointed out. "Looks stone cold right now."
"That's him. Check the ear."
Baumhart pressed the intercom button again. "Number 4, please step forward and turn to your left." Porter swore he saw the kid smirk before doing what he was told, as if he was somehow enjoying this. As he turned, Porter spotted the dark text on his inner lobe. "There, I see it." "Where? I just see a shit ton of piercings," Baumhart said. "No, on the inside, under the piercings, black ink." Baumhart stepped closer to the glass and squinted. "Shit, you can see that? I can barely make it out." He retrieved a booking sheet from the table. "According to this, the ink says filter." Tarek turned to them.
"That's it! I told you that was him."
Baumhart let out a sigh. Porter put a hand on Tarek's shoulder. "Thank you." Tarek turned to him, his eyes sharp.
"I wish there was something more I could have done."
"You can't blame yourself. Any more than I blame myself." Baumhart motioned to one of the uniformed officers. "Put number 4 in an interview room. We're about to have a very long talk." Turning back to Tarek. "We'll get you out of here as quickly as possible. We just need you to fill out some paperwork." Porter nudged Watson. "Let's go see your uncle about that watch." Watson frowned. "You don't want to witness the questioning?" Porter shook his head. "My blood's boiling right now. I can't stay here. I thought I needed to see this, but I don't. It's better I go." Baumhart, standing only a few feet away, began packing up his papers. "Do you want me to call you? Let you know what happens?" "I'd like that." "He's putting up a tough front, but he'll cave. Even if he doesn't, we've got the ballistic evidence and Tarek's testimony. I've seen juries convict on much less." Porter reached out and shook his hand. "Thanks again." Watson was frowning at him. "What?" "You're a little pale, that's all." "I'll be all right. I just need to get some air," Porter replied. "Let's go." Pushing through the doorway, he stepped out into the busy hallway and slammed into a bulky detective carrying a 4-pack of Starbucks coffee. The hot liquid exploded over both of them and rained on the floor. Watson jumped out of the way.
"What the fuck?" the detective growled. "You don't watch where you're going?"
"I'm so sorry. I
don't give a shit. You trying to send someone to the burn ward?"
He frantically dabbed at the stain on his shirt with a single napkin. Porter hadn't fared much better. Coffee dripped from his sleeve and jacket, and there was a large stain on his pants leg. It felt as if his shoe had captured half the spill and his sock was soaking it up. He reached into his breast pocket and pulled out a damp business card. "I work homicide downtown. Send me the cleaning bill and I'll take care of it."
"Damn right you will,"
the man said, snapping up the card.
"You're lucky I don't make you hit an ATM right now and send you off to Starbucks for replacements."
He stomped down the hallway, muttering something about the state of cafeteria coffee. "Let's go," Porter told Watson. "My place is on the way to your uncle's shop. We'll swing by and I'll change." Chapter 55. Claire. Day 2, 10:59 a.m. "We should call Porter," Nash said. They had arrived at Kittner's apartment building, a nondescript squat 3-story brick structure with 15 units, to find Espinosa and his team already in position, preparing to enter. Donning their own vests, they followed SWAT through the main entrance and up 2 flights of stairs. Kittner's apartment was the last door on the right. Claire checked the magazine and her Glock and positioned herself beside him against the hallway wall. "I don't think we should bother him right now." "He'd want to know what's going on," Nash said. "We gotta give him a little space." "Prepare to breach in 5. Espinosa's voice barked in Claire's earpiece. "Go time," she said. Nash peered down the hallway and watched Brogan and Thomas slam Kittner's door with the ram. It flew open with a splintered howl and crashed against the wall on the other side. "Go, go, go!" Espinosa shouted before darting through the opening. "Let's go," Claire told him, before running down the hallway with her weapon held out before her, pointing toward the ground. As she reached the door, voices crackled in her ear. "Brogan, clear. Thomas, clear. Thibodeau, bedroom is clear. Espinosa, all clear. Sort of." Nash stepped inside the apartment with Claire on his heels. Holy hell! If the living room held any furniture, you couldn't tell. Newspapers stacked floor to ceiling cluttered the space, dozens of piles. Some were yellowed and faded with age, others were crisp and new. The newspapers were offset by stacks of books, in both hardcover and softcover. "They're organized by genre. This pile is westerns, then we've got romance and science fiction. These look like horror. How the hell does someone live like this?" "It's like that show, Hoarders," Claire said. "People start collecting little things here and there, and they escalate over time. I picture your porn stash to look something like this." She cocked her head. "Do you hear a cat?" "I smell a cat," Brogan said. "It's coming from back here," Thibodeau said. "The litter box hasn't been emptied in a few days." "How does it even find the litter box?" Nash asked. Espinosa came out from the bathroom. "The clutter seems to be contained to the living room. The rest of the apartment is fairly clean." Thibodeau walked out of the bedroom holding a rather large Russian blue. The cat meowed in his arms and licked at the black plastic of his Kevlar vest. "Poor thing must be starving." Nash stepped back from him. "Keep that thing away from me. I'm allergic." Claire was digging through a stack of newspapers. She held up a copy of the Tribune. "This one is 6 years old." "Judging by these piles, he may have a decade's worth in here," Espinosa replied. "What are we looking for?" "Anything that might tell us where we can find Emery," Nash instructed. Claire's phone rang. "It's Claus." She put the call on speaker. "So, this is strange," Claus said, without a hello. "What's strange?" "I pulled Kittner's bank records. Porter, before you get on my ass, I got a warrant." "Porter's not here right now." "Where is he?" Claire rolled her eyes. "Busy. What did you find?" "I found a wire in the amount of $250,000 that came into his checking account 5 days ago. That's not the weird part, though. Another $250,000 hit up yesterday afternoon after he died," said Claus. "Can you tell where the funds originated?" "A numbered account in the Cayman Islands. I'm trying to pull a name, but they're not very cooperative down there. I've got a buddy at the Bureau who may be able to put a little fear into them. I'll call him as soon as we hang up." Nash nudged Claire. "Think the money is from Talbot? For what purpose?" "I don't know, some kind of payoff, maybe?" Claire turned back to the phone. "Claus, does Talbot hold any accounts in the islands?" "He has accounts everywhere. The money came from RCB Royal, and I was able to find wires both incoming and outgoing from several of Talbot's businesses to that particular branch, but the account numbers don't match up. That doesn't mean we should rule it out, though." He fell silent for a second. Only the sound of a keyboard clicking came from his end of the phone. "Huh? What?" "I found another wire. $50,000 came into Kittner's account exactly 1 month before the first $250,000 was deposited 5 days ago. If this is some kind of payoff, it started at least a month ago.
What can you tell us about Kittner? Claire asked.
56 years old, he worked for UPS up until a month ago, then took an extended leave of absence. I requested his employment file, but I imagine it's related to the cancer diagnosis.
Did he own a cell phone? Can you retrace his steps?
Nada. I can't find one registered in his name, and UPS didn't provide him with one. If he had a cell at all, it was a prepaid. There's a landline in the apartment there. I'm running the logs now.
What about relatives? Anybody?
More typing. He has a younger sister, but she was killed in a car accident 5 years ago. Amelia Kittner, married name Mathers.
Nash perked up.
Mathers? Yeah, why? Emery has a boyfriend named Tyler Mathers. He goes to Watneyvale High School. Hold on a second. I'm trying to pull up her file, Claus said.
Claire's eyes were wide. Emery is dating 4MK's nephew?
Claus returned. Bingo! That's him. 16 years old. He lives with his father downtown. Detectives?
Claire and Nash turned to find Espinosa holding up a cell phone at the bedroom door.
It's Emery's.
Claus, I'll call you right back, Claire said, disconnecting the call.
Let me see it.
Espinosa handed her the phone. She took it in gloved hands and tapped the screen. Nothing happened.
How can you tell? He pulled the battery. I ran the serial number, and it came up under Talbot Enterprises with her listed as the designated user. The phone went offline night before last at 6:43, Espinosa explained.
Claire dropped the cell into an evidence bag and turned back to Nash. We need to pick up the nephew. He may know where she is.
Chapter 56. Diary. The next morning was a truly beautiful summer day, and so I decided to take a walk rather than spend it cooped up within the confines of the house. I hadn't been gone long, an hour at most, just long enough to check on my cat, skip a few rocks, confirm Mr. Carter's burial at sea was of a permanent nature, and return. The green Plymouth was back, parked in the road in front of the Carters' home. It sat empty. I drew close. The engine was still warm enough to tick, and exhaust lingered on the air. There was no sign of the man from yesterday. Careful to remain concealed behind the thick shrubs and trees of the woods, I made my way closer. The keys twinkled in the sunlight, dangling from the ignition. He was a trusting man. If the keys were in the ignition, it would stand to reason the car was unlocked. I poked my head up high for the briefest of seconds and glanced back at the Carter house. The front door was closed, but something didn't seem right. The house didn't feel empty. He must be in there. Where else would he be? The car's driver's side door faced the Carter house, while the passenger door sided with the street. With nothing more than a deep breath and a dare, I darted out from my hiding spot and slid to a stop in the gravel at the passenger door. I had a clear view through the car to the Carter house. This meant someone exiting the Carter house would be able to spot me, too. I had little choice, though. I would have to move fast. I lifted the handle and pulled the door toward me with the utmost care. It let out a shrill squeak in protest. At first I thought the racket was loud enough for the man to hear, so I left the door open and ducked back down, peering at the house from under the car. When a minute passed and he didn't come out, I got back on my feet and leaned inside. The duster had a black leather bench seat with a tall gearshift knob poking up from the floorboards, topped by a black 8-ball. Possibly the coolest gearshift knob I ever saw in all my years on this planet. And then and there I vowed to purchase one the moment I bought my first automobile. Such a transaction was still far off at this point, but proper planning is a must in all things from car purchases to breaking and entering. I didn't have time to properly plan this particular break and enter, and as I reached for the glove box, I prayed silently to the gods above it would be unlocked. If it wasn't, I wouldn't be getting in without my picks. I left them in the top drawer of my nightstand under the latest issue of Spider-Man. The glove box opened with a pop. I had hoped to find a registration slip or some type of documentation to help identify the strange man, but first glance revealed I would have no such luck. The glove box didn't contain any paper. However, it did contain a rather large gun. I don't know guns, and I'd be lying if I said under normal circumstances I could identify any weapon at first glance. I did recognize this gun, though, because I did a Dirty Harry movie marathon a few months earlier, and this was clearly the same pistol favored by Clint Eastwood's character in that chain of films. A .44 Magnum, the most powerful handgun in the world, the kind of gun that could blow your head clear off, especially if you were an unlucky punk. I was not an unlucky punk. I was a smart punk. I reached for the gun, pushed out the cylinder, and tipped it back, dropping the bullets into my hand. I placed them in my pocket, returned the cylinder, and put the Magnum back into the glove box, exactly as I'd found it. When Mr. Stranger decided to pull his gun, an event I was fairly certain would come to pass in the near future, I'd revel in knowing that the weapon would be about as effective as a water pistol. If I'd had my tools, I would have removed the firing pin and left the bullets. And I considered doing just that, but it would have meant a trip to the house and back, in direct view of the Carter's house. Such a risk wasn't in the cards. If the opportunity arose, I would reconsider. The gun safely disabled and tucked back where I'd found it, I closed the glove box and searched under the seat. Aside from an old sandwich wrapper, which still stank of mustard, I found nothing. The back seat was empty as well. The man who might be a cop, but probably wasn't, was still a mystery, one I was determined to crack. I wanted to search the trunk, but my sense and sensibilities told me I was already pushing my luck. So I eased out of the car, gently closed the passenger door, then made my way back to the safety of the woods. Careful to remain between the largest of oaks, I neared the Carter house. When I was parallel to the front porch, I ran across the grass and knelt down below the living room window. I closed my eyes and listened. Father once told me our senses worked in tandem with one another during the normal course of a day. But if you blocked out one or more of your senses and focused on those remaining, they were that much keener. I often found this to be true, and simply closing my eyes seemed to give my ears an added little boost otherwise untapped. I heard Mr. Stranger shuffling around inside. That much was clear. I was fairly certain he was in the living room directly above me. I heard a loud crash. It sounded as if it came from the living room, but I didn't recall anything in that space that could make such a crash, and I had an excellent memory. Father often made me step into an unfamiliar room, then immediately close my eyes and recite everything I could recall, and exactly where each item was placed. To practice, we would visit houses for sale on open house day and move from room to room. When we finished with one house, we'd move on to the next, and if there was enough time, we would find another after that. We once stopped at 6 houses all in one day. My ability to remember the contents of a room was near photographic, Father told me with pride. His, however, was even better. At dinner, after the 6-house marathon, he asked me to recall the contents of specific rooms in the second house. I hadn't been prepared for this secondary exam, and although I remembered some, I couldn't recall all. Father, however, seemed to remember everything. He seemed to "Here to water the plants?" The voice startled me, and I nearly jumped out of my skin as I spun around to face the source. Mr. Stranger was standing directly behind me, his eyes narrow and face awash with frown lines that seemed to have seen their fair share of use during this man's lifetime. He twirled a hammer between chubby fingers. "The Carters are on vacation, and I thought I saw someone moving around inside their house," I blurted out quickly. This seemed like a viable reason for being over here. Sometimes the simplest answers are the best because if you lie and get deeper into a conversation, those lies can start to twist around your throat and cut off your breath.
"That would be my business associate, Mr. Smith," Mr. Stranger replied. "Like myself and my employer, Mr. Smith is equally concerned because your neighbor hasn't reported to work in a few days. I think I mentioned that Mr. Carter didn't put in for time off before leaving on this vacation. It's all very worrisome." I couldn't remember if he had said that when we spoke the other day, but I nodded anyway.
"You shouldn't be in their house. Maybe I should call the police."
"I think that's an excellent idea," Mr. Stranger said. "Would you like to call from inside or from your house?"
Rats. Mr. Stranger's free hand rushed at my shoulder. I ducked, swirled, and came up beside him. He let out a chuckle and tapped on the window, then curled his finger in a come-hither motion.
"Relax, kid. I'm only asking Mr. Smith to step outside."
A rumble filled the air from the direction of my house, and I spotted Father's Porsche pulling into the driveway. He climbed out of the driver's seat, and Mother exited the passenger side. Speaking to each other in a hushed tone, they stared at Mr. Stranger and me. They approached, Father with a smile that could light a room, and Mother with her arm folded through his. She was wearing a lovely green floral dress that hugged her legs with each whimsical step. They belonged in a magazine. Father offered his hand, and what was sure to be a firm handshake.
"How do you do, kind sir? Friend of the Carters?"
Mr. Stranger offered a smile in return.
"I work for his employer, actually. He hasn't been at work since Tuesday, and talk around the water cooler is getting a little worried. Thought I'd take the drive on out here and see what was what."
The screen door at the front of the Carter house slammed, and we all turned. A wiry man with long blonde hair and thick glasses stepped down off the porch. Rather than approach, he leaned against the railing and pulled out a pack of Marlboro Reds. I watched as he flicked the tip of a match with his right thumb, setting it ablaze, then lit a cigarette that had found its way into his mouth, though I hadn't seen him remove it from the pack.
"That's my co-worker, Mr. Smith."
Mr. Smith tipped a non-existent cap and continued to survey us from afar. His eyes lingered on Mother a little longer than they should have, and I knew this probably angered Father, although he didn't show it. Instead, he cordially said, "Pleased to meet you," and returned his attention to Mr. Stranger. "I didn't catch your name." Mr. Stranger smiled.
"No, I don't suppose you did. I'm Mr. Jones."
"And you're a police officer, Mr. Jones?" Mr. Stranger tilted his head.
"Why would you say that?"
Father's eyes didn't break contact with Mr. Stranger. "My son said you had a badge yesterday." Mr. Stranger did break eye contact, and he did look down at me.
"I'm not sure why he would say such a thing. He must have been mistaken."
He offered a quick wink, then ruffled my hair before returning to my father.
"Did the Carters tell you where they were going?"
Father shook his head. "We aren't that close."
"Did they say when they would be back?"
"Like I said."
"You're not that close."
"That's right." From the porch, Mr. Smith let the remains of his cigarette fall to the floor and crushed the butt under a black boot that belonged on the foot of a motorcycle rebel, not the little man standing before us. He wasn't much taller than I, but his voice was much deeper than one would expect. Raspy.
"Mr. Carter was working on a rather sensitive project for our employer, and since he didn't clear this vacation with the office, and he appears to be unreachable, we have to assume he has skipped out on his duties. That in mind, all associated work papers, the property of our employer, must be returned immediately. We hoped those work papers would be here in his home, but that doesn't appear to be the case. At least, if they are here, they're not readily visible. Did Mr. Carter ever speak about work? Perhaps he mentioned what he was working on?"
"We aren't that close," Father repeated again. "I am sorry to say I'm not even aware of Mr. Carter's profession."
"He's an accountant,"
Mr. Stranger said. I saw his eyes shift over to Mother for the briefest of seconds, and she looked back. Something was communicated with that simple glance, but I didn't know what that was. Mr. Smith was holding his hands out before him. He traced a square in the air.
"He stored his work papers in a beige metal box about 1 foot tall and 2 feet wide, fireproof, with a key lock on the lid, similar to a large safe deposit box. I found it under their bed, empty as a drunk shot glass. I'd like to know what he did with the contents."
Mother, who had remained silent up until this point, spoke up in a firm tone. "I don't believe the Carters would be happy to learn you rummaged through their things without prior permission in search of such a box, regardless of its contents. I think it would be best if you gentlemen were to leave. When the Carters return, I will personally see to it Mr. Carter contacts his office. I imagine his failure to properly request this time off was simply an oversight, and this can all be straightened out with a very boring explanation."
Mr. Stranger smiled, but it was a forced smile, the kind you spread across your face to be polite when fed a bitter dessert. "I am sure you're right, and we are all overreacting." He lowered his head in a mock bow. "It was a pleasure to meet you both." He ruffled my hair again. "You have a fine boy here. Please tell Mr. Carter to phone the office the instant they return."
"Absolutely," Father replied. With that, the two men walked at a leisurely pace back to the Plymouth at the curb, neither looking back. Father, Mother, and I held our ground until the car disappeared from view, leaving nothing behind but a dusty rooster tail.
Chapter 57. Emery. Day 2, 11:57 a.m. Emery pulled her knees to her chest and wrapped her free arm around her body in an attempt to warm up. She shivered uncontrollably, her teeth chattering in her skull. Earlier, she felt her broken wrist with her good hand and had to pull away. It had swollen so thick the skin seemed to wrap around the edges of the handcuffs, the metal digging in. Her pulse beat against the sharp steel, all warm and wet. She feared she might lose the hand if she didn't find a way out soon. But she didn't know what to do. There was no way out. No door, no ceiling, nothing but cold concrete surrounded her. Music blared, a song she didn't know. Putting a coherent thought together had become difficult, too. She knew this stemmed from lack of food and water, but telling herself that did little to help. Her head throbbed with pains of its own, and her mind seemed muffled, lost on the other side of the fog. She had gotten drunk once. She and Colleen McDougal. They found a bottle of wild turkey under the kitchen cabinet at Colleen's house and decided to try it. After all, if they didn't practice drinking, how would they know how much they could safely drink at a party without getting wasted? In the end, it took very little, and Colleen's mother was far from thrilled when she walked in on them, arriving home a full hour earlier than expected. Emery couldn't remember how much they'd drunk, but the next day she was left with a special kind of headache, one that seemed to start behind her eyes and intensify as it worked its way back. She had such a headache now. "I remember when that happened. You couldn't walk a straight line if your life depended on it. You tried, though, you and Colleen both, hoping her mother couldn't tell." "It was last year, Mom. You were dead." "That doesn't mean I wasn't watching, honey. How I would have grounded you. I would have taken away your computer and your phone and your television. I might have done what my mother did when she caught me drinking for the first time with my brother. You remember your Uncle Roger, right? She caught Roger and me with a fifth of vodka and made us finish the entire bottle between us. I was sick for days, but I didn't touch alcohol again for nearly 3 years. How is Roger these days?"
Who is Roger? I don't remember an Uncle Roger.
How could you forget Uncle Roger? He lived with us for nearly a year after you were born. Then Emery did remember Roger. Slightly overweight, dark hair, disheveled in a vain attempt to hide the bald spot slowly accumulating real estate at the top of his head. He fixed the sink once, when Miss Burrow stuffed the disposal up with pasta. He also helped her get a new access card for the elevator when hers died from sitting under her cell phone in her purse.
Wait. I don't have an Uncle Roger. Roger's the building superintendent.
Did I say Roger? Oh, dear. I meant your Uncle Robert.
I don't have an uncle. If I met any of your relatives, I don't remember them,
Emery said quietly. She could have shouted if she wanted to, and nobody would hear over the thundering sound of Cream singing Born Under a Bad Sign. You don't remember your Uncle Steve? He would be very upset. He used to love rocking you to sleep when you were a baby. He used to sing you that song. How did it go? Do you recall? Something about the day the music died?
Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry,
Emery croaked, her lips dry and chapped. She ran her tongue over the cracks.
This'll be the day that I die.
That's it. Uncle Ryan loved that one.
I don't have any uncles. I don't have a mother either. You don't exist. Please stop talking to me.
Do you think today's the day?
What?
You know, the day you're going to die. Emery pressed the fingertips of her good hand against her temple and ground them into the soft skin. I think it's best you come to terms with your limited future. Really, dear, even if that monkey killer doesn't kill you soon, you haven't had food or water in weeks. How much longer do you think you can last?
It hasn't been weeks. It's only been 2 days. 3 at most.
Oh, I think it's been at least a week, sweetie. Emery shook her head, cringing as the motion rocked her damaged ear.
I think the music is on a timer. If it is, I think it's coming on once a day. That would make today the 2nd day.
Even if your little theory turned out to be true, and I don't believe it is, just how long can you last without food or water?
Gandhi fasted for 21 days,
Emery said. 21 days without food, but he had water.
Did he?
Oh, I'm sure of it. I wouldn't be surprised if someone snuck him a candy bar or two along the way. You know how those celebrities are.
He wasn't a celebrity. He was a...
Why was she talking to her? She wasn't real. It was just her mind. She was losing her mind. She would snap long before the lack of water did her in. Her brain was slowly dehydrating like a sponge left out in the sun. Her organs, too. She felt like she needed to pee, but when she tried, there was nothing. She could almost picture her kidneys and liver shriveling up inside her. How long before they failed? Even though she wasn't moving, her heart was speeding up, pounding in her chest. At first she thought it was only her imagination. But when she'd taken her pulse a few hours ago, she measured nearly 90 beats per minute. Very high. When she ran, her pulse rarely broke 80. Emery pressed her finger into her neck and took her pulse again, counting the beats over 15 seconds. 26. 26 times 4 is... Crap, she couldn't focus. 26 times... It's nearly 200, dear. That's fast.
104,
Emery said, ignoring the voice. Her resting heart rate normally ran around 55. She was doing nothing right now, and her heart was racing. Emery didn't know exactly what that meant, but she knew it wasn't good. When the monkey killer comes back, maybe you can ask him to kill you quickly. That would be so much better than the business with the eyes and tongue, don't you think? Emery ran her tongue around the inside of her mouth. She had lost most of her sense of taste, but what little remained reminded her of sawdust. A mouthful of sawdust. She wanted to cry, but had no more tears. Her dry eyes burned against the darkness. From somewhere up above, Jimi Hendrix picked up his guitar and began to wail.
Chapter 58. Diary. The rat was dead. As I chased Mother and Father down the steps into the basement, it was the first thing I noticed. Its little black body resembled a soggy dishcloth with eyes. The rat's head faced its back, and its legs were splayed this way and that. The mangled rodent rested in a small puddle of blood beside the cot where Mrs. Carter now sat, her free hand red with death. She smiled up at us as we came down. Any fear that had filled her eyes a few hours earlier had vanished, replaced with a cold, icy stare. "He'll kill us all, you know." Her voice was different too, calm and collected. Sure. "Who?" Father replied, although I was pretty sure he knew exactly who. How Mrs. Carter knew who or what we were coming down to discuss was the question that filled my mind, but evidently she did. She knew exactly why we were down here. Did he leave? Because if he did, I wouldn't expect him to stay gone very long. Mrs. Carter wiped her bloody hand on the bottom of the cot, then kicked the dead rat, sending it sliding across the basement floor, leaving a red stripe in its wake. "You really shouldn't have killed my husband." Father drew his hand back, and I thought for sure he was going to hit her. I couldn't imagine him doing such a thing. He had always told me never to hit a woman, even if she hit you, even if she hit you with something heavy. There was never an excuse to hit a woman, never. He drew his hand back, grabbed a towel from the top of the washing machine, and tossed it to her. She smiled a thank you and wiped the blood off her hand as best she could without water. "If you let me go, I can try to explain what happened, but I don't think he'll believe me. Even if he does, I doubt that he'll care." "He wants your husband's work papers. He said he works for your husband's boss," Father said. She tilted her head. "Well, that's not a lie." "Do you know where they are?" Mrs. Carter smiled again, but said nothing, then tugged at the handcuffs. Mother, who had remained silent through this exchange, charged at her. Father grabbed her as she jumped through the air in an attempt to tackle Mrs. Carter. Mother squirmed in Father's grasp, her hands clawing at the air, reaching for Mrs. Carter. "What did you bring into my house?" she shouted. Mrs. Carter scowled. "You brought me into your house. I didn't ask for this. I didn't tell you to kill my husband, you crazy bitch." That set Mother off. And for a second, I thought Father wouldn't be able to hold her back, but somehow he did. He wrapped his arm around her neck and put her in a sleeper hold, not tight enough to knock her out, but enough to let her know that he could if he wanted to. And that was all it took, because Mother finally relented and went still. Father didn't relax his grip, though, and I knew exactly why. When he had taught me how to use a sleeper hold, he said the victim would sometimes pretend to fall asleep or pretend to cooperate, and the second you loosened your grip, they would strike. He told me this not only so I would know how to properly execute a sleeper hold, but also so I would know to try it should I ever find myself locked in one. He had even taught me to feign passing out. Father was extremely wise. "If I let you go, you need to promise me you'll behave," Father said softly at Mother's ear. When she nodded, he slowly unwrapped his arms. He remained ready to grab her again if she made another move, but she didn't. Instead, she leaned back against the washing machine and glared at the other woman. Father returned his gaze to Mrs. Carter. "Who does your husband work for?" "Don't you mean, who did my husband work for?" He waved a dismissive hand through the air. "Semantics." Mrs. Carter fell silent, and for the first time since we had come down here, I saw the previous fear creeping back into her eyes. She tried to hold it at bay, to appear tough, but it was there, no mistaking it. Father saw it too. When she finally spoke, her voice was softer, fragile. We need to leave. All of us. Father kneeled down beside the cot and placed his hand on hers. Who did he work for? She looked at Mother for a moment, then at me, then back at Father. Criminals? 12 of them, maybe more. Even a few members of the Genovese family. He helped them hide their money. Father didn't miss a beat. What did he take from them? Mrs. Carter took in a deep breath, closed her eyes, and let it back out. All of it? Every last penny.
Chapter 59. Porter. Day 2, 12:18 p.m. "Just make yourself at home," Porter told Watson as he dropped his keys on a small table near the front door. "You're welcome to root around the fridge. I'm not sure what I got in there." The ride from the 51st back to his apartment had been quiet. Watson had fidgeted in his seat, and Porter had done his best to try and forget the face of the kid who had shot and killed his wife. It wasn't working. Every ounce of his being wanted to drive back down, shove his Beretta under the kid's chin, pull the trigger until the last bullet exited the chamber, then beat him over whatever was left of his head. He wasn't proud of these thoughts. He didn't want them. He wasn't a violent man, and Heather would scold him if she knew he harbored even an ounce of hate for that young man. She would tell him to rise above, not give in to the anger. She would tell him that anger and hatred wouldn't bring her back, and such thoughts did nothing but blacken his soul. She was right, of course. Heather always seemed to be right. But knowing that changed nothing. "You okay?" Watson was staring at him. Porter nodded. "I will be. I just need to catch my breath, regroup." He hesitated, then said, "Thanks for going down there with me." "Anytime. Is that her?" He gestured toward a photo on the end table. Heather, taken about a year earlier. Porter reached over and picked it up. "Yeah. I was so proud of her that day. She always wanted to be a writer, was constantly scribbling in a notebook, always writing. I submitted one of her short stories to the Shirley Jackson Awards, and she actually won. I took that photo right after the award ceremony." Porter was grateful when Watson didn't push for more information. "I'll be right back. Help yourself to some food." He nodded again toward the kitchen and watched Watson walk off in that direction. His phone vibrated in his pocket as he entered the bedroom, and he considered letting the call go to voicemail, then changed his mind. A quick glance at the display told him it was Claus. He hit the talk button and brought the phone to his ear.
"Sam?
"Yeah?
We've got a serious problem."
What's up?"
"Remember the print you pulled yesterday off the rail car down in the tunnels?"
"Yeah?"
"It came back with a match."
Porter walked over to his closet and pulled off his jacket, and started on the buttons of his shirt. The coffee was cold and sticky and went halfway up his arm. He'd probably have to toss it.
"Sam, the print belongs to Watson. Only it wasn't Watson. The name on the ID from VICAP was Anson Bishop. I just got off the phone with the crime lab. At first glance, his file seems legit, but once I started digging, I found some holes. His VICAP record is a fake. There is no Paul Watson. It's an alias for this Anson Bishop. I'm still trying to piece things together, but he touched that rail car some time before you and SWAT got down there. That means he's somehow involved. This is bad, Sam. Real bad. Whoever this guy is, he's not law enforcement. Where did you say you and Nash found him?"
"Uh-huh."
"Shit. He's with you right now, isn't he?"
"Yep."
"Where are you? Are the two of you alone?"
Porter poked his head out the bedroom door and glanced back down the hall toward the kitchen.
"Sam, are you there?"
"Watson," Porter said loudly. "Do I have any beer left in the fridge?"
"Your apartment? Your home?"
"Yes, sir, that is so true." He could hear Watson in the kitchen or the living room, but the man didn't answer. Porter removed his shoes and stepped silently out his bedroom and into the hallway, his eyes dancing quickly over the empty living room, then toward the open kitchen door. "Watson!" Porter slowly reached up and unsnapped his holster's leather strap. His fingers coiled around the grip of his Beretta as he drew the weapon. "I know it's early, but I could really use something to take the edge off." He heard Klazowski faintly barking orders on the other end of the line. "Keep him there, Sam. I've got units on the way." "Sure, Klaus. Come on over. Watson and I are heading to his uncle's watch shop after this. You can ride with us. Closest car is 4 minutes out. Where is he? Do you have a visual? Can he hear us?" "Watson, if you're eating all the leftover pizza, I'm not going to be happy." With the gun at point, Porter burst through the door into the small room. Empty. The large knife slipped into his thigh a moment before he saw Ensign Bishop from the corner of his eye. "Don't move," Bishop whispered into his ear from behind. "The knife is right on your common iliac artery. That's one of the largest in the pulmonary system. You attempt to pull out this knife, and you'll bleed out in seconds. I'm going to help you to the floor. Drop the gun." "Who are—" Porter managed to say, the words slipping out from behind gritted teeth. "Drop the gun. The phone, too." Porter did as he was told and remained still as Bishop kicked the gun away and stomped on his phone, crushing it under the sole of his shoe. "Watson?" "Shh. Don't speak," Bishop said. "Now, easy. Knees first, then lie down on your stomach. That's it. Mind the knife." Porter let the man help him down. He could feel the weight of the knife in his leg, but Bishop held the blade still with his free hand until Porter was face down on his hardwood floor. "I imagine your friend has help on the way, so you won't have to wait long. If you notice there isn't much blood, it will stay that way as long as you leave the knife in the wound. Wait for the professionals. They'll know how to take it out. Then a couple of stitches and you'll be right as rain. I'm sorry I had to hurt you, I truly am. I hoped we would have more time together. I was having such fun. As with all good things, though, they must come to an end at some point, and we are fast approaching the endgame." "Where's Emery?" Bishop smiled. "Please give my best to Nash and Claire. For what it's worth, I am very sorry about your wife." Porter twisted his head just enough to watch him round the corner and disappear into the hallway. In the distance, sirens wailed.
Chapter 60. Diary. Well, that was the plan anyway. Steal it all and get away. I don't know if he pulled it off, though. Simon talked a big game, but his follow-through left a little something to be desired. "They found a beige metal box under your bed. Is that where he put it?" Father asked. Mrs. Carter shrugged. "Dunno." Mother charged at her again, and this time she was faster than Father. Her hands reached for the woman's hair, grabbed a handful, and pulled hard. Mrs. Carter squealed and swatted at Mother's arm with her free hand, her nails leaving a quick red slash across Mother's forearm. "Enough!" Father bellowed, pushing his way between them. Mother released her grip and snorted, taking a step back. "This woman is going to get us all killed!" "What specifically did he take?" I asked. This was a valid question, and one I hoped would break the tension. Mrs. Carter touched her scalp tenderly and winced. She narrowed her eyes at Mother. "We're all good as dead now." Father pushed her down onto the cot. "Answer my boy's question." She smirked at him. "Aren't you tough, shoving around a woman handcuffed in your basement?" Some blood had dried on her fingernails, and she began picking at it. Simon knew their business better than they did. If they think he's run off, they've got to be worried. She gave Father and Mother an accusing glance.
Sounds like the two of you did an excellent job of making it look like he's in the wind, so I'm sure they're worked up plenty. You brought them right to you."
"What did he steal from them?" Father asked again, the anger rising in his voice. He wouldn't ask a third time, not nicely anyway. Mrs. Carter gave up on her fingernails and drew a deep breath.
"About a month ago, he said the two owners of the firm began acting strange, secretive, more so than usual anyway. They left him out of a few meetings he felt he should have attended. They began working odd hours. A few times he thought someone had gone through his things. He felt like people were whispering behind his back, preparing to force him out, or worse. He began taking files home and making copies. I told him he was crazy. If they caught him, there was no telling what would happen. But he did it anyway, dozens of them. He told me it was insurance. If they tried to hurt him or cut him out of the business, he'd go public with the records."
Father ran his hand through his hair. "That sounds like a very dangerous game." Mrs. Carter nodded.
"Last week, when they pulled him from his largest account, he said that he was going to use the information he had gleaned to embezzle money into an offshore bank so he could run off. Just disappear."
"But you don't know if he did it?"
She shook her head. "If he did, he didn't tell me. We've been fighting so much this past week, I don't know that he even would."
Tears had filled her eyes, and I felt uncomfortable watching her. I looked down at the floor and kicked at the dust. "What did he do with all the documents he copied?" Father asked.
Mrs. Carter shrugged. "I don't know. He didn't tell me. And now he's gone."
Father turned to Mother. "People like this, they'd sooner kill us all than risk their dirty laundry getting out. Maybe we should leave."
"Maybe we should kill them first," Mother replied quietly. "I know that man. This is just the beginning," Mrs. Carter said. "He'll be back. Probably soon. Probably with others. Running is the only option."
Chapter 61. Claire. Day 2, 1:23 p.m. What the hell is going on here? Stephen Mathers's face was flushed as he stormed into Principal Colby's office. Colby raised both hands. "Calm down, Stephen. I called you as soon as they arrived." Stephen Mathers's eyes fell on his son sitting in the far corner of the room, his head down and clasped between his hands. He turned to the detectives. "What do you want with my son?" Claire motioned to an empty seat in front of the large oak desk. "Why don't you sit down, Mr. Mathers?" This only seemed to anger him more. "What I'm going to do is take my son out of here, lock him in our apartment, and send 3 of my attorneys down to your boss's office for a chat. That's what I'm going to do." Claire took a deep breath and let it out. "Your son may be involved in the kidnapping and possible murder of Emery Connors Talbot." Mathers frowned. "Talbot? The real estate guy?" Nash nodded. "Your son is dating his daughter." "Dating is far from kidnapping, Detective." "Please, take a seat, Mr. Mathers," Claire asked again. This time Mathers complied, dropping his briefcase at his side. "What can you tell us about Jacob Kittner?" she asked. "My wife's brother?" Claire nodded. "I haven't talked to him since my wife Amelia died a little over 5 years ago." "What about your son? When was the last time he spoke to Mr. Kittner?" "He hasn't had any contact with him either. We don't talk to her side of the family," said Mathers. The 3 of them looked over at Tyler in the corner. His face was still buried in his hands. "Isn't that right, Tyler?" Mathers said. When Tyler glanced up, it was from behind red, swollen eyes. "This is my fault. All of it. I didn't think anyone would get hurt." Mathers stood up and walked over to his son. "What are you talking about?" "Uncle Jake said she wouldn't get hurt." Claire and Nash looked at each other, then back to Tyler. "Uncle Jake? Since when do you have any kind of relationship with that guy?" Tyler sighed.
Mom and I used to see him all the time. We didn't tell you because the two of you never seemed to get along, and she didn't want to fight. When he told me he was dying, I started helping him out around the house. Little things after school, that's all.
He was dying? Claire glanced up at the principal, who was watching from behind his desk. Mr. Colby, do you think you could excuse us for a little while? Colby frowned, prepared to protest, then thought better of it. I'll be right outside if you need anything. Once the man left, Claire returned her attention to Mathers. Your brother-in-law had advanced stomach cancer. He probably would have died within weeks. Mathers was shaking his head. Wait a minute. What do you mean by would have? What happened? Nash ran his hand through his hair. Yesterday morning at a few minutes past 6, Jacob Kittner was struck and killed by a CTA bus while walking to a mailbox at 55th and Woodlawn. We think he was attempting to mail a small white box. That box contained a human ear. Emery's ear. Your brother-in-law was the four-monkey killer. Mathers' face went pale, and he shuffled in his chair. Jake? He couldn't be. Nash nodded. He kidnapped Emery, and she's still out there somewhere. Without food or water or someone to take care of her, she doesn't have much time. Your son may be the only person left alive who knows where to find her. Mathers appeared worse than his son now, his face pale, breath shallow. Tyler? Is this true? Tyler drew in a breath. He's not the four-monkey killer. It's not what you think. Claire crossed the room and knelt at his chair. I understand you cared for him, but he did some terrible things. Right now, though, we need to focus on Emery, and if you know where he took her, you need to tell us. He's not the four-monkey killer, Tyler repeated. Mathers rose and went to his son. What are you trying to say? Uncle Jake was just trying to help us. Help you how? Claire asked. Tyler looked up to his father, then returned his gaze to the floor. My father's been having money trouble. He got downsized at work last year, and since then he's had a tough time covering expenses, and he dipped into my college fund. How do you know about... Claire raised her hand. Tyler continued. Based on my grades, I've got a good shot of getting into an Ivy League school, but I'm not doing well enough for a scholarship. Dad still makes too much to qualify for grants, so we'll need to pay out of pocket. The student loans won't cover everything. Uncle Jake said the only way to make that happen is if I let him help me. When he found out he had cancer, he tried to get a life insurance policy, but they denied him as soon as they learned about his diagnosis. Then he told me he had another way. About a month ago, a man approached him and told him he could make a lot of money if he helped him out with something. He told Uncle Jake it wasn't illegal. Well, not very illegal. He said he knew Uncle Jake was sick and he didn't have much time left. This was a way for him to help out not only me, but a whole bunch of people. He said Uncle Jake couldn't do it alone, though, that I would need to help. Mathers was turning red again. What did that bastard make you do? Mr. Mathers, please, Claire said. Tyler sighed. He didn't make me do anything, Dad. Nothing I didn't want to do anyway. He said I had to get close to Emery Connors, maybe even take her out a few times. She's hot, so I figured, why not? We went on a couple of dates, then I took her to homecoming. His eyes drifted back to Claire's. At first, I only wanted to see if I could get her to go out with me. But once I got to know her, I really liked her. We had a lot of fun. I could talk to her, you know, and she's so smart. She even helped me with some of my classes. Things were going good. That's when Uncle Jake told me to get the shoes. Mr. Talbot's shoes? Claire asked. Yeah. Last Thursday we were hanging out watching a movie, and Mr. Talbot came by for about 20 minutes. His clothes were covered in dirt. He didn't say why. He said he needed to take a quick shower and change. Then he was off. He left his dirty clothes in the guest room for the maid. About 20 minutes after he left, I got a call from Uncle Jake. He told me I needed to bring him Mr. Talbot's shoes. Didn't say why, only that the man had told him to get them. I have no idea how he even knew Mr. Talbot had come by, let alone left some clothes behind. Kind of weirded me out. I thought he had cameras in the place. When Em got up to use the bathroom, I slipped the shoes into my backpack. I brought them over to Uncle Jake's the next day. He didn't say what the man wanted with them, only that he'd transferred enough money to cover my tuition and then some. For a pair of shoes! I couldn't believe it. We expected the money to get pulled back out, but it wasn't. The next day, Uncle Jake received a calculus book from the man. He told me I had to leave it at Em's apartment. That seemed weird, but I figured, why not? If some strange guy wants to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for a pair of shoes and for me to... "How much?" Mathers blurted out. Tyler turned to his father. Uncle Jake said he initially gave him $50,000 when he agreed to help, then another $250,000 when he got the shoes with more... Mathers turned to the detectives. "I don't think we should say anything else until my lawyer gets here." Claire rolled her eyes. "Tyler, where is Emery?" "I don't know." "Detective, didn't you hear me?" Mathers said. "What did this man look like?" Tyler shrugged. "I never saw him. I don't think Uncle Jake ever did either. He only talked to him over the phone." "We have rights, detective!" "Give us a minute." Grabbing Nash by the shoulder, Claire pulled him out of the cramped office into the hallway. "Are you buying this?" "I don't know what to believe anymore. Nothing about this case makes sense." Claire's phone vibrated. She glanced down at the screen and read the text message. "Call me, Claus."
Chapter 62. Diary. We left Mrs. Carter in the basement. She had said they would come back, and they did. Less than an hour later, we heard the rumble of the duster coming down the road. Mr. Stranger pumped the gas 3 or 4 times before letting the engine fall idle. He wanted us to know they were out there. The 3 of us gathered at the window and watched the green car for nearly 5 minutes before Father let out a gruff breath and pushed out the kitchen door, heading for the road. I stood in the open doorway with Mother behind me as Father plodded across our grass, heading straight for the Plymouth parked in the street between our driveway and the Carters'. He was about 10 feet from the car when Mr. Stranger dropped into gear and sped away, kicking up dirt and gravel in his wake. Father stood and stared at the space where the car had been for a long while before returning to the house. He closed the door at his back and twisted the deadbolt. We rarely closed the wood door during the summer months. Without air conditioning, our little house grew stifling hot, and the circulation of open doors and windows was one of the few ways we battled the heat. He saw Mother and me watching him. "This is going to end badly." "They don't know she's here," Mother replied. "They know," he said. "I don't know how they know, but they know." "Then why don't we just give her to them? Let them do what they want?" Father thought about this for a moment, then shook his head. "I think she knows exactly where her husband's work papers are hidden." Mother crossed the room to the coffee pot and clicked the power switch. From inside the cupboard, she retrieved a brown bag from P.T.'s Roasting Company, added 2 scoops to the filter, and pressed the brew button. A minute later, the scent of finely roasted happiness filled the room. And although Father said I was far too young to drink coffee, Father said caffeine would stunt my growth and increase my chances of insomnia as an adult, I appreciated the smell. I found it to be soothing, creating a calm that settled over the room. Mother retrieved 2 mugs, filled them, and carried them to the kitchen table, where she and Father took a seat. "Perhaps we should march her out to the lake and drown her, make it look like an accident," Mother suggested. "That might open a larger can of worms. Mr. Carter is feeding the fish at the bottom of that lake. I don't think we should risk drawing anyone's attention to that particular body of water," Father replied. "Her own bathtub, then." Father took a drink of his coffee and set the mug back down, twisting it in his hands. "Those men already searched their house and know she's not home. Since it appears the Carters left in a hurry, I doubt the missus would come back to take a bath." An idea popped into my head. From where? I'm not sure, but it was a worthwhile idea, so I presented it. You could strangle her and put her body in the trunk of their car. If you stage things right, it will seem like Mr. Carter killed her and ran off somewhere. Both mother and father turned to me with blank stares. I was in trouble. I shouldn't have said anything. Maybe I should go to my room and... An excellent idea, champ, Father said. We left the car at the train station. That may be the perfect setup for a husband on the run. Mother was nodding in agreement. We should find out where they hid the work papers first, though. Father's eyes were fixed on his coffee. Insurance? Mother nodded. Insurance. If these men don't believe this little ruse, it wouldn't hurt to have a little something of value for bargaining purposes. What if he stole the money, too? The funds could come in handy. We're not thieves, Father said. If we have to relocate, we're going to need that money. Who knows how the rest of this debacle will play out? It's their fault we're involved. They owe us. Considering Mother had killed Mr. Carter, and we now had Mrs. Carter chained in our basement, I failed to see how this was their fault. But Father must have agreed to some extent, because he offered no further objections. Mother finished her coffee, stood, and set her empty mug in the sink. Should we do it tonight or tomorrow? Better to go during the daytime. The train station gets a little too quiet at night, and I think we're more likely to be seen, Father said. Mother asked, How do you plan to get her to tell us where to find the work papers? Father finished his own coffee and placed his mug next to Mother's. There's the rub. She's a tough cookie. Perhaps you'd like to give it a go. The broadest of smiles crossed Mother's face. Oh, I would indeed.
Chapter 63. Claire. Day 2. 3:56 p.m. Claire crushed an empty Pepsi can and tossed it into the wastebasket next to Nash.
How long has it been? Since he went in, or since the last time you asked me? Claus replied. She shook her head. Either, both, I don't know. Why is this taking so long? 12 minutes since you last asked me. 3.5 hours since he got to the hospital. 3 hours and 12 minutes since they brought him into surgery. This is my fault, Nash said to nobody in particular. I assumed the kid was CSI. He was photographing the scene. He had all the right credentials. There were a dozen other CSIs floating around, and nobody singled him out as some kind of imposter. He wasn't an imposter, Claus said. On paper, anyway, he was legit. I checked with his supervisor. HR records had him transferring in from Tucson 2 months ago. Nobody verified the transfer by phone. They relied on the electronic records. Which were faked? Claus nodded. Some of the best hacking I've ever seen. According to his lieutenant, Bishop, worked a dozen or more cases since he got here. Half his unit swore he was some kind of super CSI. He solved 2 murders with only a cursory review of the blood splatter. Hell, if he had stuck around, he'd probably be running the department in a couple years. Claire looked confused. But you said his fingerprints came back under a different name. How did you catch that, and the crime lab or HR didn't? His fingerprints came back as 2 different people. One set backed up the Paul Watson persona, but a juvie record came back as Anson Bishop. I think he hacked VICAP and created the adult match in order to fool the background checks. They wouldn't have had access to the juvenile record. But you did. Claus rolled his eyes. Well, not officially. The juvenile record was sealed. You just need to know where to look. Forget how I got it. The point is, you can't see the name on a juvie record until you access the file, so they probably assumed it belonged to Paul Watson. It was coded as a shoplifting, not a serious enough offense to block entrance to the crime lab, so whoever reviewed his file when he first started probably wrote off the charge and moved on. That's if they were able to see the record at all. That's a big if. I honestly doubt anyone dug that deep, especially since he came in on transfer papers. What do we know about Anson Bishop? Claire asked. Claus snorted. We don't know shit. As soon as I figured this out, I called Porter. He drew in a deep breath. Crap. Do you think this is my fault? I mean, if I hadn't called Porter, they'd still be out running around chasing leads. Bishop wouldn't have had a reason to hurt him. Fuck! I did this!
The room went quiet. Claus looked around at their faces.
Come on, guys, you're supposed to say this wasn't my fault. That something like this would have happened anyway.
Nash punched him in the shoulder. Claus jumped up, his hand rubbing the spot.
What the fuck? If Porter dies, I'll kick your fucking teeth in, Nash growled.
Quit being a Neanderthal, Claire said. Turning to Claus, she added, Of course it's not your fault. You tried to warn him. Any one of us would have done the same. A doctor with wiry glasses and dark hair entered the room from the hallway behind them, gave the two men a peculiar glance, and turned to Claire. Detective Norton? Claire stood. Yes? Your friend came out of surgery without any issues. He's a very lucky man. That knife was within 1/8 of an inch of a major artery. The slightest deviation in the knife's trajectory, and he would have bled out within a minute. As it stands, though, the wound is fairly superficial. Nothing more than tissue damage. We'll probably keep him overnight, but I see no reason for him to stay longer. Claire wrapped her arms around the man, nearly knocking the clipboard from his hand.
Can we see him?
Nash asked. The doctor pulled awkwardly away from Claire and nodded. He just woke up, and he's been asking for you. Normally I would never allow visitors this soon after surgery, but he made it clear you're involved in an open investigation, and he'd come to you if I didn't bring all of you in there. I can't have him wandering the hospital, so I'm making an exception. Please try to keep it brief. He needs his rest. He gestured toward the hallway. Come with me. Room 307 was semi-private, and the bed nearest the door was empty. Claire felt her heart skip a beat as she rounded the corner and spotted Porter in the second bed, wired to a heart monitor with an IV line in his wrist. He turned toward them as they entered the room, his eyes glassy and distant. 10 minutes, the doctor said, before turning and heading back toward the nurse's station. Claire walked up to the bed and took Porter's hand. How are you feeling, Sam?
Like someone stabbed me in the leg with my own kitchen knife, he replied.
His voice sounded rough, congested.
We're going to get him,
Nash said. Claus approached hesitantly, his head held low.
I'm sorry, Sam. Not your fault, Porter said. I should have seen the signs. There was something off about him.
There wasn't anything off about him, Nash said. He fooled all of us.
What do we know about him?
Claus explained about the fingerprints in the juvenile record. Aside from that, we've got nothing. We pulled his photo from his ID and put the image out to the press. They're airing his mug every chance they get. The captain has done 3 press conferences, and he's got another scheduled for the 6 o'clock news. Claire's cell phone buzzed, and she looked down at the screen. Tyler Mathers is down at Central Booking. They're holding him as long as they can, but he'll probably be out in a few hours. He insists he doesn't know any more than he told us. They showed him the picture of Bishop, but he didn't recognize him.
Tyler Mathers? Porter frowned. How does he fit into this?
Claire told him what they'd learned, how Kittner was paid off to take his own life, how Tyler stole Talbot's shoes and planted evidence.
Watson is 4MK, Nash said quietly. Or Bishop, or whoever. The little fucker has been orchestrating this entire thing from right under our noses.
Porter tried to take it all in, his mind fighting against the drip of painkillers.
I know you want to be here, but I really need you back at the station researching this guy.
He shifted his weight to the right.
He still has Emery, and now that his cover is blown, I imagine he's going to speed up his plans. She's running out of time. We're running out of time. Did he put an address on his paperwork with HR?
Claus nodded.
Yeah, but it came back as Kittner's place.
Porter twisted in his bed and immediately grimaced. Careful, Sam. You don't want to aggravate the wound, Nash said, concerned.
That bastard knew exactly how to stick me. It only took 7 stitches to close back up. Hurts like a son of a bitch, though. If he wanted to kill you, he would have. He just wanted to slow you down, Claus said.
Porter shifted his weight again.
I should have taken one of you with me. I've had a tough time with this, and I don't know what I'm comfortable talking about yet. I guess taking the kid with me to the 51st was an easy way out.
Claire took his hand.
We're all family, Sam. You can talk to any one of us or none of us. Just know that we're all there for you when you're ready.
Porter said.
They caught him. The guy who shot her. They busted him on another burglary, and the cashier from the market ID'd him. It's over.
Claire squeezed his hand. We figured you went down there for something like that. If there's anything you need, just ask, okay?
Porter agreed. Let's get back on track and go over what we know. Are you sure you're up for that? Nash asked. I'm still a little groggy from the anesthetic, and they got me on some wonderful painkillers. I guess that dumbs me down to your level, and you seem to function okay. Smart enough not to get stabbed. Porter waved him off. Claire, think you can run the board from here?
She nodded and held up her phone. I've got everything on here. She clicked away for a moment and brought up her notepad app. All right, our man in the morgue is not the four-monkey killer. Instead, we've got the elusive Anson Bishop. She turned to Claus. I want you to get back to the station and dig up anything and everything you can on him, particularly his movements through the city. We might get lucky and find Emery based on his cell phone GPS data. I'll get a warrant.
He probably used a throwaway,
Claus pointed out. Maybe, maybe not. He didn't expect us to figure out who he was, at least not yet. You may want to dig into the Paul Watson identity as well. There could be something there.
We'll need to check the log, Porter said.
Claire frowned. What log?
We had to sign in at the 51st. That means he wrote down a contact phone number and address.
Nash pulled out his own phone and began to dial.
On it,
Claire went on. We know Bishop planted the shoes on Kittner. He wanted him to die in those shoes so we'd trace them back to Talbot. That means every other item he had on his person is a potential clue.
Some change, a dry cleaner receipt, a fedora, the pocket watch. What does it all mean? Puzzle it out, Porter muttered. What?
Porter shook his head.
It's just a phrase he used a few times in the diary. Can you hand it to me? It was in my pants pocket when they brought me in.
Claire scanned the room and spotted Porter's possessions in a sealed plastic bag on a shelf in the closet to the right of the bathroom. She retrieved the diary and handed it to him.
Since I'm stuck here, I'll finish this up. I don't have much left to go.
Nash disconnected his call and returned to Porter's bedside. He wrote down an address on LaSalle, not Kittner's address. This is someplace new.
Berwyn Apartments. Okay, that's got to mean something. Get Espinosa to meet you and Claire out there, Porter said.
What do you think his endgame is? Nash asked.
We've got a lot of information on Talbot, but nothing damning enough for hard charges. I'm guessing that means Bishop isn't done yet. We're still missing something.
Talbot needs Emery alive in order to complete his waterfront project, Claire said.
How so? Porter asked.
She told him about their interview with Talbot.
That doesn't mean Bishop needs her alive, Nash countered. If anything, he may kill her just to take down the project.
Porter thought about this for a minute.
I agree with Nash. 4MK always kills the loved one of the person committing the crime. I don't think he gives a rat's ass about Emery as long as he can bring Talbot down. My guess is he left my place and went straight to wherever he's been holding her. He wants to finish this. In his eyes, I think everything ends with her.
Evidence board. 4MK equals Paul Watson equals Anson Bishop. Victims. 1. Callie Tremmel, 20, March 15, 2009. 2. L. Borton, 23, April 2, 2010. 3. Missy Lumax, 18, June 24, 2011. 4. Susan Devoro, 26, May 3, 2012. 5. Barbara McKinley, 17, April 18, 2013, only blonde. 6. Allison Kramer, 19, November 9, 2013. 7. Jody Bloomington, 22, May 13, 2014. Emery Connors, 15, November 3, 2014, left for a jog, 6:03 p.m. yesterday. Tyler Mathers, Emery's boyfriend, nephew to Jacob Kittner, man hit by bus. Arthur Talbot, finances? Body found in Mulifax Publications building, owned by Talbot, identified as Gunther Herbert, CFO Talbot Enterprises. Something fishy with the moorings development, owned by Talbot. Emery owns land, moorings development. N. Burrow, housekeeper? Nanny? A little of both? Tutor. Items found on 4MK. Kittner's. Expensive shoes. John Lobb, $1,500 a pair. Size 11. Unsub wears size 9. Have Talbot's prints on them. Cheap suit. Fedora. 75 cents in change. 2 quarters, 2 dimes, and a nickel. Pocket watch. Dry cleaner receipt. Ticket 54873. Claus is narrowing down stores. Dying of stomach cancer. Meds. Octreotide, trastuzumab, oxycodone, lorazepam. Tattoo. Right inner wrist. Fresh. Figure 8. Infinity. Calc book. Left by 4MK. Leads to Mulifax Publications warehouse. Partial print found on rail car at tunnel mouth. Probably used to transport the body. Print equals Watson, Bishop, 4MK. Eyes, ears, and tongue left in boxes. Gunther Herbert. Brochure on body and boxes lead to the moorings lakeside development. Extensive search, nothing found. Video footage. Appears 4MK committed suicide. No clear visual on face. Assignments. Claire and Nash to go to address on LaSalle. 4MK, Bishop's apartment. Claus, research Watson, Bishop, 4MK. Porter, finish diary. Chapter 64. Emery. Day 2, 4:18 p.m. Emery's world went silent. A silence so deafening it tore at the space behind her eyes with a red heat, rushing through her good ear and into her brain, then out the other side with the ferocity of boiling oil. She pressed at the side of her head with her free hand and cursed the one that was bound. Why wasn't this nightmare over? "Please, just kill me," Emery whispered in a voice that wasn't her own. A thin, dry voice that sanded the back of her throat. It was the voice of a girl she didn't want to know. The music was gone, replaced with a loud ringing she knew was only in her mind, but seemed to echo off the walls anyway. It fed the migraine, which grew from a headache that grew from her singular desire to just die, rather than endure another hour of this hell. The music was gone again, but it would be back. The music always came back. The last song to play was Whole Lotta Love by Led Zeppelin. She knew the song, but had no idea from where. That the name of the band came so easily when she couldn't recall the day of the week surprised her. They sang Stairway to Heaven, and she had been waiting for that one. She had heard the song 4 times already since waking in this place, and she was beginning to think of the little tune as her official marker of another day past. But it hadn't played today. Or had it? When did it play last? She couldn't remember. She couldn't remember anything. "You're dehydrated, dear. I think your hand is infected now, too. You're quite the mess. Nobody's going to ask you to the prom in this state, that's for sure." Her hand probably was infected. The pain throbbing at her wrist nearly matched that of her head. She refused to touch the wrist again. She wouldn't do that. No, sir. The last time she touched the wrist, it didn't feel like part of her at all. It felt like a stuffed glove. It was so swollen, at least twice its normal size, and the flesh around the cuffs had become all damp and mushy. Oddly, that part didn't hurt as much as the wrist itself, and she couldn't help but wonder why that was. Had the cuffs severed the nerves? The bones sat at the oddest angle, too, her fingers pointing back in a direction they were not meant to point, the kind of gesture only cartoon characters seemed to make. It wasn't good. It wasn't good at all. She should take her pulse again, but such things didn't seem important anymore. "I bet you could eat a rat." "I'm not going to eat a rat," Emery replied, rubbing her temple. "I'd rather die." "Would you, dear?" "Because I would rather eat a rat. I would eat a rat without giving it a second thought, if I happened to be in your position. You could snap its little neck and use the sharp edge of the gurney to slice it open. If you do it quick, the meat would still be warm. It would be like eating leftover chicken from the bucket. You've done that. I've seen you." "I will not eat a rat," Emery said again, this time louder, more defiant. "It's so dark. You could pretend you were eating just about anything. How about ribs? You love ribs." Emery's stomach gurgled. "It's not like your friends would find out, and even if they did, do you think they would blame you? I bet they would congratulate you on your bravery and resourcefulness." Although Emery couldn't see any rats, she was sure more than one occupied her cell. On occasion they ran across her feet and legs when she was lying on the ground. Even now, as she sat on the top of the gurney, she felt something watching her. The hair on the back of her neck stood on end. Can rats see in the dark? Had she pondered that already? She no longer remembered. "Of course, you'd need to catch one first." "Oh, I think you should try, don't you? It would be our little secret. I promise I won't tell anyone. A little meal would do you so much good. You'd get your strength back, you'd be able to concentrate, maybe you'd be able to revisit this little dilemma and come up with a way to get out. I hear rat is excellent brain food, good for the memory." Emery closed her eyes and took a deep breath, then began counting backward from 10 in an attempt to shut out the voice. When she reached 1, all was silent. "I bet their eyes taste like candy." "Shut up!" she shouted. "I will not eat a rat." "Suit yourself, sweetie. I'm pretty sure they won't hesitate to eat you, though, when you finally starve to death. They're probably drawing straws right now to see who gets the first nibble." A loud click. Emery's vision went blinding white. She squeezed her eyes shut, and when that wasn't enough, she pressed her face into her leg and covered it with her arm. It didn't help, though. She saw pink through it all. She saw the blood vessels of her eyelids. Her surroundings flooded with light, and it was so bright it burned. She heard someone shriek, a horrible cry echoing all around her. It wasn't until she gulped a breath that she realized the scream came from her. She swallowed it back and went silent, save for the pounding of her heart and the wheeze of each drawn breath. Emery forced herself to open her eyes, and through the tears she could tell the bright light came from far above. She arched her back and faced up, looked toward it. A shadow moved high above, impossibly high above, and with the shadow came a voice that echoed down to her and reverberated off the walls, sounding as if he stood only a few feet away. "Hi, Emery. Sorry it took me so long to visit. I've been a very busy boy."
Chapter 65. Diary. I don't recall sleeping, but I must have drifted off at some point because I had lain down on my back and was now on my side, with a little pool of drool on the pillow beside me. I still wore the clothes I had worn yesterday, with the exception of my tennis shoes, because shoes should never be worn while lying on a bed, whether above the covers or not. Father told both Mother and me it would be best if we remained dressed, so we could act quickly should Mr. Stranger return during the night. According to the clock on my nightstand, it was nearly 8. I rose, stretched, and went to my door. I had placed my chair under the knob again last night. I was fairly certain Mother no longer wished to hurt me, but I figured it was better to err on the side of caution. The chair groaned as I pushed it aside, opened the door, and stepped out into the hallway. I found Father asleep on the couch again. Perhaps he was passed out. An empty bottle of Captain Morgan's spiced rum lay on the floor at his side, and he was snoring rather loudly. The door to my parents' room was closed. Mother was most likely sound asleep as well. Both had been up late into the night, discussing our current situation. I wanted to stay with them, but Father insisted I get some rest. I think he also wanted to speak to Mother alone. While I am fully aware that eavesdropping is not the proper behavior of a budding young gentleman, I listened anyway. Unfortunately, they anticipated my actions because they kept their voices to a low muffle, completely indecipherable from my location. I imagine it didn't end well if Mother slept alone in the bedroom and Father found himself on the couch for the second night in a row. Unless, of course, he decided to stand watch. Had he assigned such a task to himself, he was doing a poor job. If Mother was still in the bedroom, that meant she had yet to speak to Mrs. Carter. This was good, too, for I wanted to take part in that discussion, providing I was permitted. Father would probably awake soon, and I knew he would likely have a tremendous headache, with an appetite of equal proportion following quickly on its heels. So I set upon the kitchen to make breakfast. 20 minutes later, I had a plate of toast slathered in butter, sliced oranges, and a skillet of eggs scrambled with American cheese on our little table. As a child to the Pied Piper, Mother emerged from the bedroom with a yawn and took her seat. "Did you make coffee?" I had, in fact, made coffee, so I set a cup in front of her and filled it to the rim, added 2 lumps of sugar and a hint of cream. "Thank you." From his spot on the couch, Father groaned and awoke. He lowered his feet to the floor and wiped at his tired red eyes. "What time is it?" His voice was hoarse, filled with gravel. 8:07, I told him. "Would you care for breakfast, Father?" He nodded and stood, stretching before the large living room window. Oh my. Father was staring outside, his face slack and pale. "Take a look at this." Mother and I walked over and joined him. I felt a fist reach around my heart and squeeze. The Carters' Dodge Aries was back in their driveway. Both doors were open, and the clothing I had so carefully packed was strewn around the yard and driveway. Not just their yard and driveway, but ours as well. I spotted a shirt hanging from the large hackberry tree on the corner of our property. Tennis shoes and flip-flops adorned Mother's prize rosebush, and, oh my, Father's Porsche. The black convertible top was down, and the passenger door stood ajar. Father would never leave his top down overnight unless the car was garaged, and leaving the door open under any circumstance was unacceptable. Father pushed past us and ran outside. I tried to stop him, fearful that whoever had done this, most likely Mr. Stranger and his friend, but I wasn't one to jump to conclusions, may still be out there. But I wasn't strong enough to hold him back. As I approached the car, I realized the top wasn't down. It was no longer there. Someone had cut it away with ragged strokes of a blade and shoved the remains of the cloth behind the driver's seat. The damage didn't stop there. All 4 tires were flat. I inspected the one nearest to me and had no trouble discovering where the knife had entered the rubber. There were 2 punctures directly in the sidewall, eliminating any chance of patching the tire. It would need to be replaced. I assumed the others were in similar condition. Both headlights were smashed. Bits of glass littered the bumper and the driveway. The taillights, too. Someone had kicked them in or hit them with a bat. It was hard to tell which. How had they done such a thing without making any noise? Surely we would have heard something like this. Words were scrawled into the paint. Foul words, nasty words. And the seats? The knife that had made quick work of the top and tires had found its way into the plush black leather and sliced it away in thin strips, releasing a flurry of stuffing upon the interior. I noticed that the hood of the car was slightly ajar at about the same time Father did, and both of us reached for it and lifted it up. The wires leading to the battery had been pulled and reversed, all but guaranteeing that every electrical component in the car had been destroyed. I could still smell the sulfur in the air. The damage from such a maneuver would have been instant, but the culprit had taken the time to tighten the wires back down in their reversed position anyway, ensuring the most destruction. The battery had burst under the stress, and sulfuric acid had boiled out from the casing vents at the top, dripping down over the spare tire and tool kit Father kept in the front trunk. The rear trunk was open too. The oil fill cap was missing, as was the one that belonged on the coolant tank. Nearly a pound of sugar coated the surface of both. No doubt it had been poured in each tank. We found more sugar around the lip of the gas tank. Father could only stare. His eyes were fixed on his beloved Porsche, and his hands trembled at his sides. Mother's car hadn't fared much better. Her Ford Tempo had 4 flat tires, and the hood was up. I looked around for the green Plymouth, but there was no sign of it. Mother was facing the Carter house. The front door was open.
Chapter 66. Porter. Day 2, 4:40 p.m. The phone on the table beside Porter's hospital bed came to life, ringing so loudly he flinched. His leg barked in pain. He cringed and rubbed at the fresh stitches in his thigh, then reached over and picked up the receiver. "Hello?" "How are you feeling, Sam?" The man who had been Paul Watson and was now Ensign Bishop asked him. There was a strange confidence in his voice that hadn't been there before. Porter knew this was the real man, that the Watson persona had been nothing more than a facade. "I feel like someone tried to kill me," Porter replied, his free hand unconsciously returning to the wound on his leg. "I didn't try to kill you, Sam. If I had, you'd be dead. Why would I try to kill my favorite player in the game?" Porter looked around the hospital tray and nightstand for his cell phone, then remembered Bishop had stomped it to pieces back at his apartment. If he could dial headquarters, he could initiate a trace. "I'm on a burner, Sam. One of those cheap disposables you can pick up at the drugstore. I activated it with a gift card purchased with cash more than a month ago. I imagine you could trace the call if you tried, but what's the point? In a few minutes, the phone will be floating down the Chicago River with all the other trash, and I'll be miles away." "Where's Emery?" "Where is Emery?" "Is she alive?" No answer. Porter forced himself to sit up, ignoring the pain. "You don't need to hurt her. Just tell us what you've got on Talbot and we'll put him away. You have my word." Bishop chuckled. "I believe you would, Sam, I really do. But we both know that's not how this game is played, is it? Nobody else has to die." "Of course they do. How else will they learn?" "If you kill her, you're doing evil, Bishop. That makes you no better than the rest of them," said Porter. "Talbot is scum. He's a green oozing infection on this world, something that should be cut away and discarded before it destroys the surrounding tissue." "Then why hurt Emery? Why not just kill him?" Bishop sighed. "Pawns must be sacrificed for the king to fall." "This isn't a game." "Everything is a game, Sam. We're all players on the board. Haven't you learned anything from my diary? I thought the pop psychologist in you would have pieced this together by now. I learned a long time ago that to best punish the father for his sins, he must be made to experience the pain of his child. Somebody like Talbot expects to pay for his crimes at some point. He's mentally prepared himself. He's waiting for the day to come. If you throw him in jail, he won't learn, he won't evolve, he won't reform. He'll do his time, get out, and do something worse. But you take away that same man's child as punishment for what he's done, well, that's a whole new ballgame. He'll spend every waking moment of his remaining days cursing his actions. Not an hour will pass where he won't realize his child died for his sins." "Emery is innocent," Porter said. "She's very brave. I've told her how her sacrifice will bring on a change for the better. I've explained how her father brought this upon the two of them, and I think she understands. He spoke of her in the present tense. Was she still alive? I urge you to try and understand, too. It's important to me that you understand. Piece together everything I gave you. Puzzle it out. You hold the answer in the palm of your hand. Or rather, you did. You said everything I needed could be found in the diary. Bishop let out a breath. Is that what I said? Porter thumbed the pages of the small book. I'm nearly done. You are, Sam. Nearly done. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I imagine your friends are at my apartment by now. Perhaps that will shed some light? Where is Emery, Bishop? It's elementary, as you might have said yesterday. Too bad we had to cut that farce short. I was having such fun playing detective with you and your friends. I'll miss my colleagues down at the crime lab, too. Why did you do that? Why pretend to be a CSI? Why talk Kittner into killing himself? What was the point? Bishop laughed again. Why, indeed? He paused for a moment. I suppose I was curious about you, Sam. You've been chasing me for over 5 years now, this little cat-and-mouse game of ours. I wanted to better understand you. Father once said, it's better to dance with the devil you know. I needed to know you. I'm not going to lie. The challenge intrigued me, too. It's good to challenge oneself, don't you think? I think you're fucking crazy, Porter replied. Now, there's no need for profanity. Heed my father's lessons. To speak evil only leads to more evil, and we have so much in this world already. Let her go, Bishop. Walk away. End this. Bishop cleared his throat. I have a few more boxes for you, Sam. Fresh boxes. I'm afraid I won't have time to mail them, though. You don't mind if I just leave them out for you, do you? Someplace where you'll find them? Where is she? Porter asked again. Maybe I already left them out. Perhaps you should check in with Claire and Nash. If you hurt her, I will kill you, Porter growled. Tick-tock, Sam. Tick-tock. Click. The line went dead. Porter held the phone for a moment, the sound of his own breathing playing back over the tinny speaker. He placed the handset back in the cradle. Tick-tock. Bishop was playing another game. Porter rose from the bed, moving slowly, his hand held over his wound. The stitches tugged at his flesh, but held tight. He crossed the room to the closet and retrieved the plastic bag containing his shoes. No sign of his clothes. They'd cut away his pants. They were probably in a dumpster right now with his shirt. Shit. He pulled open drawers until he located a set of green surgical scrubs and pulled them on. A little tight, but they would have to do. He reached for his shoes and paused when he noticed the hint of plastic peeking out from inside. The evidence bag holding the pocket watch. It glistened under the fluorescent lights. His heart thumped, and a breath caught in Porter's throat. Could it be that simple?
Chapter 67. Diary. The grass was still moist with morning dew and felt spongy under my shoes. I started for the Carter house without much thought, and even though I couldn't hear them, I knew both my parents were only a few paces behind me. I expected one of them to tell me to stop, or wait, or get behind them. But such instruction never came. I guessed Father was in shock, and I could only imagine what thoughts drifted through Mother's head. As I passed the Carter's car, I realized it wasn't in quite the same condition as Father's Porsche. Yes, they'd rendered the car completely immobile, but the destruction wasn't as personal. They didn't slash the seats or smash the lights or glass. They limited their carnage to things that would prevent the vehicle from running, and they stopped there. With Father's Porsche, they not only attacked the car, they attacked him. They sent a message. The travel bag I had not so carefully packed had been torn open, and the contents spilled out on the Carters' front porch. Medications, toothbrushes, deodorant. Someone had crushed the tube of toothpaste under their foot and sprayed Crest across the floorboards. The ants were thrilled and had already started the laborious process of hauling it away to some unseen colony somewhere between the planks of the porch. I wanted to stomp them, but thought better of it. "Try not to step in the toothpaste. We don't want to leave shoe prints," I said in a hushed tone. Father grunted behind me. I'm sure he appreciated my caution, but I couldn't fault him for not offering up praise. The inner door as well as the screen door stood open. I could see directly into the kitchen. I turned back toward the street to confirm the green Plymouth hadn't returned, then stepped inside. The puddle of bourbon was dry and riddled with bodies of dead, drunken ants. The trail thinned to a single line and disappeared beneath the kitchen sink. Somebody had swept the broken glass into a small pile in the far corner. Laid out neatly on the kitchen table were 6 photographs. Photographs I had never seen before, but that looked familiar nonetheless. Photographs of Mother and Mrs. Carter naked in bed.
Chapter 68. Claire. Day 2, 4:47 p.m. Claire pressed the accelerator to the floor as her Honda Civic raced down West Van Buren, the blue and red of her bubble light bouncing off the whitewashed concrete of the tunnel walls.
"What are the odds he's got her locked up in his apartment?" Nash asked, his fingers gripping the door handle so tightly that they'd turned white.
Claire snorted.
"Not a fan of my driving?"
Nash's face flushed, and he released the handle, flexing his fingers.
"You're doing 80 through the loop at the start of evening rush hour. I'm surprised you haven't jumped up on the sidewalk and mowed down a few pedestrians yet."
Claire swerved, cutting off a middle-aged man in a black BMW. He held down his horn and slammed his middle finger against his windshield.
"Emergency vehicles get right of way, asshole!"
Claire shouted at her rearview mirror, holding her own finger out the window.
"You didn't answer my question,"
Nash said.
"You want my opinion? I think Watson, or Bishop, or whatever the hell his name is playing us. We're going to bust down that door, and the whole damn place is going to blow up in our faces. That's what I think," Claire said. "You know what else? If there's a chance she's in there, I think it's worth the risk. This has been a game to him from the start. We've been like mice running through his maze. We're going to his apartment because he wants us to, plain and simple. Why else would he write down the address? I guess—" "Shit!" Nash shouted.
Claire pulled hard at the wheel, jumped the curb, and missed a garbage truck by less than 4 feet. As she tugged the wheel to the left, the car bounced back onto the road, avoiding a hot dog stand by a distance so snug Nash could have reached out the window and grabbed dinner.
"I guess as long as he's yanking our strings, Emery is still alive somewhere." "You're going to pretend that didn't just happen?"
Claire nodded.
"Yep."
Nash rolled his eyes.
"Kill the siren and lights. We're getting close. Bishop's building should be right up ahead. There's Espinosa."
Claire pointed at the dark blue Tomlinson plumbing van about 2 blocks ahead. She parallel parked 3 cars behind it and called Espinosa on speaker. Espinosa's voice crackled back.
"It's the 2-story building with the red Camry out front."
Claire and Nash both looked up at once.
"Got it. My men are in position. Bishop's apartment is on the 1st floor, 2nd door from the right facing the street. We've been watching for about 20 minutes now. The blinds are drawn. We're not getting any heat signatures from inside, but it's tough to get a good reading through that brick. We're going to breach, clear the space, then give you the go-ahead to follow. Copy?"
"Copy," Claire replied.
"Ready whenever you are."
Espinosa began barking orders. 3 men left the van in a quick run. Espinosa and another went for the front door, and the third rounded the side of the building heading toward the back. Arriving at the door, the first man shouted, "Police!" then broke it open with a small ram while Espinosa covered him. They both ducked inside and disappeared in the shadows. Espinosa's voice came back on the line.
"All clear, detectives."
Claire and Nash exited the Civic and bolted down the street, weapons drawn. As they approached the front door, Espinosa stepped back outside.
He knew we were coming. He wants us here. Why? What's inside?"
He nodded back over his shoulder. "Take a look for yourself." Claire frowned and stepped through the doorway into the apartment. It wasn't very large, maybe 800 square feet or so. The door opened on a living room with a small kitchen to the side, a bathroom to the right, and another door toward the rear. There was no furniture, and the kitchen appeared unused. The walls were bare. In the center of the room stood a white file box, tied off with a black string.
Chapter 69. Diary. I scooped up the photos and shoved them into my pocket just as Mother and Father stepped into the kitchen behind me. "It smells something fierce in here," Mother exclaimed, wrinkling her nose. Father pointed at the refrigerator. "Somebody left the door open. Everything has probably started to spoil." My hand was still deep in my pocket. I was afraid to look down, half expecting to see the photographs floating to the floor, but they stayed safely tucked away in my pants. Father let out a whistle. "They did a number on this place." They had. All the kitchen drawers and cabinets were open, the contents littering the floor and counter. In the living room, the couch was a tattered mess. The cushions had been sliced and gutted, their innards drifting around the room like white tumbleweeds. They had scratched a large X on the television screen. The books from Mrs. Carter's collection had been pulled from the shelves and torn to pieces, pages scattered everywhere. Not a single item had been left untouched. "This doesn't feel right," Mother said. "We should go." Father took a quick peek down the hallway into the master bedroom, then returned to the kitchen. "If whatever they're looking for was here, they must have found it. They hit every room, every possible hiding spot." "I want to leave." Mother shuffled her feet. I heard the car right before Father did, but he still beat me to the screen door. I drew next to him and watched the green Plymouth Duster as it left the road and started down the gravel driveway toward the house. The morning sun glared off the windshield, and I couldn't see inside. "Back home, now," Father ordered. The three of us bolted out the front door and across the lawn in a dead run, with Mother in the lead and Father behind me. I half expected him to stop and exact some kind of revenge for his Porsche. But he didn't. Father was very smart and not one to let his anger take charge. I bounded up the steps into our house as the Plymouth slid to a halt somewhere behind us. A car door squeaked open, quickly followed by the distinctive clunk of a rifle bolt. Mr. Stranger's voice boomed. "Howdy, neighbors! Did you miss us?"
Chapter 70. Porter. Day 2, 4:57 p.m. As Porter exited the hospital main entrance, he spotted a young woman climbing out of a cab at the curb. With 2 fingers pressed between his lips, he let out a whistle loud enough to startle an elderly gentleman at his right. He forced a smile, nodded at him, and hobbled toward the taxi. When Porter fell into the back seat, the driver snickered. "Are you escaping?" Porter pulled the door shut and winced as the motion tugged at his stitches. "What? You're wearing scrubs, and you look a little rough to be on staff." Porter tried his most diffusing smile. "No, nothing like that. One of my coworkers stabbed me in the leg with a kitchen knife, then left me for dead in my kitchen. I couldn't find my clothes, so I took these." "Smart-ass," the man smirked. "Where are we heading?" "A place called Lost Time Antiques and Collectibles on Belmont," Porter told him. "Address?" Porter realized he didn't have an exact address. He reached for his phone and remembered again that Bishop had crushed it. "I don't know. I was told it was on Belmont." The driver rolled his eyes, reached for his own phone, and tapped away at the screen. 316 West Belmont. Looks like it's across the street from the Belmont Edge Apartments." "That sounds right." Porter glanced out the window at the thickening rush-hour traffic. "If I told you I'm a cop, I don't suppose you'd get us there any faster, would you?" The driver eased the cab out into traffic and glanced at him in the rearview mirror. "Let me see your badge." Porter started to reach for his back pocket, then remembered that he was wearing the scrubs.
It's in the pants with the knife sticking out of them?
Yeah.
I'll see what I can do.
Porter pulled out the diary and picked up where he'd left off.
Chapter 71. Diary. I think I felt the bullet before I heard the blast of the gun. The projectile whizzed past my head and thwacked into the doorframe about 6 inches to my right, sending little shards of wood flying through the air. One of them caught me in the cheek and tore at my skin. Before I could reach up and assess the damage, Father crashed into my back and shoved me forward. I lost my balance and flew across the floor, sliding into the side of the couch. I rolled over to find Mother crouching at the couch, her wild eyes bouncing from me to the front door and back again. Behind me, Father kicked at the door, slamming it shut. Father was on the floor. I watched as he reached up and twisted the deadbolt before sinking back down. "He shot you!" Mother shrieked. I shook my head. "No, Mother, it was just a splinter. Nothing serious. I'll be okay." It took a moment before I realized she wasn't talking to me. I followed her eyes to Father. His left hand was pressed against his right shoulder. A growing red stain peeked out between his fingers. Mother stood and went to him. "Stay low," Father said. She knelt down beside him. "Let me see." He nicked me. "I don't think it's bad." Mother unbuttoned his shirt and examined the wound. "Get me the medicine kit and a damp towel, and keep your head down," she told me. I shuffled to the kitchen and retrieved the little red box from beneath the sink. We kept identical kits in each bedroom, as well as the bathroom. Mother typically used this particular kit on me when I scraped a knee or dinged an elbow, which was fairly often, and I wondered if it was fully stocked. I considered getting one of the others, but decided it was best to get this one to Mother and go back for more if necessary. I found a clean hand towel in the drawer beside the sink and ran it under the water, getting it good and wet, then raced back into the living room. Sweat glistened on Father's forehead. I couldn't remember the last time I'd seen him sweat. Mother took the kit, flipped open the latch with one hand, and pulled out the alcohol bottle. She wiped away the excess blood with the towel and poured alcohol on the torn flesh. Father inhaled with a deep hiss. The bullet hadn't passed through his skin, but had grazed it, leaving a red trench in its wake. I leaned in close to get a better look, and Mother batted me away. "You're blocking the light." "Sorry, Mother." She dabbed at the scrape again and retrieved a roll of gauze with her free hand. A minute later, she had the wound wrapped. The bandage turned pink, but the blood had already slowed. Father would be okay. He smiled up at her. "Thank you." Mother nodded and dropped the remaining alcohol and gauze back into the first aid kit, then slid the box to the side. "Now what?" "Now we end this."
Chapter 72. Claire. Day 2, 5:09 p.m. Claire stepped closer.
Did you open it?
Espinosa shook his head. "I wanted to save you the honors. If you think it could be something dangerous, I can get the bomb squad over here." Nash knelt down in front of the white box, slipped on a pair of latex gloves, and tapped at the black string tied at the top.
"That's not our guy's style. He tends to leave body parts inside his boxes. Nothing ever this big, though." "Open it up, Nash," Claire said.
"Maybe we should flip for it. I had to open the last one."
"No, I insist. I saw 7. If Gwyneth's head is in there, the image will be stuck in my mind for months. This is all you. Be a man."
Nash rolled his eyes and turned back to the box.
"For the record, it's a standard file box, the kind you can pick up at any office supply store."
He knelt closer.
"I don't smell anything, and there's no sign of dampness or leakage. Nothing written on it."
He tugged at the string, releasing the knot. It fell to the sides. When he reached for the lid, both Claire and Espinosa took a step back.
"Maybe we should wait for CSI to get here," Nash suggested. "Open it. It may tell us where to find Emery."
Nash nodded reluctantly, peeled off the lid, and leaned over the top, peering inside. Huh.
Chapter 73. Diary. I flinched as someone pounded at the front door. "Did I get you?" Mr. Stranger asked from the other side. "Sorry about that. I guess I got a little carried away. It's been so long since I've been out hunting, and I've been all giddy about firing my pea shooter since we left the city." "Stay away from the windows," Father said softly. I nodded and drew closer to the corner of the couch. I wasn't scared, though. Okay, maybe a little, but I wasn't about to let Mother and Father know. I wanted my knife. Another loud bang as Mr. Stranger struck the door again. I couldn't tell if he used his fist or the butt of the rifle, but I jumped just the same. Mr. Stranger's muffled voice said, "I tried asking nice, I did. Now I'm going to ask not so nice. I need the paperwork your lovely neighbor stole. I know you've got it, so let's forego the pretense that you don't. I'm not sure what's going on over here, and frankly, I don't care all that much. You give us those documents and point us toward whatever rock the Carters are hiding under, and we'll be on our way. No further questions. That's not a bad deal, right? I think I'm being nice and fair about the situation." "He thinks they're both still alive," Mother said quietly. She had edged away from Father and was trying to peek out the side window. "Course, if that rock is in there with you, and you're hiding them, well, that's another story entirely. You don't really want to harbor criminals, do you? That's what he is, you know. Anyone who steals from their place of business, even if it's only information, that puts you clearly in the criminal camp in my book, right next to the rapists and murderers. His wife ain't no better either. She's got a whole box of scruples stacked away in her closet." His voice was loud, but steady. I got the impression he was standing right there on the porch, right on the other side of our door. If we had a gun, we could shoot him clean and true through the wood. A bullet at the center would probably do the trick. He probably thought we had a gun, a big one. Otherwise, he would have busted the door down by now. I know I would. Father didn't believe in guns, though, and he would never let such a weapon into the house. "Accidents happen with guns," he always said. "Knives, on the other hand, you don't stab somebody by accident. There's no accidental discharge on a knife." I wondered if he was rethinking that whole stance. I couldn't read his face. He had barely moved. It wasn't the bullet wound holding him still. That was just a nick. He was concentrating. I imagined he was formulating a plan. Father didn't panic, nor did he overreact. He always seemed to know exactly what to do and when. Mother crawled over to the window behind the couch, the one with a view of our side yard, and raised her head, peeking over the sill. When a face appeared, she jumped back and let out a shriek. The man with the long blonde hair and thick glasses stood on the opposite side of the glass, a grin growing across his thin red lips. He mouthed the word "hello" and pressed his palm to the window pane. I watched the moisture build around it, and when he pulled away, a perfect palm print was left behind. He then brought up the barrel of a rifle and tapped it against the glass. His grin widened even more as he ducked from sight. Mother and I looked at each other, then back to Father, searching for some kind of guidance. Another pound at the front door. "You still in there?" Father raised a finger to his lips. Mr. Stranger continued. "I found the whole business with their car a little perplexing. I guess leaving it at the train station like that makes perfect sense. Make things seem like they took off on a trip. But why leave the suitcases in the car? Who goes on a trip and forgets their bags? When we found the car, when I saw the bags, it was clear to me somebody had staged the scene. At first I thought the Carters were trying to create a little head fake,
throw the foxes off their scent so they could zig while the rest of us zagged. Once I thought it through, though, I dismissed that idea. Simon isn't all too bright. Sure, he's a whiz with numbers, but like most book-smart people, he's got no common sense, no street smarts. If he were to run, he'd run. That means if he had really abandoned the car at the train station, the bags would have boarded with him. Once I figured out that little ruse, it didn't take too long to piece together your involvement. You've got the only 2 houses down this God-forsaken stretch of road. Where else would they go? Your kid 'bout shat his britches when I stopped by the other day. He's a bright one, I'll give him that, but he needs some work in the lying department. Nothing a few more years under life's big top won't cure. Father pointed at Mother, then toward the kitchen, and made a stabbing motion in the air. Mother understood and crawled past me in search of knives. Anyway, my mouth is running off. It doesn't matter how I ended up on your porch, only that I'm here and you're there, and the things I need are somewhere in between. I imagine you're not willing to risk your lives over a few papers, probably not even to harbor your criminal neighbors. I mean, why die for them, right? Why let your kid die over somebody else's problem? That's what's going to happen if you don't come out soon. Mother returned, holding 2 large chef's knives from the wood block on the counter. She handed one to Father and kept the second for herself. Mr. Stranger cleared his throat. Like I said, I asked nicely. Now I'm going to ask not so nice. While you and I have been chatting, my friend Mr. Smith has been circling this beautiful house of yours with a couple cans of gasoline. It stinks to high heaven out here. He spread it nice and high on the walls, under the crawl space, even got a couple of your trees so we can light this place up real good and bright. Something crashed on top of the roof, then rolled for a few seconds before coming to a stop. Woo! I wish you could see this. He tossed a full can up on your roof, and it's pouring out all over the place. Hell, it's coming out the rain spouts. He soaked this place from top to bottom with 93 octane. Mr. Stranger was chuckling, his voice rising with excitement. This is the part where I ask not so nice. You've got 5 minutes to come out with the Carters, or we start dropping matches and have ourselves a little bonfire. Of course, that means we lose the paperwork and your neighbors. But I'm okay with that. I'll sleep like a baby knowing this ends right here. If you try to run, we'll pick you off like pigeons at the range. 5 minutes, people. Not a second more.
Chapter 74. Porter. Day 2, 5:12 p.m. The cab squealed to a halt on West Belmont east of Lakeshore Drive, across from the Belmont Edge Apartments. The cab driver pointed a thumb toward the building at their right. There it is. I believe that was record time. Porter slid over in the seat and peered out the window. The building was fairly typical for this area. Brick, probably built around the turn of the 20th century, with a glass storefront on the ground floor and what appeared to be residential space on the second floor. Many of the shop owners in this part of town lived on premises. For those who did not, the apartments rented for a small fortune. They were within a stone's throw of Lake Michigan, and waterfront views were always at a premium. Walking distance didn't hurt either. Porter reached for the door handle and started to climb out. "Hey!" the driver shouted. "You owe me $26.22. "I don't have any money," Porter replied, "but Chicago Metro thanks you for your assistance." "The hell it does!" The driver unfastened his seatbelt and opened his door. Porter raised a hand. "Relax, I'm kidding. I'll call my partner from inside and get some cash. Give me a minute." The driver prepared to argue, then shifted abruptly and said, "Your leg is bleeding." Porter looked down at his thigh, where a dark stain about 2 inches around had formed. "Crap. I think I pulled a stitch."
You really did get stabbed? Porter reached down his thigh and pressed at it tenderly with the tip of his finger. It came away damp with blood. I should take you back to the hospital. He shook his head. I'll be all right. The man nodded reluctantly and leaned against the side of his car. Porter turned back to the storefront. Lost Time Antiques and Collectibles appeared dark. He limped to the front door and tried the handle. Locked. Cupping his hands, he pressed his face against the glass. They're closed, the driver said from behind him. Their hours are posted by the door, he said. They lock up at 5. We missed them by about 15 minutes. Porter took a step back and found the small red sign with the posted store hours. He was right. He went back to the glass and peered inside. The walls were covered in clocks. Everything from small digital models to freestanding grandfather clocks. The pendulum swung back and forth tirelessly, some moving in sync, others independent of the group. It was mesmerizing. He could only imagine what it sounded like inside when they struck at the top of the hour. Porter pounded his fist on the door, then stepped back and eyed the apartment upstairs. Maybe the owner lived up there? I don't mean to tell you how to do your job, but if you got some urgent business with this place, and I'm guessing you do, considering you're willing to stand there and beat on the door while bleeding on the sidewalk, maybe you could ask next door? They might know how to reach the manager or the owner. Porter turned and followed the man's gaze. A woman exited the shop next door, holding 3 dry-cleaning bags. She nearly tripped off the curb as she circled the parking meter to get to the trunk of her car. Porter felt his heart pound. He stepped up to the parking meter in front of the cab and read the rate card. 75 cents per hour. Can I borrow your cell phone? You're kidding, right? Porter's face must have said he was not, because the man shrugged his shoulders, walked around to the driver's door, and pulled his cell phone from a clip on the dash. Porter punched in a number. Klozowski, came the voice on the other side. Kloz, it's Porter. Did you get a new number? Long story. Are you near the evidence board? Yeah, why? Porter took a deep breath. How much change did we find in the bus victim's pocket? You mean Kittner, a.k.a. no longer 4MK? 75 cents, why? He started toward the cleaners next door. What was the receipt number in the dry cleaning ticket? What are you doing? Shouldn't you be resting? Kloz, I need that ticket number. He pushed through the door and went straight to the counter. An overweight man with dark hair, thick glasses, and 2 large laundry bags gave him a dirty look. The kid behind the counter had no such scruples. Back of the line, buddy. Then he saw the blood stain on Porter's pants. Shit, do you need a doctor? Porter reached for his back pocket to retrieve his badge and remembered for the second time he didn't have it. I'm with Chicago Metro. I need you to pull up a ticket for me. Back to the phone. Kloz, the ticket number. Yeah, it's 54873. He repeated the number back to the clerk, who eyed him suspiciously, and punched it into his computer. Give me a second. He disappeared through a doorway, heading toward the back of the store. Behind him, Porter heard the overweight man drop both laundry bags on the floor and let out a sigh. Sorry. The man grunted, but said nothing. The kid returned, holding 3 hangers all bunched together. He hung them on a hook attached to the side of the counter. Porter peeled back the plastic, revealing a pair of women's jogging shorts, a white tank top, socks, and undergarments. All had been cleaned and pressed. White and pink Nikes were in another bag fastened to the hangers. The kid pointed to the shoes. I told the guy when he dropped those off that we don't clean shoes, but he insisted we keep it all together. Porter, talk to me, Kloz said. What's going on? I've got Emery's clothes.
Chapter 75. Diary. Get Lisa and bring her up here, Father instructed Mother. She nodded and disappeared into the kitchen. I heard the squeak of the basement door and her steps as she descended. He turned to me. Champ, go in the kitchen and pull out Mother's soup pot. You know which one I mean. The big one with the glass lid. I nodded. Fill the pot about an inch with vegetable oil and put it on the stove, full heat. Think you can do that? I nodded again. Okay, hurry up now. I ran into the kitchen, pulled the soup pot out from the lower cabinet, and placed it on the burner. I found the vegetable oil in a cabinet next to the stove, nearly a full gallon. I twisted off the cap and poured about a quarter into the pot. Then spun the burner control knob to the highest setting. Nothing happened. A second later, I smelled gas. Poppycock, I said to nobody in particular, then dug out the box of matches from the drawer beside the stove. The pilot light always seemed to go out. Mother probably went through a box of matches each week. I struck one on my jeans and watched it flare to life, then guided the flame under the pot. The gas caught with a poof. Blue flames licked out across the bottom of the metal. I dropped the box of matches into my pocket and went back out to the living room, giving Father a thumbs up. He nodded. Another knock at the door. "It's awfully quiet in there. Everything okay?" 4 minutes left by my watch." "Simon Carter is dead," Father shouted back. Only silence on the other side of the door for a moment. Then, "What happened?" "Unfortunate things sometimes happen to unfortunate people." "That they do," Mr. Stranger replied. "Didn't much care for him anyway. What about the missus?" Mother and Mrs. Carter appeared in the living room. Mother had draped a towel over the woman's shoulders in an effort to cover up her bared chest. Her hands were cuffed in front of her. I couldn't help but blush at the sight of her. Even after days in the basement living in her own filth, she still looked beautiful. The tip of Mother's knife was pointed an inch below her ribcage, pressing into the naked flesh. Father eyed her, then returned his attention to the man on the front porch. "She's been a house guest of ours for the past few days, but I'm afraid she's overstayed her welcome. I'm perfectly willing to send her on out there to you, providing you load her up into that fancy car of yours and head back to the city. My family and I have nothing to do with this and just want to be left alone. You leave us peacefully, and I see no reason for any of us to ever mention this to anyone. You get what you want, we get what we want. Everybody wins." "Is that a fact?" Mrs. Carter shook her head urgently. "You hand me over to those men, and they'll kill us all, including your boy. They're not the kind of people to leave loose ends. You can't trust them." 3 minutes, Mr. Stranger shouted. "She doesn't know anything about this missing paperwork. Whatever her husband was up to, he didn't share the details with her," Father said. "I'm supposed to believe that?" "It's the truth," Mrs. Carter said loudly. "You in there, Lisa?" Mr. Stranger called. "Did you promise some of the money to these fine folks if they watch over you? Is that it? Why don't you come on out so we can talk things over? I'm pretty hoarse shouting through this door." Father turned back to the door. "Like I said, I don't mind turning her over. I don't care what you do to her as long as you leave us out of it. Your problem is not our problem." "Oh, I disagree with you there." "Tell your boss Simon is dead," Mrs. Carter shouted back to him. "Whatever secrets he may have died with him." "I'm afraid I wouldn't be doing my job if I took your word for it." Glass shattered behind us, and we all turned to the kitchen. A hand poked through the narrow window beside the back door and fumbled with the lock. Father darted toward it. He raised his knife and brought the blade down across the intruding fingers in one quick, fluid motion, splitting 2 or 3 of them open. Blood gathered at the wound in an instant before the man on the other side shouted in pain. The hand disappeared. Father plucked the boiling pot of vegetable oil from the stove as he passed on his way back to the front door. Mr. Stranger was laughing. "You got Mr. Smith good. I told him he'd never get in fast enough like that, but he didn't listen. Wanted to do things his way. Isn't that like the younger generation? They don't heed their elders anymore. Not like when you and I were young, right, Hoss?
They don't have the kind of respect we were taught, the kind instilled in us from the get-go. Your boy might. He seemed to mind his P's and Q's. I bet he'd grow up into a pillar of society if given the chance. Of course, whether or not that happens is really in your hands at this point. I'm gonna kill that fucking bastard, Mr. Smith shouted from somewhere behind Mr. Stranger. I crawled to the window that overlooked the front yard and spotted the man with the long blonde hair and glasses standing at the edge of the porch, blood pooling at his feet. He tore off a length of cloth from the bottom of his T-shirt and wrapped it around his damaged hand. It immediately turned red. Mr. Stranger spotted me and winked. In all that excitement, I completely lost track of time, he said loudly. I'm going to guess you have about 30 seconds left. Does that seem about right to you? I ducked and scurried away from the window. There's only 2 of them, Father. If some of us go out the back and the rest go out the front, they can't stop everyone. And where do we go? They destroyed both cars. We take his. Father was already shaking his head. This needs to end here, or we're forever on the run. They have guns. We're smarter than they are. We need to think this through, puzzle it out. Mother had been oddly silent, calm. We kill Lisa and toss her body out to them. With that, Mrs. Carter struggled, but Mother held her knife to the woman's eye. She fell still and stared at the silver tip. My husband moved nearly $14 million into offshore accounts. I've got all the numbers and passwords. Half of that money is yours if you get me out of here alive. Father left the door and walked over to her. What about the paperwork? That's what they really want. Mrs. Carter let out a deep sigh. Safe deposit boxes at Middleton, downtown. 4 of them. Enough information to access another 100 million. Easy. Where are the keys? Mrs. Carter said nothing. Father grabbed her by the hair, jerking her from Mother's grasp, and pulled her over to the boiling pot of vegetable oil. He pushed her head down toward the pot. Mrs. Carter fought, arching her back and trying to kick at him, but Father was too strong. He held her face inches above the steaming liquid. I'm going to ask you one more time. Then you're going in. Where are the keys? Mrs. Carter shook her head and reeled back, but Father held her tight, impervious to her kicking. With her hands cuffed in the front, they were of little use. No, she managed to say. Father shrugged and pushed her closer. The oil fizzled and popped, and little drops struck her skin, leaving tiny red welts. She shrieked and pushed back with all her strength. Drops of oil sizzled in her hair. Under the cat! God, stop! They're under the cat! What? He loosened his grip, putting a few inches between Mrs. Carter's face and the pot. I knew what she meant, though. I knew exactly what she meant. By the lake? My cat? Mrs. Carter nodded quickly. You know where she's talking about? Yes, Father. Father turned to Mrs. Carter, his eyes narrow. You're going to do exactly what I say. Do you understand? There was another loud bang at the door. Time's up, people.
Chapter 76. Claire. Day 2. 5:12 p.m.
What is it?
Claire asked.
A lot of paperwork and a note,
Nash replied as he reached into the box. He pulled out the sheet of stationery resting atop thousands of documents all bundled together neatly with elastic bands. Claire leaned closer.
What does it say?
Nash read aloud.
Ah, my friends. It's good to know you finally found your way here. I had hoped to be there with you when this moment came, but alas, it was not meant to be. I take solace in the fact that this material has found its way into your capable hands.
as I am sure you will take it to your compadres in financial crimes, so they may add it to the mounting pile of evidence against Mr. Talbot and Company. While I believe this box contains more than enough information for a substantial conviction, I'm afraid I couldn't wait for the trial portion of the program, and went ahead and passed a sentence I believe to be more than fitting for the crimes at hand. Much like his longtime business partner, Gunther Herbert, Mr. Talbot will meet with justice face to face today, and he will answer for his actions on the swiftest of terms. Perhaps I will allow him to give his daughter one last kiss before goodbyes are said. Perhaps not. Maybe it's best they just watch each other bleed. Truly yours, Anson Bishop.
Nash's eyes narrowed. Do we still have a car tailing Talbot? Claire already had her cell phone out. I'm on it. Nash returned to the box and pulled out one of the document bundles. The ream was about 2 inches thick and contained about 300 sheets of paper. The topmost sheet was white, lined in green, each line filled with tiny, neat handwriting. This looks like some kind of ledger. Old, too. This page is dated nearly 20 years ago. Who the hell keeps their books on paper anymore? Claire waved him off, turned her back, and began pacing the room with the phone to her ear. Nash shrugged and went back to the paper. The first line read 163.wf14.2.5k.jm. Is it some kind of code? He reached inside and began removing the other ledgers, 12 in all. Each contained similar entries. Nash stacked them neatly at the side. At the very bottom of the box was a manila envelope. Now we're talking, he said to himself before plucking it out. Claire hung up the call and walked back over. I'm getting voicemail on the patrol car. Dispatch can't reach them either. We need to get over to Talbot's house. Nash gestured to the box. What about this stuff? Have someone run everything back to Claus, she instructed. He nodded and opened the envelope. It was full of Polaroids. He reached in and pulled one out. A snapshot of a naked young girl of no more than 13 or 14.
Chapter 77. Diary. I opened the door. Not father, not mother, and certainly not Mrs. Carter, but me. I opened the door to find Mr. Stranger standing on our stoop, wearing the same jacket he had been wearing on that first visit only a few short days ago. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and he dabbed at it with a white handkerchief in his left hand. In his right, chubby fingers wrapped around the grip of the .44 Magnum I had found in his glove box yesterday. The barrel was pointed at my head. "Howdy, friend. I hope you've been well." Behind him, Mr. Smith cradled his injured hand in the now soaked scrap of cloth, a small puddle of blood pooling on the tip of his shoe and the ground around him. A rifle held loosely between his arm and his side. His face was blotchy, burning with anger. "I'm going to gut your fucking father for this." He raised the bloody hand in case I didn't know what this was, and shook it, sending little droplets of blood across the white boards of our pristine porch. Mother wouldn't be very happy about that. Now, Mr. Stranger said, no need for hostilities. You can't blame these kind people for simply defending their home. The fuck I can't. Mr. Stranger dabbed at the sweat again. The collar of his shirt was soaked. I could smell the gasoline. The fumes wafted off the porch in a thin haze. Streaks of it dripped down the siding. 4 gas cans stood in our driveway. "Why are you wearing a jacket if you're hot?" It was a simple question, one I felt needed to be answered regardless of current circumstances. Sometimes I find it difficult to move forward if open issues are nagging at me. Mr. Stranger's lips stretched into a wide grin. "Why, indeed. You are an interesting little fellow, aren't you? So inquisitive. What if I told you it was my favorite jacket, one I've owned more years than you've probably graced this planet?
What if I told you it was also my lucky jacket, and today just felt like the kind of day that called for a little luck all around? So I plucked it from the closet and donned it for the duration. Temperature be damned. What would you say to that?
I would tell you it's an ugly jacket, and it probably stinks to high heaven, 'cause of all the sweating you're doing.
Mr. Stranger's grin held still, but his eyes grew dark. I'm experiencing a bit of déjà vu from this little back and forth of ours, son. So I'm going to ask you the same question I did when I first made your acquaintance. That way we can bring this full circle. Are your parents home? He knew full well they were, so I thought this was a stupid question. But I nodded anyway and gave the door a little push so it swung open. Mrs. Carter stood a few paces behind me. Father stood behind her, one arm wrapped around her waist and the other draped over her shoulder. He held one of the kitchen knives against her neck, the sharp tip pressing into her jugular. Her head tilted at a slight angle away from the blade, her gaze fixed on the men at the door. "Lisa," Mr. Stranger nodded, "my condolences on your husband." She said nothing, her cuffed fists curled over her bra. Mr. Stranger looked past us to Mother, who leaned against the side of the couch, her hands at her sides. "Nice to see you again, ma'am." Mother snickered, but said nothing in return. Mr. Stranger tucked the handkerchief back into his pocket and pointed the .44 at Father. "Drop the knife." Father shook his head. "Nope." "What then?" Mr. Stranger asked. "The papers are in a safe deposit box. My boy knows where she hid the keys, so he's going to go fetch them while the rest of us wait here. I'm going to keep this knife right where it is, and if you or your friend try anything I find remotely threatening, I'll slit her throat. It won't take much. I'm right at the artery. You shoot me, and I could tear it wide open on my way to the ground. You hurt my wife or son, and she's dead. I do that, and nobody will be alive to tell you what bank holds the box." Mr. Smith opened his mouth to protest, but Mr. Stranger silenced him with a raised hand. "How do we know he's not running off to call the police?" Father shrugged. "Because we killed Simon. We all have skin in the game. He'll fetch the keys and be back inside of 30 minutes. Mr. Stranger's gaze fell on Mrs. Carter.
"These people are fucking crazy," Mrs. Carter told him. "They killed him and had me tied up in the basement for nearly a week." The knife was pressed tight against her neck. Just the movement of speech was enough to send a trickle of blood down the blade. Mr. Stranger turned back to Father. "So your kid runs off somewhere, while we all stand around with weapons pointed at each other, till he comes back with the safe deposit box keys. At that point, you hand over Lisa there, and my friend and I walk away, leaving your family to live out the rest of your days. Nobody else has to die? What keeps us from killing the lot of you as soon as we get the name of the bank?" Father gave a slight shrug. "I guess, at some point, we're just going to have to trust each other." Mr. Stranger thought about this for a second, then shook his head. "No, I don't like that plan." He leveled the .44 at Father's head. "It's not loaded," I screamed. "I took out the bullets." Father shoved Mrs. Carter at the man. His hands... The magnum went off with a deafening roar.
Chapter 78. Porter. Day 2, 5:22 p.m.
"What do you mean you've got Emery's clothes?"
Claus asked. Porter pulled the hangers off the hook and started back for the door.
"Hey, you've got to pay for that,"
the kid behind the counter shouted.
"Get back here!" "Porter, are you there?"
"I'm at a dry cleaner down on Belmont. The ticket was a match and—"
"Wait, you're not in the hospital?"
Claus asked.
"Porter, please tell me you didn't leave the hospital."
The clerk from the cleaner burst through the doorway holding a box cutter.
You need to get back inside and pay for those, or we're going to have a serious problem, my friend.
Porter watched as the cab driver came around the car and walked up behind him. He plucked the blade from the kid's hand and slapped him on the back of his head.
That man's a cop, you idiot. You really feel like going to jail today?
The kid rubbed at the back of his head.
He's a cop? Why is he wearing pajamas?
Porter nodded back at the dry cleaner.
Get inside. Now.
The kid turned on his heels and pushed through the doorway.
Porter?
He pressed the phone back to his ear and told Claus about the call from Bishop and his hunch to follow up on the watch. His head was spinning.
The parking meter costs 75 cents per hour, and there's a dry cleaner next door. He told us how to get here from the beginning. We just didn't see it. Okay, but where is here? Where is Emery?
Porter pulled the watch from his pocket and held it up, twisting the timepiece between his fingers. He pressed the button on the top, and the cover snapped open, its movement hindered by the bag. The hands on the face were stopped, frozen in time. 3:14. He turned back to the cab driver.
What is the address of this place? 316 West Belmont.
Porter turned to his left. Construction barricades blocked off the building next door, a tall skyscraper, 50 or 60 stories at least.
Claus, who owns 314 West Belmont? Hold on.
Porter could hear him pecking away at his keyboard.
It's office space bought last year by Intrinsic Value LLC, which is owned by Common Core Partnerships, a wholly owned subsidiary of A.T. The Market Corp., one of Talbot's companies. They're currently going through a complete renovation, set to open in the spring. Get SWAT down here, now.
Chapter 79. Diary. I watched Father as he soared through the air, his hands reaching for Mr. Stranger's throat. Open-mouthed and red-faced, Father was burning anger as fuel. When the gun went off, when the barrel of the weapon bucked and the bullet took flight, the world slowed to a crawl. I could see the projectile as it passed the tip. I watched as the bullet crept across the air. I saw it enter Father's forehead above his left eye, leaving a tiny red dot. I saw the shock as it registered on his face. Then I watched the back of his head as it exploded in a cloud of red mist. Father fell to the ground in a motionless heap. Father? I didn't recognize my own voice. It sounded thin and frail, distant, like someone shouting underwater. I took out the bullets. Mr. Stranger popped the cylinder out, then back in. A good soldier always checks his weapon before battle, kid. He pointed the gun at Mrs. Carter, now sprawled on the floor at his feet. Get up. Mrs. Carter slowly rose to her feet. Mother stood motionless, her mouth agape as she sucked in a deep breath. My eyes were locked on Father's lifeless body. I knew he was dead, but I couldn't bring myself to admit that fact. I expected him to stand up, to finish the man who had threatened his life, this man invading our home. A scream rose from my throat. It was a scream so shrill and sharp, I felt the vibrations at my very core. My fingers dropped into my pocket and wrapped around my knife. The comforting handle and silver bolsters warm to the touch, hot even. I gripped the Ranger with a ferocious strength, pulled it out, and flicked the blade open with a single fluid motion. Then I was on him. He tried to raise the gun, but I was too fast. I swung the knife up and buried the blade in the soft skin under his chin, forcing through the flesh and bone until it punctured into his mouth and tore through his tongue. When it finally stopped as it embedded itself in the roof of his mouth, I yanked the knife back out and slit his throat, tearing through the muscle, tendons, and arteries. The blood sprayed out onto my face, into my hair, my eyes. I didn't care. I sliced him again. When his body began to crumple to the ground, I rode it down and plunged the knife into his chest again and again. I stabbed dozens, possibly hundreds of times. I stabbed him until... My eyes snapped open, and I was staring at Father's lifeless body again. I hadn't moved, not an inch. My hand dropped into my pocket in search of my knife, but it wasn't there. Mother had taken my knife. My fingers found nothing but the small box of matches and the photographs I had taken from the Carter's house. "Hand out of your pocket, slowly, kid," I heard Mr. Stranger say. I felt the barrel of his .44 Magnum press against the side of my head. It was still hot. I removed my hand, leaving the matches and photos behind. The barrel pressed hard against my head. The shot rang out and my eyes pinched shut. My body stiffened, waiting for the bullet to tear through my skull like it had Father's, to tear the life from me and plunge me into a darkness where I would be united with him once again. The darkness didn't come. Mr. Stranger collapsed at my side, smoke rising from a large hole in the back of his head.
Chapter 80. Claire. Day 2, 5:26 p.m. The patrol officers were dead. Both shot. The driver at point blank, just below his left temple. His partner took 3 rounds to the chest. As far as Claire knew, 4MK had never shot anyone before. A 9mm Beretta 92 FS lay on the dash, Porter's backup weapon. End game, she thought. Nash tapped Claire on the shoulder, and she turned from the car. He pointed at the front of Talbot's house, his own weapon drawn. The front door was cracked open a few inches. The sun was setting, and the shadows crawled across the expanse of the front yard. No lights burned inside, although it was dark enough now to call for it. No sound escaped either. There was only that door, open just enough. "He may still be in there," Claire said, drawing her Glock. "Porter and I were here yesterday. Talbot has a wife and daughter, at least one housekeeper in there too, possibly more." Claire called dispatch. When she hung up, she was shaking her head. "Cars are on their way, but they've got rush hour traffic. They're at least 10 or 15 minutes out. Espinosa's team is still at the apartment." Nash started for the door. "Watch my back." Claire nodded grimly. They couldn't wait. If Bishop was still inside, there was no telling what he was doing to that family. The deaths of those officers landed squarely on the heads of their task force. She didn't care for Talbot in the slightest, but she wasn't about to let anything happen to him and his family if she could prevent it. Neither was Nash. They reached the door. Nash leaned against the frame and angled to get a glimpse inside. After a moment, he shook his head. "Shades are drawn," he mouthed. Claire nodded and held her finger up to her lips. Nash eased open the door, cringing as a low squeal escaped from the hinges. The streetlights came to life, and Claire welcomed the light until she saw her own shadow stretch across the floor with Nash's beside it. He must have spotted it too, because he ducked through the doorway and rounded the corner in an instant, concealing himself within the dark foyer. Claire followed close, her eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of life. A muffled groan came from down the hall. Nash moved quickly, his gun held in a firm grip pointing down and forward. He clearly remembered the layout because he maneuvered around a small table in the hallway with little effort. Claire would have bumped it for sure. The light from outside seemed to halt at the threshold, unwilling to step inside. Past the small table, they came upon a large opening and what appeared to be a library or some kind of sitting room. The remains of a fire crackled and popped on the hearth of a stone fireplace. A small end table lay in splinters, surrounded by broken glass, the remains of a crystal decanter or maybe a vase. The couch had been overturned and settled on its side. A woman lay sprawled across the center of the rug. Nash scanned the room and knelt beside her. The housekeeper, Claire assumed from the uniform. She watched them from the corner of her eye while training her gun on the hallway. The woman's hands and feet were tied with a phone cord, and she had been gagged. Claire could see her eyes shifting quickly in the dim light as she stared up at the two of them. Nash signaled for her to keep quiet, then pulled the gag from her mouth. She coughed, and her eyes watered. "Is he still here?" Nash asked her in a hush.
Chapter 81. Diary.
"I should have popped that fucker 20 minutes ago,"
Mr. Smith said. He stood in the doorway with the rifle in his good hand. "Why didn't you?" Mother asked.
"I wasn't sure what to do about your husband. It wasn't supposed to go down like this."
"Sometimes you have to improvise," Mother told him. "Let me see that hand." Mr. Smith started toward her, and I watched as Mrs. Carter slapped Mother across the face with both hands, still cuffed together, nearly knocking her down. "What the hell?" Mother spat. The corner of her lip was bleeding. "You could have ended this days ago. Do you know what he did to me with the rat? He could have killed me." Mr. Smith reached down and pulled Mr. Stranger into the house, toward the basement door.
"Quit the bickering. We don't have time. Briggs called for reinforcements on the way out here."
Father's lifeless body still sprawled on the floor. I hadn't moved. I couldn't move. Mrs. Carter walked over slowly and ran her hand through my hair. "Are you okay?" I nodded. My head was foggy, thoughts moving through taffy. I pulled the photographs from my pocket and handed them to her. "These are yours." She took the photos, flipping through them deliberately, her face turning red. "Where did you find them?" "On your kitchen table this morning. Someone left them there." Mr. Smith snickered.
"Briggs did, that sick fuck. He found them on top of the fridge in a cookbook and left them out."
Father's body. I heard a moan and realized it came from me, a dark sob from deep in my throat. "I told you the boy was broken. He's not right. Never has been," Mother said, her eyes so cold and dark. This was not the mother I needed right now. This was the other mother. She didn't see the bodies on the floor. She looked right through them, as if they weren't there at all. Mrs. Carter frowned at her. "You shouldn't say things like that." Mother walked over, lifting my head up by the chin. "When was the last time you took your medication?" I don't know." "I don't know. I don't know. I don't know," she mimicked in a sing-song voice. "I want you to run to the lake and fetch the keys from the place Mrs. Carter hid them. Do you think you can do that?" I nodded. "Yes, Mama." "Don't call me that. You know I hate it when you call me that." "Sorry, Mother." "Go then. We need to hurry. We need to leave before this guy's friends show up." She nodded toward Mr. Stranger's body. I pushed past Mr. Smith and Mrs. Carter. When I glanced back, Mother was working the locks on Mrs. Carter's handcuffs. They clattered to the floor, and she rubbed at her wrists. The two women exchanged a whisper, their eyes on me. Mr. Smith was moving Father's body. Without another word, I ran off toward the small path leading into the woods.
Chapter 82. Porter. Day 2, 5:27 p.m. Porter took the box cutter from the cab driver and dropped it into his pocket. "What's your name?"
"Marcus. Marcus Ingram."
"Do you own a gun, Marcus?" Claus's voice grew loud enough to hear, even though the phone wasn't on speaker.
"You are not going in there, Sam. Wait for backup. You just got stabbed, remember? You shouldn't be on your feet, period. Claire is liable to put a bullet in you if you try."
"Do you own a gun, Marcus?" Porter asked again. The cab driver shook his head.
"I don't like guns. I got this, though."
He reached under the driver's seat and pulled out a small baseball bat with Chicago Cubs stamped in colorful letters on the barrel.
"Got this in 2008 when they went up against the Dodgers for the division. They lost, but this little guy has helped me beat down my share of muggers and deadbeats. It's not one of those cheap souvenir bats. This one is made of northern white ash. It won't crack." "Porter, I spoke to dispatch. They have cars en route. Stay put.
Porter took the bat and measured the weight in his hand. It had a little heft.
What about a flashlight?
Marcus nodded. Yep. He reached into the car and came out with a small LED flashlight.
It's tiny but bright.
He handed it to Porter.
Claus, I'll keep you on the line as long as I can, but I'm going to put the phone in my pocket so I can use both hands. Try to keep quiet. If he's in there, I don't want him to hear me coming.
Bishop knew he was coming, though. Porter was sure of that. The man who used to be Watson had left a neat little trail of breadcrumbs, and not only did he know Porter was coming, he would be waiting.
He wants me to come alone, Claus. If that girl is alive and she's in there, our only shot at getting to her is me doing this alone, just the way he wants it,
Porter said. Claus sighed.
He'll kill you. You understand that, right?
He could have killed me already. He wants me to see this through to the end.
So he can kill you, Claus retorted. This is his final act, and he wants you to play a part. That's the only reason he's kept you around. Once that curtain falls and your part is done, he's done with you. Wait outside for backup. They'll be there in less than 10 minutes. You go in there alone and you're committing suicide.
Porter didn't need to think about it for a moment. Without Heather in his life, he had nothing else worth living for anyway.
Tell them to watch out for Marcus. He's going to stand right outside and wait for SWAT. He can show them where I went.
Then before Claus had time to respond, Porter dropped the cell into his pocket and crossed the sidewalk to 314 West Belmont, flashlight in one hand, the small baseball bat in the other.
Chapter 83. Diary. The lake seemed oddly still as I approached, the water unmoving save for the slight ripple caused by a duck floating lazily across the surface near the middle. I ran the entire way and nearly collapsed at the water's edge, my breathing heavy and labored. I hoped running would clear my head. I hoped it would help me forget what I had just seen, what had just happened. But the moment I closed my eyes, I saw the bullet tear through Father. I saw Mother watching but not acting. Mother standing as still as I while Father was killed. I bent over at the waist with my hands on my knees until my strength returned, then scanned the bank for the cat. Nothing remained but fur and bones. The little meat I spied on my last visit had been picked clean. Not even a single ant crawled over the body. They had moved on to bigger and better things, I supposed. There was always something dying in the forest, just as sure as new life was born. I poked at the cat with the toe of my shoe, half expecting to see a beetle or some other straggler come running out, but nothing did. Mother had told me to hurry. Dropping down to my knees, I pushed the cat aside and began digging at the dirt beneath the frail frame. I noticed a slight odor, a mix of onions and rotten spinach, and tried not to think about the melted fat and bile that probably soaked into the earth as the cat decayed. I tried not to think of such things at all, because they made me feel like I might get sick. And knowing that the body of Mr. Carter lay at the bottom of the lake beside me, I couldn't leave a pile of vomit on the shore for the authorities to find, should they ever happen upon his final resting place. About 6 inches down, my fingers brushed against a plastic bag, the kind with a ziplock on the top, and I tugged it out and shook the dirt off. Inside was my knife. No safe deposit box keys. My Ranger buck knife. Nothing else. A lump began to grow in my stomach, a painful fist clenching at my intestines. I scooped up the bag and started back for the house. I heard the voices just before I crossed through the woods back into our yard. Male voices. 2 white vans stood in our driveway. Both said Talbot Enterprises in bold red letters on the doors. 3 men stood near our front door. The Plymouth Duster was gone. Mother and Mrs. Carter had left with Mr. Smith. I was sure of this. I was alone.
Chapter 84. Porter. Day 2. 5:31 p.m. 314 West Belmont had a glass front. Although most of the windows were sealed behind plywood, the large glass turnstile door was not. Porter gave it an exploratory push, expecting it to be locked, but the revolving door moved, spinning on its axis. With one last glance back at Marcus, he stepped inside and followed it around. The sounds and smells of the city quickly evaporated, replaced by utter silence and the powdery scent of drywall dust. He stepped out of the revolving door into the lobby of the building. Porter's first thought was that there was no way in hell this place would be open by spring. All the walls were exposed concrete with steel 2x4 framing scattered randomly. He imagined they would eventually be closed in and form walls and rooms, but right now the space housed nothing more than calculated chaos. The floor was littered with dozens of footprints heading off in all directions. Light from the street lamp shined in from the large windows at his back, illuminating the room, but visibility was quickly fading with the waning sun. Porter knelt down and studied the prints. He flicked on the flashlight and swept the beam over the floor with the slow steadiness of a lighthouse waxing across a bay. The footprints all appeared to be work boots, every set but one. He stood and walked over, leaning down for a better look. Men's dress shoes. Beside them he found a trail in the dust, as if something had been dragged. He followed the pattern to the back west corner of what would become the lobby and found himself standing at a bank of elevators, 6 in all, lining the back wall. He pushed the call button, but nothing happened. He didn't expect them to work. The power appeared to be off. The steel doors were sealed shut with red safety tape around a note that read, "Danger. No cars." The trail through the dust continued past the elevators and down the hall to the left. As he turned the corner, he came upon a door, the emergency stairs, he presumed. Scrawled across the faded green paint in bright red were the words, "See no evil." On the floor at his feet were 2 human eyeballs. They stared up at him with an unsettling calm. Chapter 85. Claire. Day 2. 5:31 p.m.
"Miranda, is he still in the house?"
Nash asked again, more firmly. The housekeeper's eyes were crusted with dried tears. She whimpered softly, shook her head, shrugged, then nodded quickly.
"I don't know," the woman replied. "I didn't see where he went."
"How long since you last saw him?"
She appeared confused by the question. Her eyes dilated slightly. I don't know."
"Did he drug you?"
Staring at him, she seemed to contemplate this. "I don't know. I think so. I don't remember him tying me up. Everything's hazy."
"Is anyone else in the house?" Nash asked.
The housekeeper took a deep breath and glanced at the staircase. "Miss Patricia and Mr. Talbot are in their room." Her eyes grew wider still. "He went up there. I remember him heading toward the stairs." Nash followed her gaze to the staircase, barely visible in the waning light.
"What about Carnegie?"
"I'm not sure if she's home. I haven't seen her since this morning. She might be in her room." Claire knelt down beside the woman, her eyes and weapons still trained on the hallway. "Miranda, right?" She nodded. "I'm going to untie you. When I do, I want you to get outside. You'll see my car, a green Honda. It's not locked. Climb inside and wait for the police to get here. Stay low and keep yourself hidden until they arrive," Claire said. "Do you think you can do that?" Miranda nodded. Claire made quick work of the cord around the woman's feet while Nash untied her hands. When the housekeeper tried to stand, she wobbled, almost collapsing. Nash caught her and helped her find her balance. "Whatever he used could take a little while to work completely out of your system, so try to move slowly." I think I'm going to be sick,
Miranda said, her face ashen. She steadied herself on the end table.
Take it slow,
Claire told her.
Help will be here soon.
They watched the woman follow the wall until she reached the front door and stepped outside into the darkening night. When she disappeared from sight, they both turned back and faced the staircase, weapons at the ready. Chapter 86. Porter, Day 2, 5:32 p.m. Porter ran his finger over the paint. It was still wet. The eyes were blue. He wanted to shout out Emery's name, but knew it would do little good other than give away his position. He also knew he should bag the eyes, but he didn't have any bags. Porter knelt down. Bishop plucked them out whole, optic nerve and all. This wasn't easy to do. Eyes popped rather easily, and it took a skilled hand with the correct tools to properly get behind them and remove them from the socket without damage. They appeared fresh. The blood had only begun to congeal and dry. Porter reached into his pocket and pulled out the cell phone.
Claus?
I'm inside.
I found Emery's eyes outside the emergency stairs on the first floor. Did you call for an ambulance, too?
He heard nothing and glanced at the phone. No signal. Shit. He placed the phone back into his pocket. His grip on the bat tightened as he stepped over the eyes and gently pushed on the door release, swung it open, and stepped into the stairwell. The beam of his flashlight rolled across dust and debris that hung in the air like a dry fog, and he had to fight the urge to cough. It was impossible to follow the trail through here. So many footprints converged on that first step, Porter couldn't be sure how many people had traipsed through, but it could easily be dozens. Porter directed the beam straight up.
How tall did Claus say this building was? Had he even said?
It appeared to be at least 50 stories from the outside. Porter wasn't sure he could do that on his best day, let alone with a fresh stab wound in his thigh. He pulled the hospital greens down and got a better look at the wound. Although it was bleeding slightly earlier, it had stopped. His leg still throbbed, though. Damn near hurt more now than when the knife went in. From what he could see around the bandage and tape, the surrounding flesh was purple and black. Porter pulled the box cutter from his pocket and used it to cut a length of cloth from his shirt. He wrapped it around the existing bandage, securing it in place. He cut another piece and tied it tight just above the wound, not as restrictive as a tourniquet, but enough to slow the blood flow. Hopefully it would be enough to hold him together, at least for a little while. Porter started up the steps. Chapter 87. Claire, Day 2, 5:33 p.m. Nash took the lead and crossed the hallway in one fluid motion. Claire followed close at his back. The setting sun had not only pitched the house into darkness, but a fall chill had found its way into the air. The hair on the back of her neck and arms stood on end, and she told herself that was because of the cold, too. But the pounding of her heart within her chest told a different story. The first step creaked under Nash's weight, and she heard him swear softly. Claire squeezed his shoulder with her free hand. She heard the floorboards creak under her weight, too, and considered taking off her shoes, then figured it would probably be of little use in a house like this. Structures of this age tended to have wooden floors that groaned underfoot. They ascended slowly in an attempt to minimize the noise, feeling their way up the steps. When Claire's fingers trailed into something moist on the banister, she stopped and brought her fingertips to her nose. There was no mistaking the coppery scent of blood. She had smelled it more times than she could recall, but that didn't make it any easier. Nash stopped too and looked back at her, his face shrouded in shadows. Claire held up her fingers.
"Blood,"
she whispered, the word escaping on a single breath. Nash looked down at his own hand. Claire watched as he wiped the blood on his pants before continuing up the stairs. Her palms began to sweat, and the Glock grew heavy in her grip. At the top of the steps they found a landing with a hallway branching off in either direction. There was a bathroom directly in front of them. Nash entered low with his gun out front, confirming that the room was empty. Claire stood with her back to the wall, her own weapon pointing in from the hallway, until he returned to the landing. A small row of LED lights built into the baseboard illuminated the hallway, and they could see 3 closed doors down the left and a pair of double doors at the end of the hallway on the right. The walls were lined with family photos of various shapes and sizes. Claire assumed the double doors led to the master bedroom, while the others belonged to guest spaces and Carnegie's room. "Which way?" she asked in a whisper. "Master," he replied, already moving down the hall. Chapter 88. Porter. Day 2, 5:33 p.m. Porter stopped just short of the third-floor landing. The small 6-foot by 4-foot space was littered with dust and discarded fast food wrappers. The walls were painted lime green. He heard a voice. With the bat in hand, he climbed the last few steps, swinging the beam of his flashlight back and forth against the thickening darkness. "Are you getting tired yet, Sam?" The voice was followed by a quick crackle, static, then silence. "Where are you, Bishop?" Porter said, his own voice sounding higher than he had hoped as the words echoed across the concrete. "I know you're out of shape, but come on now. I've seen old ladies with walkers climb a flight of stairs faster than you." "Fuck you!" "Maybe the exercise will do you some good. Burn some of that gut away." Crackle. Porter spotted the radio as he ascended and made the landing. A small black Motorola with a rubber antenna stood against the riser at the beginning of the next flight of stairs. When Bishop spoke again, a small red LED pulsed with his voice. "How about a little rhyme to pass the time? You up for that, Sam?" Sam picked up the radio. Bishop's sing-song voice crackled back. "Goose, goosey gander, whither shall I wander? Upstairs and downstairs and in my lady's chamber. There I met an old man who wouldn't say his prayers, so I took him by his left leg and threw him down the stairs." Have you ever wondered what that nursery rhyme was about, Sam? I mean, it's a little dark for kids, but tell it to kids we do. My mother used to love to tell me that one whenever we went up or down a flight of stairs. Porter pressed the button on the radio and held the mic close to his lips. "I'm coming for you, you crazy fuck." "Sam!" Bishop's voice came back. "You finally made it. I was getting worried about you." "Where are you, Bishop?" "I'm close, Sam. I wanted to wait for you. I knew you'd puzzle it out. You're the sharp one in your little band of misfits. It took some coaxing, but you got it. I'm so proud of you." "I found the eyes. Is Emery still alive?" Bishop sighed. "I'm so sorry I didn't have time to wrap them for you. I was half afraid a rat might stumble upon them before you got here and walk away with a tidy snack in his jaws. Not much I could do about that, but I'm glad you got here first." Porter realized he should have covered them with something. He hadn't thought about rats. "Where are you?" Bishop chuckled. "Oh, you've got a ways to go, I'm afraid. The climb can't be easy with that wound. I'm really sorry about that. I hope I didn't hurt you too bad, but I had to improvise. You and your friends really put me on the spot." He dropped off for a second. Then, "You best pick up the pace, Sam. We don't have a lot of time left. Wound or not, you've got a lot of stairs in your future." Porter started climbing the steps again. Standing still even for such a short amount of time had caused his leg to tighten up. He forced the muscles to respond and gritted his teeth when the pain came. With each step, it felt as if the knife were back in his thigh, slicing through the muscle and fat. "Let me talk to her. You owe me that much. Let me know she's still alive." He was answered by a moment's static, then Bishop's voice echoed through the tiny speaker. I'm afraid Emery is not available right now. Porter rounded the corner of the 4th floor and kept going, his lungs burning. So did you finish it? Bishop asked. Finish what? You know what. Your little diary? Don't mock me, Sam. Don't you ever mock me. Mocking is an evil all its own, and one I'm not very fond of. Sam wiped his forehead on the shoulder of his scrubs. Your mother mocked you at the end. How did you like that? So you did finish? Yeah, I finished. My mother was an evil witch of a woman who deserved whatever happened to her, Bishop said. Sounds like your mother was one hell of a lay. She had everyone wrapped around her finger. The hot ones are always crazy. I see what you're trying to do, and it's not going to work, so put an end to the jabs right now, Bishop shot back. So they never came back? They just left you there? A clicking noise came from the radio. It sounded like Bishop was pushing the talk button repeatedly at a rapid pace, like a nervous tick. Remember the matches? I burnt the house to the ground with Talbot's people roasting inside. Figured I'd follow through on the gasoline Mr. Stranger and Smith spread around. The fire department called Child Services, and they took me to something called a residential treatment center. I spent 2 weeks there before I was placed with my first foster family. Nobody had a clue I'd set the fire. If Mother ever came back for me, I wasn't aware of it. Sounds like she rode off into the sunset with that Carter woman and didn't want her brat of a son tagging along on her Thelma and Louise fantasy. They never intended to bring you. I was better off without them. In foster care? I guess you're right. If half of what you wrote actually happened, you grew up in one fucked-up household. Language, Sam, language. Right. Speak no evil. Sorry about that. I'd hate to violate one of your blessed father's rules. 5th floor. Your mother wanted your father to die that day. Planned for it. She was done with him. Who was banging the blonde guy? Your mother or Carter? Both of them? Hell, I bet that guy was tagging both of them while you played with your pecker in the corner. Language, Sam. Fuck you, Bishop. Hell is not a bad word. Bishop took a breath. Cursing of any kind is a sign of a weak mind, and I know you are anything but weak-minded. I bet you've already worked out a plan to get even with the guy who shot your wife. What was his name? Campbell? He walked away all calm and forgiving, but I could see the anger burning behind your eyes, the hatred. We're not all out for revenge, Bishop chuckled. If I were to lock you in a room with him and you were assured there would be no repercussions for whatever you did, you wouldn't hurt him? You wouldn't put a bullet between his eyes? You wouldn't take a knife and gut him from neck to groin and watch him bleed out? Don't kid yourself, Sam. We all have it in us. We don't act on it, though. Some do, and the world is a better place for it. Porter snickered. Maybe if you weren't such a sniveling little twat of a boy, she wouldn't have run off without you. Maybe the 3 of them would have included you in their little plan. You could have made a life with your new daddy and 2 mommies, and whatever the fuck they were hoarding in those safe deposit boxes. Bishop let out a soft laugh. I bet your friends at the 51st plan to leave Campbell's cell door open tonight. Let you in through the back so you can have a little private chat with him. If they found him hanging from the rafters in the morning, would anyone really care? Nobody sheds a tear over the loss of someone like that. You deserve that, right? For what he did. What was his real name? The blonde guy. At first, Bishop didn't answer, but then his voice came back with a crackle from the speaker. Franklin Kirby. Your mother and Mrs. Carter planned to run off with Franklin Kirby all along. Yes. Your father wasn't part of that plan. Bishop said nothing. How did your mother and Mrs. Carter even know Kirby? Porter was making small talk now. He didn't give a shit about Kirby, or the Carters, or Bishop's parents. But he knew as long as he kept Bishop talking, Bishop wasn't hurting Emery further. He needed him to not be hurting Emery. Bishop clicked at the microphone again, 5 times, a dozen times. Kirby worked with Simon Carter at the accounting firm in the operations department. I believe he was responsible for moving the money out. Most likely the two of them planned to split the funds and keep the documents as collateral to ensure nobody came after them. Nobody's going to chase after a few $1 million and risk information leaking that could take down their entire operation. Correct. But Kirby somehow double-crossed him, with your mother's help, Porter said. His partner, too. Just killed him like that. Simon Carter abused his wife. She saw a way out and took it. I think Mother agreed to help her, and the other man was collateral damage. Porter felt a trickle of warmth on his leg and looked down. His stitches were bleeding again. He pressed his hand against his thigh and continued to climb. You saw Talbot's name on the vans, so you made the connection. The line went silent. Bishop? Father taught me to approach every situation with a well-thought-out plan. By 16, I had multiple fake IDs. It's easy to get your hands on them when you're in the foster care system. I met my share of criminals in training from the moment I set foot in my first group home. I stayed clean, though. I avoided the fights and the drugs. I focused on one thing. I eventually got a job working for Talbot. I was patient. Started as an intern and worked my way up. I was always good with computers. A gift, I guess. It didn't take me long to work my way into the IT department. I traced Simon Carter's steps. He made it easy. All the files he stole. He backed up copies on their own servers. Left it right under their noses under the names of bogus clients. Within 2 years, I had everything he had put together and more. Mr. Carter had amassed information on dozens of criminals throughout the city, dating back nearly 20 years. Not only did he have detailed records of their crimes, but he also had accounting records for nearly every dollar exchanging hands. These were bad people, Sam. Everything from gambling to sex slavery. All of them connected, all of them working together, this underground of evil breathing like a living being. I spent my days working for Talbot and my nights piecing all of this together. You were living on your own at 16? I lived in a vacant tenement on the west side. I shared the apartment with 5 other kids I'd gotten to know in the foster system. Anything was better than the group homes. Don't interrupt me, Sam. It's rude. Sorry. Bishop continued. All of those criminals tied together like a spider web, every one, and there was one man at the center, one man with his hand in all of it. Talbot. Kirby's partner may have pulled the trigger on my father, but all of those people were standing behind that gun, Bishop said solemnly. Talbot most of all. How many have you killed? Porter asked, nearly out of breath as he rounded the corner on the 9th floor. I'm not so pure anymore, Sam. But I did what needed to be done. You killed innocents. Nobody is innocent. Let me talk to Emery, Porter asked again. 10th floor. Hey, you want to hear something funny? Sure. A scream erupted from both above and the tiny speaker in Porter's hand. A blood-curdling scream of pain so jagged he felt the ache under his own skin. Better hurry, Sam. Chop, chop. Chapter 89. Claire. Day 2, 5:34 p.m. The door was locked. Nash twisted the knob again as if expecting a different result, then turned in frustration. Claire pressed her ear against the door. Nothing. Nash motioned for her to step back and leaned in, holding up 3 fingers. Claire understood. She knelt down and pointed her gun toward the door, elbows locked. Nash lowered one finger, then the other. On 3, he slammed the weight of his body into the door and nearly tumbled into the room as the frame gave way with a defiant crack. Still crouched, Claire swept the space, gun at the ready. A large 4-poster bed stood at the back of the room, positioned under an elaborate tray ceiling. To the left she spotted a small sitting area with book-lined shelves and a desk with a large couch separating the space from the rest of the room. A fireplace sputtered in the corner of the sitting area. On the far end of the master, another hallway led around a corner. Nash moved cautiously, and Claire followed. A woman lay on the floor beside the couch, bound and gagged like the housekeeper downstairs. Nash went straight for the walk-in closet on the far right, swatting clothes, making sure it was empty. Claire went on and turned the corner. She found herself standing in a large bathroom of white marble. The elaborate space offered no place to hide. The shower was encased in glass and clearly empty. A linen closet stood on the left, lined with thick towels and enough bottles of shampoo, conditioner, and cleaning supplies to stock a small hotel. Nobody hidden there. She returned to the bedroom to find Nash checking beneath the bed. Claire knelt down beside the woman and removed her gag.
"Is he still here?" I don't think so," the woman said, her voice shaky. "Oh, God, I think he took Artie." She thrashed frantically now, trying to force her body into a sitting position. Nash helped her up, untied her, and eased her into an overstuffed chair beside the bed. "What about your daughter?" Nash said. "Carnegie won't be home until—" She craned her neck back toward the fireplace in the far corner, where a small mantel clock ticked away the minutes. "What time is it? It's dark. I can't make it out." "About 5:30. "After 5? A siren cried out in the distance. Claire stepped out to the large window beside the bed and pulled back the curtain. She couldn't see anything. "Ma'am, how long ago did he leave?" Nash had untied her hands, and she rubbed at her temples. "Artie came home at a little after 2 to change for a meeting. He got here right after that, 10 minutes later at the most." "What happened?" "I don't know exactly. It all happened so fast. I was over there on the couch reading, and someone knocked at the bedroom door. I figured it was Miranda. Artie said he'd get it. I heard a loud bang a second later, and when I stood to figure out what was going on, this man came rushing in. He barreled into me and shoved me down onto the couch. I think I hit my head because I blacked out for a second. When I came to, my hands were tied, and he was working at my feet. I screamed, and he just smiled at me. He actually apologized for intruding on my afternoon, said that he simply must have a word or two with my husband. Then he tied the gag over my mouth. I saw Artie lying right over there." She gestured toward the hallway. "He was moving, but not very fast. I think he was trying to stand up. The man went back to him and stuck him with a needle in the neck, some kind of narcotic, because Artie was out after that. Then he came back to me, apologized again, and jabbed a needle in my arm. I blacked out again, and when I woke, most of the fire had burned down, so I must have been out for a while. Then the two of you got here." Claire loaded a photo of Bishop onto her phone and held it out to the woman. "Is this him?" She nodded. "Is he going to hurt Artie?" Nash located the light switch and flicked it on. He wished he hadn't. Scrawled across the bedroom wall in blood were the words, "Do no evil." Chapter 90. Porter. Day 2, 5:40 p.m. When Porter reached the 11th floor, he tasted a sinking rot in his gullet. Scrawled across the door in fresh blood dripping down the faded green paint were the words, "Speak no evil." Discarded in the dust at his feet were a human tongue and a pair of bloody pliers. This was his floor. He dropped the radio in his pocket, switched off the flashlight, and tightened his grip on the baseball bat before pushing through the heavy metal door. He entered the space swift and low, ignoring the throb in his leg. A hallway lit by candles. Small white candles about an inch wide and 2 inches tall lined the left wall. They followed the corridor nearly 30 feet before disappearing around a corner. Porter pulled the cell phone from his pocket and hit the home button. Still no signal. He put the phone away and rolled the bat between his hands. Guns N' Roses began to howl through the air mid-song.
Welcome to the jungle. We take it day by day. Porter nearly dropped the bat while attempting to cover his ears. He pressed both palms against the sides of his head, holding the bat with his fingertips. He had never heard music so loud. It was like standing in the first row of a concert. He didn't see any speakers, but the music was clearly coming from up ahead and around the corner. He started down the corridor. It didn't seem possible, but the music grew louder. Porter swore the flames were dancing to the bass. When he reached the end of the corridor, when he was ready to turn the corner, he had no choice but to lower his palm from his ears and grip the bat with both hands. He did just that, rushing around the corner with the tiny barrel of the weapon leading the way and his bleeding leg lagging behind. He found himself in a lobby of sorts, one littered with the remains of whatever business once occupied the space. An old desk stood at the center of the room, surrounded by candles on the floor. On the desk stood a battered boom box, the likes of which Porter hadn't seen in 20 years. The black plastic housing was covered in dust and paint. One of the 2 cassette doors was missing, and the glass meant to protect the tuner made the station numbers nearly unreadable beneath a spiderweb of cracks. LED lights flickered and danced across the display in time with the music, a sea of red, green, yellow, and blue. A wire protruded from the top, snaked over the desk, and terminated in 4 large loudspeakers, stacked beside one of 3 open elevator shafts. A sign taped to the front of the boombox read, "Change the channel from 97.9 and I'll toss you from the roof. Signed, your friends at Local 49. Below that, someone had scribbled, "Classic rock forever." All of the hardware was plugged into a red Briggs & Stratton generator, which huffed at Porter's right. He reached down and flicked the kill switch. The generator sputtered and went dead, cutting off the music. "You don't like GNR?" Bishop's voice cracked from the tiny radio in his pocket. Porter yanked out the radio and jammed down the talk button. "Where the fuck are you?" "I forgot to tell you who Mrs. Carter became in her new life." "What?" "Lisa Carter died the same day as my father, but she was born anew, a brand new identity to go with her new life. Want to know her new name? I think you may recognize it." Porter heard Bishop's voice crackling not only from the radio, but from somewhere else too. His real voice, somewhere close, like an echo. He couldn't pinpoint the source, though. His ears were still ringing. There were 4 open doorways surrounding the elevators, 2 on either side. The candles surrounding the desk made it impossible to see into the gloom beyond. He could feel Bishop's eyes on him. "Don't you want to know who Mrs. Carter became after that day at our house?" Porter started through the first open doorway, the bat held high, ready to swing. "Don't." Porter froze. The shadow across the room moved as Ensign Bishop emerged from the gloom, pushing Arthur Talbot on a rolling office chair. The man was duct-taped to the frame, his hands, feet, and torso bound. A crude bandage covered his eyes, and blood dripped from his mouth. Ensign Bishop stood behind him with a knife pressed to Talbot's throat. "Hi, Sam." Porter approached with caution, his eyes scanning the otherwise empty space. "Where is she?" "Do you have a gun, Sam? If you do, I'll need you to leave it over there in the hallway." "Just this." He held up the bat. "You can hold on to that if it makes you feel better. Stop there, though. No need to come any closer." Talbot let out a watery moan from the chair, his head lolling to one side. Porter heard sirens in the distance. "Let me get him to a hospital. He doesn't have to die." "We're all dying, Sam. Some are just better at it than others. Isn't that right, Artie?" He pressed the knife against Talbot's throat, and a thin trickle of blood appeared. Talbot didn't react. He must have been in shock. Bishop glanced back up and frowned. "You should get that leg checked out. All those stairs might not have been a good idea. Porter looked down and realized his entire pant leg was soaked in blood. The stitches must have opened up completely now. He pressed his hand against the wound, and blood seeped through his fingers. He was growing lightheaded. The bat slipped from his left hand and fell to the floor. "I'm fine." "You're a good detective, Sam. You should know that. I knew you'd puzzle it out. And putting others before yourself, that is admirable. It's not something you see much of these days, not anymore." Porter drew in a deep breath and forced himself to stand up straight, ignoring the white flecks dancing around his vision. The sirens were getting close. "They'll be here soon. You still have time to do the right thing. Tell me where Emery is and let Talbot go. Just walk away. I can't chase you, not like this." Bishop eased the wheeled chair toward the first open elevator shaft, a grin at his lips. "Let him go?" "No! Don't!" Porter started toward him. Bishop held up the hand with a knife and pointed it at him. "Stop! No closer!" Porter fell still. Talbot's blood dripped from the tip of the blade and landed on his arm. The chair was no more than 5 feet from an 11-story drop plus the sub-basements. Porter tried to do the math, but his thoughts were fuzzy. 100 feet? 120? He wasn't sure. It didn't really matter. It was far enough. "Emery, I understand, but why do you want to protect this scumbag? You'll see the files soon enough, Sam. I'm sure Claire and the boys have found them by now. This man has had his hand in every dirty deal passing through this city for 30 years. All the murder and corruption you live to prevent, he lives to create. How many people died because of him? How many more will die so he can line his pockets?" Outside, the steady chomp-chomp of helicopter blades approached, the copter landing on the roof. Bishop heard it too. His eyes flashed quickly to the ceiling, then back to Porter. "Sounds like your friends have arrived." "They're coming from the top, and SWAT is probably already on the stairs. You're out of time, Bishop. It's over." Porter's vision clouded for a second, and his legs felt wobbly. He forced himself to steady. "Step away from Talbot, and get on your knees." Bishop spun the chair in a slow circle. "This world will be a better place without him, don't you think? That's what Father would have wanted." "Kirby's partner. How was he connected?" Porter said, a distraction at best. "The man who shot your father." "What?" "Kirby planned to run off with your mother and the Carter woman, but what about the other man, the one you called Mr. Stranger?" Porter was having trouble standing up. His entire body was heavy. He wanted to sleep. He had to keep Bishop talking, though, long enough for backup to arrive, long enough. His name was Felton Briggs. "He worked for a friend here," Bishop said, giving Talbot another spin. "I believe he was some kind of security specialist. I asked Artie about him, but he wouldn't answer me, just kept babbling on about his eyes, can't see, blah, blah, blah. I finally had to shut him up. You should have seen it." "Was he involved?" "Until he pulled the trigger on Father, he was probably the only innocent man standing in the house that day. Just doing his job. He had no idea Kirby was involved, and he surely didn't know that Kirby planned to kill him." Talbot's body jerked in the chair, his head snapping back. His fingers stretched out in an odd array as every muscle in his body began to convulse. "He's going into shock. You need to let me get him to a hospital." Bishop smiled. "Your friends will be here soon enough. I'm worried about you, though. Are you okay? You look awfully pale, Sam." Porter wasn't okay. He saw 2 bishops standing in the corner instead of 1, and his arms were numb. He wanted to reach down, pick up the baseball bat, and charge across the room to beat this man senseless, pound his head into a pile of bloody pulp. But he had to concentrate on standing right now. He needed to focus on not passing out. "What was Mrs. Carter's new name?" Bishop's face brightened. Ah, yes! In all the excitement I nearly forgot. Thank you, Sam, for reminding me. Talbot had fallen still. Porter couldn't tell if he was breathing. Bishop continued. Mother changed her name to Emily Gerard. Took me a few years to learn that. Sadly, I think that identity died right there, or she figured out how to live off-grid. I tried to track her down, but the name never popped up. No credit records, land sales, nothing. I don't think she ever used it. Mrs. Carter, though, she did use her new identity. She couldn't even attempt to hide. I think it's a name you may be familiar with, too, one you've picked up in the last handful of days. Mrs. Carter changed her name to Katrina Connors. Porter's brain was fuzzy. The thoughts were there, but they were moving slowly. Molasses. He recognized the name, knew it, but couldn't place it. Then, Emery's mother? A grin spread across Bishop's face, and he spun Talbot around like a top. You asked me to gather information on her back at the war room, and I wanted desperately to tell you what I already knew, but there would have been no fun in that. But how? Simon Carter had moved over $14 million into offshore accounts, and I know she and Mother lived off that money for a while. But they also bought property, a lot of property she knew Talbot would one day want. When he finally approached her about a particular stretch of warehouses along the waterfront, she seduced him. Emery was the result. On Emery's first birthday, she moved all the property into their daughter's name, then told Talbot who she really was. She also told him she had all the documents her husband had stolen years earlier and would release them to the press unless Talbot agreed to transfer all his legitimate holdings to Emery at the time of his death. He changed his will shortly thereafter. How did you learn all of this? You said you didn't know where your mother or Mrs. Carter disappeared to. Gunther Herbert was very forthcoming, Bishop replied. We had a wonderful chat about a week back. Talbot's CFO? Yes. So if Talbot dies, Emery inherits billions, and all criminal activity he's attached to will crumble. Porter looked down at Talbot. He was moving again. His head bobbed from side to side, and a deep guttural moan rose in his throat. You can't kill him. No, Bishop replied, shoving the chair. Talbot skidded across the floor toward the open elevator shaft on the far left, and Porter dove for the rolling chair, forcing every ounce of strength he had into his legs. He landed hard on the concrete and slid, his hands reaching out, fingers brushing the cold steel, grabbing at one of the wheels as it rolled over the edge. He held on for the briefest of seconds before it tugged away and disappeared into the black. He heard Talbot crash far below, followed by a scream. A girl's muffled, weak scream from the next elevator shaft over, the one in the center of the room, only a few feet to his right. Emery. From the corner of his hazy vision, he spied Bishop as he walked calmly to the third elevator shaft and stood with his back to the door's edge. Porter watched as the man gave him a final wave and said, "Goodbye, Sam. It's been fun," before stepping backward through the opening and disappearing into the dark chasm. All went dark then, as Porter finally passed out. Chapter 91. Porter. Day 2. 5:58 p.m. Sam, can you hear me? I think he's coming around. It was Claire. Claire Bear. 5 little bears heard a loud roar. 1 ran away. Then there were 4. Where had Bishop gone? Please step back, ma'am. Bright light. The brightest of all possible lights. Detective? The light disappeared with a click, and Porter blinked. His head was pounding. Where? Claire pushed the medic aside. Ground floor, just outside the building. We brought you down with the chopper basket. Carrying your fat ass down all those stairs was not an option.
Bishop killed Talbot. Claire brushed a strand of hair from his eyes. We know. Hey, look. Porter followed her finger. Nash pushed through the glass door beside the revolving turnstile and held the door open as 2 paramedics wheeled out a stretcher containing a young girl. An IV bag hung above her. Her head and wrist were wrapped in white bandages. Is she? She's going to be okay, Claire said. Bishop had her handcuffed to a gurney at the bottom of the elevator shaft. She's severely dehydrated, and the cuffs did a number on her wrist, but I don't think she'll lose the hand. Other than the ear, he didn't touch her. Just left her down there. Construction crews have been in and out of the building this entire time, but nobody had a clue she was down there. They've been working on the upper floors. Porter licked at his lips. His throat felt really dry. Bishop jumped down the other elevator shaft. Is he dead? Claire took in a deep breath and let it back out. He didn't jump. He rappelled. He had a rope and harness rig set up on a service platform just inside the elevator shaft. He took it to the bottom. When we got down there, we found a hole in the wall leading to another one of those underground tunnels, like the one we found in the Mullifax building. He's gone, Sam. We've got patrol officers checking every tunnel entrance and exit on record within the city, but I don't think we're going to find him. While half the force was in that building trying to get to your floor from the top and the bottom, he dropped down right past us and disappeared somewhere under the city. Ma'am, a paramedic interrupted. We need to get him to the hospital. He's lost a lot of blood. Claire shot the paramedic a dirty look and smiled down at Porter. You done good, Sam. You found Emery, and we've got an ID on 4MK. He'll slip up and we'll find him. By tonight, the world will know his face. He won't have any place to hide. Porter squeezed Claire's hand and watched as they loaded Emery into an ambulance at his right. Then he closed his eyes. He just wanted to sleep. Chapter 92. Porter. Day 3. 8:24 a.m. When Porter opened his eyes again, he found himself in a hospital room. It looked like the same hospital room he was in before. What time was it? He searched for a clock or his phone, but saw neither. Sunlight streamed in from the window and warmed the blanket on his bed. Had he really slept through the night? Where's the damn nurse call button? He fumbled through the sheets looking for it, but only managed to twist his IV line around his head. I can't leave you alone for a minute, Nash said, coming in from the hall, carrying a cup of vending machine coffee and a pack of Twizzlers. I can see the headline. Detective escapes serial killer only to strangle himself in hospital bed. I didn't escape. He never intended to kill me. Porter's voice was hoarse. Nash reached for a paper cup on the nightstand and handed it to him. Here, try these. The nurse brought them in a few minutes ago. What is it? Ice chips. Porter took the cup and tipped it at his lips, spilling cold water down his chin and chest. Okay, maybe it's been more than a few minutes. I guess they melted. Nash reached beneath the bed and came up with the call button. He clicked it once. I'll get her to bring some more. Porter lifted the sheet and surveyed his freshly bandaged leg. He had some new scrapes and bruises on his arms. He told Nash what happened with Talbot. Maybe Watson or Bishop or whatever the hell his name is did us a favor. Porter raised his eyebrows but said nothing. We found a file box at Bishop's apartment with enough information to implicate 23 separate criminals acting in and around the Chicago area. And you know what they all had in common? Talbot. Bishop told me. Nash let out a snort. If you'd asked me about him a week ago, I would have thought the guy had a shot at becoming our next mayor. He just might have, if this hadn't happened. Something is still bugging me, though. How did Bishop bankroll all of this? He sent $300,000 to Kittner for stepping in front of that bus. Where did he get that kind of money? Nash asked. Maybe he found it under the cat. What cat? Nash frowned. You need to read the diary.
Nash sipped at his coffee.
I think I'll wait for the movie.
Porter eyed the Twizzlers.
Can I have one of those?
Claire Norton poked her head into the door. I'll be damned. You got the same room?
Hey, Claire Bear.
She walked over and wrapped her arms around him. You crazy bastard. I've got half a mind to handcuff you to that bed so you don't run off again. Nash perked up.
I'm up for that if he's not.
Claire picked up the empty ice cup and tossed it at him. Pervert.
I'm a proud card-carrying member.
She turned back to Porter. Are you ready for a visitor?
He shrugged. If I can handle the two of you, I think I'm up for just about anything.
Claire straightened out his sheets and smiled. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. She disappeared out the door and returned a few seconds later, pushing a teenage girl in a wheelchair. Her head and wrist were bandaged, and her skin was deathly pale, but there was still no mistaking her.
Hello, Emery,
Porter said softly. Hi. Porter turned to the others.
Can you give us a minute?
Claire grabbed Nash's hand and tugged him toward the door. We'll go find some breakfast. Nash smiled back at Emery and Porter.
I think she likes me.
When the door closed behind them, Porter returned his gaze to Emery. All things considered, she looked good. From the few images he had seen of her, she'd clearly lost weight. Her face was thin and contained a few lines that normally wouldn't find their way into a girl's skin for another 10 years or so. He knew this was most likely from dehydration and would fade with time. Her eyes betrayed her, though. They weren't the eyes of a 15-year-old girl. They were the eyes of someone much older, someone who had seen things she should never have seen.
So,
he said. So? He gestured at the nightstand.
I'd offer you something, but I don't even have ice chips anymore. As hospital rooms go, this one is poorly stocked.
Emery pointed up at the IV bag attached to her wheelchair. I brought my own snacks. Thank you, though. Porter pulled himself up into sitting position. The room seemed to swim.
Whoa!
Painkillers? He licked at his chapped lips.
I think they gave me the good stuff this go-around.
Emery held up her wrist. They gave me some good ones for this. The ear, too. I asked them to hold off on the dose this morning so I could come and see you. Porter turned to the floor.
I'm sorry I didn't find you sooner, Emery.
But she was shaking her head and placed a hand on his arm. Don't do that to yourself. You did find me. Detective Norton told me everything you did for me over the past few days, and I don't know where to begin to thank you. Emery followed his eyes to her bandaged wrist. They operated on it last night. There's some nerve damage, and I broke the scaphoid. That's the little bone beneath the thumb. But for the most part, it should be fine. I'll lose some feeling, but all my fingers still work the way they're supposed to, and the doctor says I'll have full range of motion. She wiggled her fingers to demonstrate, then cringed as the pain washed over her.
What about the ear?
Porter wasn't sure why he asked. Normally he would never ask about something like that unless she offered first. He blamed the drugs. I think they're going to grow me a new one.
What?
I met with a doctor this morning who told me he can grow a replacement ear on my arm using cartilage from my ribs, Emery explained. It's going to take about 3 months, but he said it should be indistinguishable from the original. Porter fell back against his pillows.
They definitely gave me the good stuff. I thought you just said they were going to grow an ear on your arm.
Emery giggled. It was good to hear. Porter gazed at her, at those eyes that held experiences they should not hold, at the girl behind them, and he knew she was going to be okay.
Why don't we talk about your mother? I've heard a lot about her recently.
We can compare notes. Emery smiled. I'd like that. Epilogue. 2 days later.
Shit!
Nash lifted his foot and stared at the dog crap stuck to his shoe. "I should have warned you to watch out for that," Porter said, fishing for his keys. "It's kind of a thing around here. The place probably wouldn't feel like home without dog poop on the stoop." Night had taken hold, and the city was alive with lights. A chill had crept up with the falling sun, and Porter welcomed it, the brisk air reminding him what it was to be alive. They were standing outside his apartment building. The doctors had held him in the hospital for 2 days to make sure the stitches took before they would allow him to leave. Apparently he had lost a little trust when he walked out on his own and chased a serial killer up 10 flights of stairs shortly after surgery. They were worried about infection, but the concern had passed, and he was mending nicely. "You didn't need to bring me home. I could have managed." Nash waved him off. "I'd never hear the end of it from Claire." "You don't trust me." "That too." Nash walked over to the edge of the sidewalk and scraped the waste away on the corner of the concrete. Shortly before leaving the hospital, Porter had received a phone call from Detective Baumhart at the 51st Precinct. Harnell Campbell, the man who killed Heather, had somehow managed to make bail. "How could that shit-knocker come up with $500,000? Nash asked. "If he used a bail bondsman, he'd only need 10%, Porter pointed out. "If he's robbing convenience stores, he doesn't have that kind of money either. Probably has a buddy who's dealing or owed him a favor. Doesn't matter. Baumhart thinks they got a strong case. He's going down. Just not today." Nash shrugged. "As long as he decides to show up at the trial." "You're not helping." "Sorry." They entered the lobby and Porter opened his mailbox. It was stuffed full. "How long since you last checked that?" "A few days." He picked through the mess, grabbed next week's TV guide, then squeezed the remaining letters back inside before closing the tiny door. He started for the stairs, but Nash grabbed his shoulder and pointed him at the elevator. "Not a chance. You can work on your figure next week. No exercise, definitely no stairs. Doctor's orders." "I'm going to have to move to a place on the first floor. Bishop ruined stairs and elevators for me," said Porter. Nash pressed the call button. The elevator doors opened and they stepped inside. "Any luck trying to find him?" Porter had been banned from the war room and ordered to stay away from the investigation until his doctor cleared him, but he couldn't help himself. Knowing Bishop was still out there just ate at him. "We fielded more than 1,000 tips over the past few days, but nothing solid. He's been spotted as close as the Hard Rock down by the lake and as far away as Paris, the one in France, not Illinois. CSI combed his apartment, and it doesn't look like he actually lived there, just staged the place for us to find. Who knows where he actually called home?" "What about his childhood home, the one from the diary? Any luck locating it?" "Claus is searching nationwide for houses that burnt down near a pond or small lake within the past 20 years, but hasn't turned up anything yet. CPAs and accountants are registered, so he searched for anyone named Simon Carter with a financial license, but that came up blank too. He also put together a list of all Plymouth Dusters registered in the country. Found more than 4,000 of them, and I've got no clue what we're going to do with a list like that. It's probably a dead end. We subpoenaed employment records from Talbot's various companies, but didn't find anyone named Carter, Felton Briggs, or Franklin Kirby. Part of me thinks the entire diary was bullshit, just another distraction. The feds arrived yesterday, 4 of them in dark suits and darker egos. They wanted to take over the war room, but I put them in the room across the hall instead." Porter frowned. "The room with the weird smell? Yeah, they're feds. Maybe they can figure out where it's coming from." The elevator doors opened on the 4th floor, and they walked down the hall to Porter's door. Porter slipped his key into the lock. "I think that diary is the only real thing he allowed us to see of himself. He wanted us to know where he came from." "Well, I only care about where he's heading." They stepped inside and Porter flicked on the lights. His eyes went to the spot on the floor where he had fallen after Bishop stabbed him. "Who cleaned up?" "Claire came by yesterday. We didn't want you coming home to that, and she drew the short straw. Probably for the best.
I would have just put a rug or a plant on top of it. Bloodstains give a place character. You should see my apartment.
Porter could only imagine.
Thank her for me when you see her.
Nash shuffled his feet.
So how long before you come back?
Probably a week, maybe 2. He reached into the refrigerator and pulled out a beer.
Want one? I can't. I'm still on the clock.
He turned back toward the door.
I'll stop by tomorrow, okay? You don't have to check in on me. I'll be all right.
Nash smiled and nodded.
I know you will. Good night, Sam.
Good night, Brian. Porter locked the door behind him and twisted the cap off his beer. There was something about an ice-cold beer that just made everything seem better. Heather's picture watched him from the end table. He walked over and slipped his finger across her cheek.
I miss you, Button.
He reached for his new cell phone, began dialing her voicemail, and set it back down.
Sleep tight, beautiful.
He finished the beer and left the bottle on the table before heading into the bedroom. At first, he didn't see the small white box sitting on the side of the bed. And when he did, he half thought he was imagining it. But there it was. A small white box with a black string around it, next to Heather's note. His hand instinctively went for his gun, and he realized he still didn't have it. Porter rounded the bed and picked up the box, trying to steady his shaking hand. He knew he should put on gloves, but he simply didn't care. He tugged at the string and pulled it away, letting it drop to the floor. He removed the top and looked inside. A human